Chapter 1237. What exactly happened last night? Tell me. Xiao Chan sent a voice projection, feeling suspicious as he looked at the bone dragon remains all over the ground. Wang Yuzhu looked around and whispered, "Last night, a group of bone dragons went berserk and charged at Yiling's tent. The pressure on us half-step Emperor Wu's was much lower." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Since it was directed at Yiling, that meant that it was not because of his azure dragon martial spirit. Could it be that Yiling has something on him? Otherwise, how could he attract so much hatred? Or perhaps, as a dragon slayer, this fellow naturally attracted the hatred of the dragon race. However, Xiao Chun was more concerned about another problem. As he looked at Yiling, who was discussing matters in the distance, he asked, "Did he make a move?" "No. That group of Emperor Wu thinks very highly of him and immediately protected him." Xiao Chen's eyes flickered as he entered deep thought. Then, he said, "Stay closer to me for the rest of the journey. This operation is probably as you said. We are probably just sacrificial pawns in their hands. They probably do not intend to let us return alive." "Are you confident of escaping from Emperor Wu's hands?" Wang Yuzhu asked in disbelief. Xiao Chun did not elaborate. "Just follow me. When the time comes, you will naturally know that I never do things rashly. Enough talk. Yiling's group is coming." Yiling and the red-haired Emperor Wu came over. Then, they gathered the group of half-step Emperor Wu's and started to give instructions. "The desolate plain of fire is filled with fire-attributed dragon race, ferocious beasts. You all work together to scout the way. Do not split up. We will take care of you from behind, ensuring your safety." Old Hong originally wanted to say something to let Xiao Chun take the lead. However, when he thought about the sharpness in this fellow's eyes, he swallowed back the words in his stomach. "I'll let you be cocky for now. When we reach our destination, I will destroy you first." After entering this dragon grave, the half-step Emperor Wu's no longer had much say. They could only follow the other party's instructions. The 7 of them walked together and started to scout the path on the barren plains of fire, giving the Emperor Wu some time to catch up. However, there were also benefits to this. The 7 people walking in front would occasionally discover some divine material ores on this desolate plain of fire. In the outside world, these ores would be considered rare items. Even if the red-haired Emperor Wu and the others were envious, they wouldn't have the nerve to ask for it from this group of people. Of the group, Xiao Chun gained the most. He could not do anything about it. Last night, he had used his heavenly eye to memorize all the precious ores along the way. After every battle, he would find something good in a corner that no one would notice. Peak grade scorching flame crystal. Yi Chun, you discovered it again. After another battle, Xiao Chun found a blazing flame crystal in a pile of lava. Such a crystal was of great help to cultivators who cultivated fire-attributed cultivation techniques. Even Emperor Wu could use it. It was not just the half-step Emperor Wu's that felt envious. Even the red-haired Emperor Wu and the others had a strange look in their eyes. This masked youth's luck is extraordinarily good, the Emperor Wu's thought. After the other Emperor Wu's took a look, he no longer paid attention to them. After all, they had agreed that Xiao Chun would be the first to discover it. Only Old Hong's eyes lit up with greed. After a long time, Old Hong reluctantly looked away. However, the seed of greed had already been planted in his heart. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not care too much about it. These are just appetizers. If they were not lightning-attributed energy gems, no matter how valuable they would not truly interest Xiao Chun. What Xiao Chun truly cared about was the suspected heptagold origin. This was the greatest temptation for Xiao Chun. Although there was a heptagold origin among the treasures that the Thunder King left behind, there was only one piece, less than 50 kilograms. In Xiao Chun's opinion, the Lunar Shadow Saber would not become a divine weapon. However, once it became a divine weapon, it would have to be qualified to become a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chen's goal was to gather at least 500 kilograms of heptagold origin and 9 lightning-attributed demonic cores of Emperor Wu. When Xiao Chun looked around, the lava pool where the heptagold origin was located was about 10 kilometers ahead. Whether it was the heptagold origin or not would be clear soon. After resting, the half-step Emperor Wu's regrouped and started scouting again. Soon, the group passed the blazing lava pool. Xiao Chun started to feel anxious. This place was unexpectedly smooth. There were no ferocious beasts. Without ferocious beasts, there would be no fighting. If there was no fighting, Xiao Chun would not have a chance to fish up that heptagold origin amid the chaos. If Xiao Chun suddenly went to a lava pool and fished up a heptagold origin, anyone would be able to tell that something was wrong. What should I do? Xiao Chun felt very anxious. If he could not think of a solution, he would have to pass by and miss out on this opportunity. Wait a moment. Just as the group was about to pass the lava pool, Xiao Chun suddenly called out, stopping everyone. What's going on? Yi Chun, did you discover a dragon race ferocious beast? Yiling asked, feeling suspicious. The other half-step Emperor Wus felt confused as well. If there was no chance, they could only create one for themselves. They absolutely could not miss out on the heptagold origin. Xiao Chun maintained his calm and nodded. That lava pool in front seems somewhat strange. However, I do not dare to be certain. A ferocious light flashed in Old Hong's eyes. He immediately said, in that case, you go over and take a look. We'll watch you from behind. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. I was just waiting for you to say that. However, on the surface, he still revealed a displeased expression. Let me do it. I also find this lava pool somewhat strange. Just as Xiao Chun was about to step forward, the red-haired Emperor Wu noticed the displeased expression in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, as if trying to resolve the conflict between the two, he suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He had not expected such an accident to happen at such a crucial moment. This pretense was a little overboard. How was Xiao Chun supposed to respond? Could it be that he had to watch as the red-haired Emperor Wu obtained the heptagold origin right before his eyes? Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat stiff. Although he quickly recovered, it did not escape the red-haired Emperor Wu's eyes. The red-haired Emperor Wu walked over to Xiao Chen's side and smiled. Your eyes are pretty good. Now, I'm really curious about your identity under that mask. However, there is no need for you to make a move this time. I'll do it myself. There is no need to thank me. There is still a long way to go. I do not wish to see you and Old Hong clash forever. Xiao Chun felt depressed and speechless in his heart. He did not make a move several times when it was extremely dangerous. Instead, you came here to play the good guy at the crucial moment. Aside from the heptagold origin, what danger could there be in this lava pool? However, even though Xiao Chun cursed in his heart, he could only smile embarrassedly and say, Thank you, Senior. Old Hong appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had not expected the red-haired Emperor Wu to step forward at this moment. The red-haired Emperor Wu walked forward step by step. Soon, he arrived before the lava pool. Then, he looked at the vast pool of lava with a stern expression. The molten lava bubbled and bubbled nonstop. Every time a bubble popped, the residue that shot out gave off horrifying chi-chi sounds in the air. Xiao Chen's heart leaped to his throat. Originally, he wanted to use the life bestowal spell to create a diversion and then fish out the heptagold origin during the chaos. Who could have expected the red-haired Emperor Wu to suddenly charge over? You had pretty well. If I were not standing so close, you might have dodged it. Come out. The red-haired Emperor Wu roared ferociously. Emperor Wu's second heaven martial emperors might spread out, causing ripples to appear in the air. Xiao Chun felt startled in his heart. He quickly circulated his ruler's tyrannical aura to resist this aura. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing the red-haired Emperor Wu make a move. He had not expected his aura to be so strong. However, could there really be some danger in this lava pool? Just as Xiao Chun was feeling doubtful, an overwhelming wave surged out of the lava pool. It was like all the lava was flipped upside down, revealing a bottomless black hole on the plain. Before Xiao Chun could be shocked, he saw a fiery red dragon flame quickly flying towards the red-haired Emperor Wu. Everywhere it passed, the air instantly burned to nothing, turning everything pitch black. It was unknown how high the temperature was. Faintly, a ripple could be seen in space, and the world around them began to shake. That dragon flame was not simple at all. An expression of lingering fear flashed on Xiao Chen's face. If he had really charged forward, he would have died already. What kind of monster was hidden in this lava? The few half-step Emperor Wu retreated in a fluster. This level of battle was no longer something they could interfere with. Old Hong and the others behind showed grave expressions. They circulated their primordial energy, preparing to help at any time. As he retreated, Xiao Chan suddenly remembered that he had to find that piece of, or that he suspected to be the heptagold origin. Sweeping his gaze around, Xiao Chun looked at the rising waves of lava in the sky. Indeed, he found a strange golden rock in the lava that had already floated into the sky. Upon closer inspection, it looked very much like the heptagold origin that he had seen before. Coincidentally, everyone's gazes were focused on the deep pit in the ground and the mysterious monster. No one paid attention to the sky. However, before Xiao Chun could show any joy on his face, the golden heptagold origin was submerged in the lava. Then, it crashed to the ground along with the lava, nowhere to be found. Xiao Chun panicked and looked around. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could not find it. Bang! Before Xiao Chun could think too much, a massive head poked out of the deep pit. There was a snake crown on its head. This was actually a flame serpent dragon. The flame serpent dragon was one of the most dangerous monsters in this desolate plain of fire. Its strength rivaled that of a first heaven martial Emperor Wu. Furthermore, it had the geographical advantage here, and its strength still needed to increase. Whoosh! The flame serpent dragon shot up. Unexpectedly, it passed by the red-haired Emperor Wu and charged at Yiling. The four Emperor Wu guarding Yiling did not panic. They all stepped forward and shielded Yiling. Working together, they forced the flame serpent dragon back. Beast Eye, the red-haired Emperor Wu, took advantage of this opportunity to attack. He threw a palm strike, and 2 layers of fiery rings appeared behind him, dyeing the sky red for 5 kilometers around. The 5 Emperor Wu surrounded the flame serpent dragon and beat it while it was down, not giving it a chance to turn the situation around. Chapter 1238. Everyone knew that this startling battle would definitely attract many ferocious beasts of the same level. One flame dragon snake was not scary. However, if a group of ferocious beasts of the same level came, it would be problematic. The battle was extremely intense. Emperor Wu brought out his true abilities. The group of half-step Emperor Wus observed carefully and learned something. However, Xiao Chun did not have time to pay attention to them. He retreated quietly and formed hand seals with both hands. Then, he said softly, "Life bestowal spell." Immediately, the rock under Xiao Chen's feet turned into a small snake under the effect of a life bestowal spell, silently swimming around. As Xiao Chun watched the group of Emperor Wu's battle with the dragon snake, he used his consciousness to control the small snake to swim to where the lava had fallen and search everywhere. With 5 Emperor Wus attacking at the same time and 1 second Heaven Emperor Wus present, the flame dragon snake was firmly suppressed from start to end. Soon, it was riddled with wounds. However, the red-haired Emperor Wu's group did not show optimistic expressions. They could hear several fearsome roars in the distance, stirring up the wind and clouds. Yiling's eyes flickered, and strands of black aura appeared on his body. He hesitated on whether to make a move or not. When Xiao Chun saw that black aura, fear appeared in his heart. The blue dragon martial spirit, which had been suppressing its roar, quietened down at this moment, trembling somewhat. Could it be? Xiao Chun was very familiar with this aura. However, Yiling revealed too little of it, so he could not make 100% guess. Found it! Suddenly, Xiao Chun, who was multitasking, rejoiced in his heart. The little snake had finally found that golden or in that pile of lava. Just as Xiao Chun shifted his attention to it, Yiling, who was in the air, suddenly made a move. He narrowed his eyes, and his figure flashed as he landed a palm strike on the flame dragon snake. The originally berserk flame dragon snake's aura suddenly weakened, and its strength strangely plummeted. By the time Xiao Chun shifted his gaze, The 5 Emperor Woos had already found an opportunity to deal a sure-kill blow to the flame dragon snake. The flame dragon snake's corpse shattered into pieces, no longer showing any signs of life. Ao Jiao, did you see how he attacked? No, it's too strange. I don't even know how he did it. Xiao Chun could not help feeling disappointed. This was a rare opportunity to see Yi Ling's origins, but he lost it. Fortunately, he had found the heptagold origin. While Emperor Wu was resting, he took a step forward and silently came to the front of the magma. His hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the golden ore in his hand. Upon closer inspection, wild joy appeared on Zhang Xian's face. It was indeed a heptagold origin. Furthermore, it was at least twice the size of the one in the Thunder King's inheritance. However, he still needed to refine it a little and remove the impurities before he could know exactly how heavy this heptagold origin was. Without thinking too much, Xiao Chun put it into his universe ring and turned around. However, when Xiao Chun turned around, his expression changed. At some point in time, Old Hong had appeared behind him, looking at him coldly. What a fellow! We worked ourselves to death, but you are rather straightforward, following behind and taking advantage of us. What did you just take out? Hand it over and let me see. Xiao Chun replied coldly. Just because you said I'll show you, I'll show you. Who do you think you are? When the others saw this scene, they felt curious and slowly walked over as well. Then, they all looked at Xiao Chun. What's going on? What's going on with the two of you? The red-haired Emperor Wu asked with a frown. Xiao Chun did not fear anyone. However, this red-haired Emperor Wu was Emperor Wu's second heaven martial emperor. He was not someone to be trifled with. If Xiao Chun discovered the heptagold origin, he would definitely have to run. It was unknown whether he could keep the heptagold origin or not. Xiao Chun felt depressed in his heart. Unexpectedly, there were so many twists and turns in one heptagold origin. The moment Old Hong opened his mouth, he smeared Xiao Chen's name. This fellow took away one of our treasures. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, strange. Since when did the treasure I discovered become yours? Old Hong's face sank. Sharp-tongued. Are you trying to quibble again? We were the ones who killed the flame dragon snake. Logically speaking, the thing in the lava should be ours. I think you are too impudent. Do you really think that we, Emperor Wus, are easy to deal with? Quickly hand it over. If we want to kill you, we can do it in a matter of minutes. Don't blame us for making a move on a junior. A suspicious expression flashed in the red-haired Emperor Wu's eyes. He looked at Old Hong and asked, what exactly is it? Why are you so nervous? Old Hong was startled when he heard that. Just as he was about to say something, he thought about it and realized that he did not see it clearly either. It seemed to be a piece of heptagold origin. If he told the truth, the red-haired Emperor Wu was the strongest here. If it really was a heptagold origin, there would definitely not be a share for him. After hesitating for a while, Old Hong did not tell the truth. I did not see what it was exactly. It seems to be another peak grade flame crystal rock. It is just a peak grade flame crystal rock. Is there a need to be so greedy? Look at the time. Let's go. When the red-haired Emperor Wu heard that it was a peak grade flame crystal rock, he could not help cursing. After that, he looked at Xiao Chun and said meaningfully, young man, your eyes are pretty good. Clearly, Old Hong also suspected that Xiao Chun had some ulterior motive for saying that there was a problem with the lava pool earlier. Being stared at by this person, Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. The pressure from this person was much greater than Old Hong's. Emperor Wu was indeed extraordinary as a second heaven martial emperor. Emperor Wu was also a minor heavenly martial emperor, but the difference was actually so great. On this trip, Xiao Chun had to be careful and guard against this person. Otherwise, he might fail miserably at an easy task. Let's go. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Yi Ling said in a rush after he took out the flame dragon, snake's demonic core. When Xiao Chun looked around, he could sense strong auras heading over from all directions. The ground rumbled, and everyone could feel the ground shaking violently. The fight with the flame dragon snake probably startled all the martial emperor level ferocious beasts in the entire desolate plain of fire. No one dared to linger. They all executed their movement techniques and quickly left this place. As the group flew at lightning speed, Xiao Chun and the others took the lead. The group of Emperor Wu followed behind. Even at this moment, they had to give themselves some buffer time. Brother Zhao, do you treat that masked brat as one of your own, or do you treat me as one of your own? Old Hong asked the red-haired Emperor Wu in dissatisfaction from the group of Emperor Wu. The red-haired Emperor Wu replied indifferently. I really don't know how you became Emperor Wu. That masked brat clearly has the highest value among the 7. Even if the others die, this brat will be the last to die. As for the grudge between you and him, when we reach our destination, I naturally will not bother. Yiling said, this person is not simple. Last night, when he was keeping watch, he probably took the opportunity to explore the entire area. For him to be able to move about freely among so many ferocious beasts alone, his movement technique must be extraordinary. The red-haired emperor nodded and said, that's right. Such a strong consummation blue-robed emperor should rank within the top 10 of Emperor Wu's reserve list. We have to kill such a person when we reach our destination. Otherwise, he will become a problem in the future. When he becomes a martial emperor in the future, he will probably seek out Old Hong first, the other Emperor Wu said. When Old Hong heard this, he quivered. He smiled coldly and said, do you think I'm afraid of him? No matter how arrogant he is just a consummation blue-robed emperor. If I use my full power, I will not be able to kill him in more than 10 moves. That's right. Young Master E, how confident are you of opening the grave of that Fire Dragon General? I heard that this Fire Dragon General is one of the old Dragon King's 8 great generals. Several sovereign martial emperors could not open the grave. Yiling said calmly, those people could not open it because they did not have the key and did not know the exact method. I went through a lot of trouble to obtain the key. As long as nothing unexpected happens, I am completely confident. When the others and Emperor Wu heard this, they all revealed expressions of joy. The grave of the Fire Dragon General was like a castle guarding the main grave of the Dragon King. Given their strength, exploring the Dragon Grave would naturally result in death. However, exploring the grave of the Dragon King's subordinates would still stand a chance. However, we have to keep these cannon fodder for now. Firstly, I have the key. As long as the ferocious beasts in the desolate plain of fire smell the aura, they will attack me. Secondly, when we reach the Fire Dragon General's grave, we can use the physical bodies of these people to open the grave. Old Hong nodded and said, don't worry. I understand the general principles. If not for this, given my temper, that masked brat would have died thousands of times already. Naturally, the half-step Emperor Wu, who led the way, did not know that from the moment they stepped into the distant sea dragon grave, there was already no way out. This group of Emperor Wu, who had ulterior motives, did not intend to let them leave this place alive. The latter part of the journey was even more arduous. There were clearly more attacks, but the harvest was also greater. Although they did not find any divine herbs, the divine materials and natural treasures that the group of half-step Emperor Wu found in the desolate plain of fire were equivalent to 10 years of harvests. If they could return, they would have made a huge profit on this trip. As for Xiao Chun, there was no need to even mention him. The value of one piece of heptagold origin was even greater than the harvest of these people combined. Heptagold origin. This was something that even Emperor Wu would be tempted by. He would break his promise and kill for it. However, the further they went, the more Xiao Chun discovered that something was wrong. Towards the end, the number of times that Emperor Wu attacked increased. It was like Emperor Wu was unwilling to watch them die. Sometimes he would even take the risk to block the attacks of some ferocious beasts. Given the indifferent attitude of this group of Emperor Wu, Xiao Chun naturally would not think that they were acting up. Wang Yuzhu, when we reach our destination, remember to be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. Yi Chun, are you saying that this group of Emperor Wu will attack us? That can't be. What value do we have for Emperor Wu to attack us? At worst, we will just give them the treasures we obtained. That's hard to say. In any case, there is nothing wrong with being careful. As Xiao Chun spoke, the battle did not stop. Aside from scouting the way, this group of half-step emperor Wu could only harass the group. The main force was still that group of Emperor Wu. If they did not follow this group of Emperor Wu, given the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for them to barge in. Chapter 1239. 3 days later, the fatigued group finally walked out of the desolate plain of fire. With Yi Ling leading the way, they passed through many hidden tunnels. 1 hour later, a vast and majestic grave appeared before the group. Rows of flaming red sculptures lined both sides of the road. The air was incredibly dry. It felt like the air they exhaled could ignite. At the end of the road was a mysterious formation that sunk into the ground. There was a circular hole in the middle of the formation. It was somewhat far away and could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. This is the grave of the Fire Dragon General. Is this your destination? A half-step Emperor Wu exclaimed in shock. The Fire Dragon General was one of the old Dragon King's 8 great generals. Aside from the main grave, it was one of the 8 most valuable graves in the distant Sea Dragon Grave. However, it was rumored that even sovereign martial emperors were helpless before this grave. Could it be that Yi Ling's group had a way to open the grave? Yi Ling smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right. However, sorry, there is no reward." Pusi. The 5 Emperor Wus attacked at the same time, each executing a killing move and mercilessly attacking the 7 half-step Emperor Wus. The red-haired, middle-aged man struck the first half-step Emperor Wus who spoke and burned him to ashes. The other 4 Emperor Wus also attacked. Although they all struck one person, they could not achieve a one-hit kill. The difference in strength was clear for all to see. As for Xiao Chun and Wang Yuzhu, they had been paying attention. When the other party unleashed their killing intent, they quickly turned and fled, dodging the first wave of attacks. "Leave these 2 fellows to me." A greedy look flashed in Old Hong's eyes. He rushed ahead of the other Emperor Wus to chase after Xiao Chun and Wang Yuzhu. "Yi Chun, you are right. This group of Emperor Wus is too deranged. What benefits can they gain from killing us half-step Emperor Wus?" As Wang Yuzhu fled, he still could not figure it out. Originally, he thought that this mission would be more difficult. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Emperor Wu would personally kill them. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out why. What benefits could a half-step Emperor Wus gain from killing them? In the past, Emperor Wus had recruited half-step Emperor Wus to explore the distant Sea Dragon Grave. Although the mortality rate was high, there had never been a situation where a half-step Emperor Wu was killed. Even if a half-step Emperor Wu fancied a treasure, they could just force it. How could a half-step Emperor Wu compete with a true Emperor Wu? In the end, they would obediently hand it over. Of a monster like Yi Chun was an exception. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "Are you surprised?" Emperor Chun, Emperor of the said, Emperor Star, Emperor 1000. Emperor, I said. Ling Chun, I said. "What do we do now? Isn't it too difficult for the 2 of us to walk out alive?" Chun and of and in and a and all, and said Ling and said of. And. Don't worry. Just follow me, Xiao Chun said calmly. Suddenly, maniacal laughter reverberated behind them. "Brat, now you know how to run. Weren't you very cocky back then? Why are you running? If you have the guts, stop. This old man will squish you to death with one hand." The maniacal laughter carried a heavy emperor's might that could topple mountains and flip the seas. Rumble. Emperor's might spread out, surging over. Old Hong's maniacal laughter ripped off a layer of the ground under their feet, forming a storm that surged towards the 2. Wang Yuzhu's expression changed. "Oh no, this old fellow is chasing us. It will be hard for us to escape now." The 2 looked back and saw Old Hong tearing space with his bare hands. His figure pierced through the void. Although he did not travel far, his speed was faster than the 2's movement techniques. Furthermore, with the storm behind them interfering, it was only a matter of time before Old Hong caught up to them. "Only this guy managed to catch up to us." Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked back. Indeed, only Old Hong was chasing them. The other Emperor Wu must have gone to chase the others. "Mass Brat, aren't you rather gutsy? To think that you dare to clash with me in front of so many people, causing me to lose face. Why are you running now?" The rage that old Hong had suppressed in his heart for a long time erupted. His roar was like thunder, making everyone flustered. Anyone who heard this voice could feel the overwhelming killing intent in it. Whoosh! Xiao Chen closed his heavenly eye and turned around, stopping just like that. This startled Wang Yuzhu. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then his face sank, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. It is just a first heaven Emperor Wu. Watch how I kill this old fellow. Old Hong, who had been chasing Xiao Chen in the distance, suddenly sensed that Xiao Chen had stopped. His face immediately lit up in joy. Little brat, you really dare to stop? Do you think that I cannot kill you? After saying that, old Hong estimated the distance and took 2 steps forward. Each step covered 1 kilometer. Then he thrust his sword and tore a tear in space, disappearing in a flash. Old Hong prepared to cross space and suddenly appear, dealing a killing blow to Xiao Chen. Pussy eye. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He sensed a tear in space 10 meters in front of him. The speed at which the tear extended was incredibly fast. In the next moment, old Hong leaped out of it. However, to old Hong's surprise, Xiao Chen did not seem surprised at all when old Hong tore space and charged over. It was like he had guessed it long ago. At some point in time, a war banner flickering with 5-colored starlight appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. What secret treasure is that? Old Hong's eyelids twitched, feeling a bad premonition. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Die. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a cold smile. The instant old Hong leaped out of the spatial tear, Xiao Chen raised the cycle banner in his hand and charged over. In the next moment, Wang Yuzhu saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Suddenly, all the dark clouds in the sky scattered. Thousands of stars in the pitch-black night sky formed a magnificent and enchanting scene. 5 beams of starlight of different colors formed a beam of light that soared into the sky. Suddenly, it descended from the sky and formed a gorgeous, colorful screen of light behind Xiao Chen. The screen of light continued endlessly, looking like a dream. When Xiao Chen held the cycle banner, it was like he was holding a divine spear. When the 5 states merged, the boundless astral energy carried by them reached the peak of speed. Before Zhang Xian could react, old Hong, who was still holding onto his sword, maintained his posture of leaping down. The tip of the banner stabbed into old Hong's chest. With a PUCI sound, a bowl-sized hole appeared on his chest. The hole was smooth and flat without any gaps. Piercing through the void? That is an Emperor-grade secret treasure in your hand. How is this possible? When old Hong saw the wound on his chest, an expression of extreme horror appeared in his eyes. He could not imagine how a consummation blue-robed emperor could control the might of an Emperor-grade secret treasure so freely. If old Hong had known that Xiao Chen could control an Emperor-grade secret treasure, he would not have dared to chase after Xiao Chen, even if he was 100 times more courageous. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Don't think that you are unrivaled just because you became Emperor Wu. You are just a first heaven layer. Even the primes I have seen are not as arrogant as you. Pa! Xiao Chen swung the banner violently like a slap to old Hong's face, knocking him down from the sky. Half of his face immediately shattered. After old Hong left, a black hole remained in the sky, lingering for a long time. As for the spatial tear that old Hong tore earlier, it had already healed quickly. This was truly piercing through the void. Flee! After old Hong landed, blood flowed endlessly from his mouth. This was the only thought in his mind. Only by regrouping with the red-haired Emperor Wu would he be able to survive. Given old Hong's current condition, he was no match for Xiao Chen. Even with the recovery ability of Emperor Wu's golden body, the black hole-like wound on old Hong's chest could not heal. Old Hong's entire heart had been erased. If old Hong did not find a place to treat his injuries quickly, he would die even if Xiao Chen did not make a move. After Xiao Chen thrust out, he realized that he was wrong. However, he still thrust at old Hong's chest out of habit. To Emperor Wu, the chest was no longer a fatal spot. What was important was the location of the heart of an emperor. However, it did not matter. This old fellow no longer had any combat prowess. There was no way for him to survive. Shao Chun unfurled the cycle banner, and the sound of surging waves resounded, causing the entire space to fluctuate. When Shao Chun looked in the direction that Old Hong left, he tossed the banner in his hand forward. The banner flew out like a javelin. Instantly, the entire starry heavens moved with the cycle banner. 5 colored starlights spread out, looking like raindrops falling from the sky. Old Hong felt like he could not run anymore. Right now, Old Hong's physical body was incomplete. He could not even drive his primordial energy. The space fluctuated like water, filled with resistance. He turned his head to take a look. What he saw was the last thing he saw in this world. The cycle banner arrived like a meteor. With a piusai sound, it stabbed into the place where Old Hong's heart of an emperor was. The banner pierced through his physical body and pinned him to the ground. Shao Chun killed Emperor Wu in 2 moves. Wang Yuzhu felt like he was seeing things. Did he see wrong? He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Indeed, he did not see wrong. Old Hong, who had been running frantically and boasting about killing Shao Chun, was indeed pinned to the ground. Motes of white light came from Old Hong's body. They were incredibly white, containing dense and pure energy. That was the heart of an emperor slowly dying. When the light scattered, it would die completely. Right now, Shao Chun was exhausted. When he controlled the fusion of the 5 states, he had already drained the 10 strands of primordial energy. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness drained even more terrifyingly. Every state contained vast astral energy. Furthermore, their attributes were very distinct and not easy to merge. If Shao Chun was not careful, there would be an explosion. At that time, he would not be able to injure the enemy. Instead, the backlash would cripple him. In reality, every time Shao Chun used that dreamlike attack, he gambled with his life. Shao Chun quickly absorbed that light. It is very useful to you. Be faster. Don't wait for it to scatter. Chapter 1240. Ao Jiao quickly reminded Shao Chun from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Seeing that Ao Jiao spoke in a rush, Shao Chun ignored his fatigue and moved his body, preparing to walk over. However, when Shao Chun looked around, he discovered that Wang Yuzhu's gaze was also filled with hope as he looked at the light, entranced. Damn it, I somewhat forgot about this person's existence. Although Shao Chun had always been good at judging people, he was not confident of defeating this half-step Emperor Wu in his current state. He could not help but feel nervous. If the other party became greedy, he could only choose to flee alone. This was not a good time to fight. When Wang Yuzhu felt Shao Chun's gaze, he smiled embarrassedly. He said, "This is Emperor Wu's life essence. I have heard of it before. However, this is my first time seeing it, so I became somewhat entranced." Shao Chun said calmly, "It's fine. I understand." If the other party wanted to fight, this was the best opportunity. After Shao Chun absorbed this life essence and caught his breath, there would not be any more opportunities. In the end, Shao Chun had not gone through life and death situations with Wang Yuzhu, nor had they shared a heart-to-heart. This was a good opportunity to test the other party. If Wang Yuzhu could endure the temptation and greed and not make a move on Shao Chun, then Shao Chun could make friends with him. After getting Ao Jiao to keep a lookout for him, Shao Chun quickly walked over to Old Hong's corpse. Just as Shao Chun was about to sit down cross-legged, the blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian roared ferociously again. It wanted to do its best to break free of Shao Chun's suppression while he was weak. Since entering the dragon grave, Shao Chun had felt a mysterious existence calling out to him. The blue dragon martial spirit wanted to roar loudly in response to this mysterious call. Because of Yi Ling and the others, Shao Chun had been suppressing the blue dragon martial spirit, not letting it respond to that mysterious call. At this moment, the blue dragon martial spirit wanted to take advantage of Shao Chun's weakness to respond to that mysterious call. Shao Chun had a cautious nature. He did not know what would happen if he responded to the mysterious pull of the distant sea dragon grave. It would be safer to wait until he recovered some of his strength. He once again suppressed the blue dragon martial soul, not allowing it to respond to that call. Xiao Qin calmed his mind and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to absorb Old Hong's life essence. As the surging energy was absorbed into Xiao Qin's body, Xiao Qin was astonished to discover that his exhausted law energy was rapidly recovering. Soon, the heart of an emperor completely recovered. The 20,000-odd strands of law energy spread around it like a roaming dragon. Then, the grand mist energy began to restore itself. Although the speed was slower, it was still many times faster than when Xiao Qin used essence stones to restore himself. After recovering all of his strength, Xiao Qin discovered that his cultivation had started to increase. Emperor Wu's life essence poured in endlessly. His law energy rapidly increased, at least 10 times faster than when he used essence stones to cultivate. No wonder Ao Jiao told him to speed up and not waste it. Emperor Wu's life essence was truly nourishing. It was much stronger than some sage-grade medicinal pills or natural treasures. Wang Yuzhu watched as Xiao Qin slowly absorbed Emperor Wu's life essence. He could not hide the envy in his eyes. However, there was no greed. Such a fortuitous encounter is truly enviable. As a consummation blue-robed emperor, killing Emperor Wu was a heaven-defying feat since ancient times. Not many people have been able to do so. However, that mysterious war banner of his should be an emperor-grade secret treasure. The peak strike of an emperor-grade secret treasure could indeed severely injure an unguarded Emperor Wu. This was not strange. However, didn't an emperor-grade secret treasure require primordial energy to be able to control it freely? Could it be that Xiao Qin had primordial energy as well? All sorts of doubts lingered in Wang Yuzhu's heart, bewildering him no matter how hard he thought about it. Before the Fire Dragon General's grave, Yiling did not have to wait for long. The blue-robed emperors who went out to chase after Emperor Wu all returned with the corpse of a half-step Emperor Wu. For hours passed. Aside from Old Hong, all the Emperor Wus had returned. Strange, why is Old Hong not back yet? One of the Emperor Wus asked, feeling somewhat suspicious. Someone joked, could it be that he cannot deal with 2 half-step Emperor Wu's experts? Worry flashed in the red-haired Emperor Wu's eyes. After some thought, he said, never mind. There is no need to care about him for now. That masked brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. He might really escape, right? That masked brat does give off a mysterious feeling. Old Hong probably lost him and is too embarrassed to come back. The few of them felt that, given Old Hong's strength, nothing unexpected would happen. The only possibility was that he lost Old Hong. No matter how they thought about it, they would never imagine that Xiao Qin had already killed Old Hong. Old Hong did not even have a chance to self-detonate. Xiao Qin had nearly drained all of his life essence. Yiling looked at the corpse at his feet. Then, he looked at the large road in front. The dragon race puppets guarding the dragon grave lined both sides of the road. There was a concave formation at the end of the road. If one wanted to open the gates to the Fire Dragon General's grave, they could only go through this formation. Yiling waited for a while. However, Old Hong still did not come. So, he shook his head and said, never mind. We are not going to wait for him. There are enough corpses at our feet. Let's go. Young Master, the dragon race puppets on both sides will attack the moment we go over. Are we not going to make any preparations? Yiling's lips curled up slightly. If I say we can leave, naturally, we can. Do you really think that my title of Dragon Slayer is undeserved? After saying that, Yiling raised his foot and walked forward. A strange aura appeared on his body, inspiring some fear in Emperor Wu, who was at the side, and making him feel mysterious and unfathomable. The dragon race puppets on both sides actually trembled slightly under this aura, as though they feared it. If Xiao Qin were here and saw Yiling unleashing his aura, he would definitely recognize what kind of aura this was. That was right. This aura was exactly the same as the ghost hoe that Xiao Qin once saw. They really did not attack. The few Emperor Wu's eyes widened as they carefully followed behind Yiling. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Step by step, the group soon arrived at the end of the road. Then, Yiling instructed, drain the blood and fill up the formation. The others did as instructed, pouring the blood of the few half-step Emperor Wu's corpses into the formation. At this moment, Yiling took out that dragon-shaped key and fiddled with it. There happened to be a circular hole in the center of that ancient formation, which was very compatible with the key in Yiling's hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon race puppets on both sides trembled even more intensely, as though they would break free of their restraints at any moment and attack together. The red-haired Emperor Wu felt fear in his heart as he watched. If these 100-odd dragon race Emperor-grade puppets attacked at the same time, even he would not be able to withstand it. He said somewhat uncertainly, "Young Master Yi, there won't be any mistakes, right?" Yiling revealed a confident smile. "I have been to more than 1,000 dragon graves of various sizes. However, I have never stumbled once." The red-haired Emperor Wu smiled as well. However, he still felt some shadow in his heart. That masked fellow was somewhat unfathomable. Without Old Hong returning, he could not feel at ease. After Xiao Chan finished absorbing Old Hong's life essence, he opened his eyes somewhat reluctantly. He carefully checked his heavenly laws and discovered that his law energy had increased by a total of 5,000, returning to 25,000. Unexpectedly, by killing one Emperor Wu, Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased by a quarter. That was comparable to more than 1,000 essence stones. Furthermore, it was even faster. Xiao Chen could not help thinking, if I can kill a few more Emperor Wu, I won't have to cultivate anymore. However, after thinking about it, it is still not a good idea. This time, Xiao Chen managed to kill Old Hong mainly because the other party was too careless. The other party did not know that Xiao Chen had condensed the heart of an emperor and could control an emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Chen to kill Old Hong in one strike. He did not even give the other party the chance to self-detonate. Even if Xiao Chen killed a regular Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult to prevent the other party from self-detonating. Furthermore, such actions were not of the righteous Tao. If Xiao Chen kept thinking of doing this, what difference was there between him, Xiao Chen, and those loose cultivators of the evil Tao? In reality, Xiao Chen's cultivation experience was no different from that of regular loose cultivators. For a long time, he had not fallen into depravity because his heart had not changed. If his heart changed, even if his strength increased, he, Xiao Chen, would no longer be the same Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao reminded, "Stop thinking about it. It is only the first time that it has such a great effect. Quickly, check what other treasures this Old Hong has on him." Xiao Chen smiled and recovered his wits. Then he pulled out his cycle banner and blood spurted out. Then Xiao Chen searched Old Hong's chest. As for the other party's spatial ring, he could only take a look. Even the blue-robed Emperor's spatial ring had restrictions. Needless to say, Emperor Wu's spatial ring would be even more so. However, it was unfortunate. If Xiao Chen could open this spatial ring, he would be able to make a huge profit. No matter how poor Emperor Wu was, he would have at least tens of millions of black astral coins. He would also have plenty of medicinal pills to spare. Emperor Wu definitely carried something good on him. No matter whose precious treasure it would definitely be in a spatial ring. It was the same for Xiao Chen. Initially, Xiao Chen did not hold much hope. In the end, he found a talisman seal. The talisman seal had a complicated and profound diagram drawn on it, looking very simple and unadorned. When Xiao Chen looked up, he discovered Wang Yuzhu walking over and staring at the golden talisman seal in his hand. It seemed like he recognized it. "Brother Wang, do you know what this is?" Xiao Chen asked casually when he saw the situation. Wang Yuzhu replied, "When I saw Old Hong lay a formation, he used this talisman seal. He carved the diagram on the talisman seal on the ground. Then, he activated the talisman seal and placed it in the center of the formation. A formation that can defend against an ordinary Emperor Wu was formed." Clearly, Ao Jiao understood more. She explained to Xiao Chen from the Immortal Spirit Ring. This is one of the formations that Emperor Wu often uses. It is called the Iron Defense Magic Formation. Right now, the formations of the martial epic are derived from the Immortal Epic's Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sections. The formations of the Taoist and Confucian sects are rather rare. Most of them are Buddhist formations. The Iron Defense Magic Formation is a Buddhist formation. I'll give it a try. Xiao Chun had never seen this before and felt rather curious. He asked Ao Jiao how to use it and prepared to give it a try. Chapter 1241. Xiao Chun had the experience of drawing talismans. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness was even stronger. After drawing a few times, he could perfectly carve the diagram on the talisman seal. According to Ao Jiao, as long as Xiao Chun carved 81 talisman seals in the corresponding positions, he could form a small iron defense magic formation. Xiao Chun tossed the iron talisman seal into the sky. Immediately, 81 formation nodes appeared on the ground. Xiao Chun followed Ao Jiao's instructions and quickly drew the talisman seal on the nodes. However, there was no reaction. Strange. Why is there no reaction? My talisman seal seems to be correct, right? Ao Jiao criticized. How can you do this? There needs to be charm. This is something that only Emperor Wu can do. When you draw it, you need to use the heart of an emperor to communicate with the world. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was outstanding. After some thought, he understood Ao Jiao's words. After 3 tries, Xiao Chun succeeded in carving the small iron defense magic formation. Immediately, the formation nodes connected, and a magic defense magic formation flowing with golden light formed. Wang Yuzhu, who was watching from the side, felt incredibly shocked. He was shocked at Yi Chen's comprehension ability and his earlier guess. This mysterious masked youth before Xiao Chun had indeed condensed the heart of an emperor and grasped the primordial energy that only Emperor Wu could have. It's done. Xiao Chun held the talisman seal and smiled as he looked at the 200-meter-wide golden halo. In the future, it would be much more convenient to go out adventuring. Amid his joy, Xiao Chun relaxed slightly. This time, the blue dragon martial spirit took advantage of this opportunity and broke through Xiao Chen's suppression in one go. Then, it let out a long roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body as though it was responding to a distant call. What's going on? Xiao Chen's dragon might shook Wang Yuzhu, who was closer, and he was caught off guard. Boom, boom, boom. What shocked Xiao Chun even more was that 3 even more horrifying dragon roars came from a distance. Heavy clouds churned in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. All sorts of horrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared. Like a call from ancient times, a huge blue dragon image hid in the layers of dark clouds. It opened its eyes and stared at Xiao Chun. The ground churned, and the entire distant sea dragon grave seemed to come alive. Wang Yuzhu's body swayed, unable to stand stably. Xiao Chun, who was the cause of all this, had a look of surprise in his eyes. Before he could resist, he was sucked in by an extremely powerful and irresistible force. He disappeared into thin air before Wang Yuzhu's eyes. Wang Yuzhu could not understand what was going on. After he calmed down, Wang Yuzhu walked up anxiously. After confirming that Xiao Chun had completely disappeared, he couldn't help but look mad. It's over. He really disappeared. With Xiao Chun gone, how was Xiao Chun supposed to leave the distant sea dragon grave? Be it the desolate plains of fire or the foggy land, Xiao Chun would not be able to pass through them safely with his strength. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun carefully put away the sword in Old Hong's hand. Then, he looked around, preparing to find a safe place to hide. However, worry clouded Xiao Chun's face, not dispersing. If Xiao Chun did not appear, even if Xiao Chun could hide for now, he would not be able to hide forever. He would still have to wait for death. Wang Yuzhu felt depressed. However, there were many more people who felt even more depressed than him. The ancient formation in front of the Fire Dragon General's grave was already filled with blood, giving off a scarlet light. Yiling calmly held the dragon-shaped key and slowly inserted it into the circular hole. As the key was inserted, the dragon race puppets on both sides struggled even more intensely, shaking back and forth. This made the 4 Emperor Wu feel somewhat afraid. Young Master Yi, is there a problem? Yiling said confidently without even turning his head. I already answered this many times. I will answer it one last time. I guarantee that there is no problem. Boom. However, right after Yiling spoke, a resonant dragon roar came from behind. Before Yiling could understand what was going on, 3 even more horrifying dragon roars came from far in front. The entire distant sea dragon grave seemed to come alive. With these 3 dragon roars, the dragon race puppets on both sides struggled free of Yiling's suppression. The key in the formation also bounced out at the same time. Surprise flashed in Yiling's eyes. When he turned his head back, he saw 100 martial Emperor Dragon race puppets charging at them ferociously. Their auras were incredibly sharp, and their killing intent surged like the tide. Horror flashed on their faces. They no longer cared about exploring the Fire Dragon General's grave, fleeing for their lives. When Yiling thought of the masked person, he felt enlightened. At this moment, he finally understood who that person was. Aside from Shao Chun, the inheritor of the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor, who else could cause such a huge change in the distant sea dragon grave? At this moment, Shao Chun did not know that the dragon roar of the blue dragon martial spirit had spoiled the good thing that the dragon slayer Yiling had prepared for a long time. Shao Chun also did not know that Yiling had already guessed Shao Chun's identity. However, even if Yiling knew, he would not care. Right now, even Shao Chun himself was confused. As he looked at the words on the stone stele in front, he felt somewhat dazed. There were 5 ancient dragon race characters on the stone stele. Shao Chun did not recognize any of them. However, for some reason, he understood the meaning of the 5 words on the stone stele with one glance. It was like these 5 words had been imprinted in Shao Chun's mind long ago. With just one glance, it triggered this memory hidden in the depths of his mind. The grave of the Blue Dragon King. That was right. These 5 ancient dragon race characters meant the grave of the Blue Dragon King. Who was the Blue Dragon King? Wasn't it Shao Chun himself? Could this be his grave? Shao Chun's first reaction was to feel his hair stand on end. However, when Shao Chun thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. He was wrong. Shao Chun was indeed the Blue Dragon King. However, the Blue Dragon King was just a title. It had been passed down from generation to generation. Even in the Bushin Palace, it had probably been passed down for many generations. Only those who possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit and achieved a certain amount of contributions would obtain this title. Obtaining this title did not mean that Shao Chun was truly the Blue Dragon King. He was still a human. The Blue Dragon King mentioned here should be the king of the Blue Dragon bloodline of the dragon race. That is to say, that mysterious energy pulled me into the main grave of the distant sea dragon grave. With this thought, Shao Chun could not help feeling excited. The main grave was a place that even sovereign martial emperors could not barge into. To think that he somehow managed to get in. Behind the stone stele was the Blue Dragon King's grave. The stone door of the grave had ancient dragon race patterns carved on it. There was a small hole in the center. Shao Chun took out the Blue Dragon King's insignia on his chest and compared it. He discovered that it fit perfectly. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, Shao Chun embedded the insignia in. It fit perfectly, not missing a single detail. However, there was no reaction from the stone door. There were no ripples at all, not even any energy fluctuations. It was just like how Shao Chun had inserted an ordinary stone and not the Blue Dragon King's insignia. Shao Chun rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then, he recalled his experience when he opened the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove. Then, he dripped a drop of essence blood into the insignia and tried again. The heavy stone door gave off creaking sounds as it slowly opened. Shao Chun smiled faintly and put away the Blue Dragon King's insignia. Then he strode in. Kassier. The stone door slammed shut, startling Shao Chun. Tall stone pillars with blue dragons carved on them lined both sides of the corridor. They looked exquisite and realistic. Shao Chun walked straight down the path and arrived at a large hall. Then, he tried the various intersections on both sides. However, he discovered that an invisible barrier blocked him. He could not pass through. Many blue dragon corpses lay in front of the large hall. A rough count gave at least 100. When Shao Chun looked further down, he saw many standing human corpses, all wearing the Dragon's Gate's uniform. Xiao Chun thought to himself, the corpses in front should be the kings of the Blue Dragon bloodline. After they died, they were all buried here. The human corpses in the back should be the Dragon's Gate's sect masters. After they died, they also used this place as their burial ground. Beneath the human corpse, there were some words that were blocked by the dust. When Xiao Chun wanted to walk forward and wipe off the dust to confirm his guess, he discovered that he was blocked by a formless barrier. That was to say, aside from going back, he could not go anywhere else in this forsaken place. Invisible barriers blocked Xiao Chun's way to the left and right. Xiao Chun could not help feeling suspicious. What is the meaning of this? Since they dragged me here, why are they not letting me go anywhere else? Never mind. I'll just wander around in this place where I can move freely for now. The invisible barrier in the large hall split the large hall in half. Actually, there was not much left for Xiao Chun to explore. Aside from a 3-kilometer-tall azure stone pillar, there was nothing else. Most of the things were on the other side of the invisible barrier. When Xiao Chun arrived before the stone pillar, he could feel an ancient state. He stretched out his hand and touched it. The blue dragon martial spirit in his body immediately turned solemn and dignified. Vaguely, Xiao Chun seemed to see another world. The scene of thousands of blue dragons worshipping the azure stone pillar appeared in his mind. However, aside from that, there was nothing else. Xiao Chun felt that he was missing something. This stone pillar should be of great help to him. It was definitely not that simple. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking hard, a figure suddenly walked out of a several hundred-meter-tall corridor on the left side of the large hall. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense was sharp. He immediately sensed it. When he turned his head, he discovered a haggard old man wearing azure dragon robes. "Might I ask who Senior is?" Xiao Chun asked with a grave expression. This person's identity was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he appear in the distant sea dragon grave? However, the person did not answer Xiao Chun's question directly. Instead, he sized up Xiao Chun and nodded. It is indeed someone from the Xiao clan. However, why did you not even refine the Blue Dragon Palace before coming to the distant sea dragon grave? The azure-robed old man had a strange expression, appearing suspicious. There's also the Blue Dragon King's insignia. Even Emperor Wu has not reached it, yet he already possesses it. What exactly is going on? Thinking about it, this old man must have remained in the distant sea dragon grave since the Dragon's Gate was destroyed 10,000 years ago, unable to leave. Hence, he did not understand the situation outside. Xiao Chun spent a lot of effort before explaining the destruction of the Dragon's Gate and the mysterious disappearance of the Qing Emperor to this old man. Chapter 1242. After the green-robed old man heard this, his expression did not change much. There was no sorrow or fluctuation in his expression. This made Xiao Chun's expression turn somewhat strange. If this person were Senior of the Dragon's Gate, he would definitely show some emotion when he heard this news. At the very least, he would feel some sorrow. Just like back in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the item spirit heard this news, his expression fluctuated greatly. Immediately, Xiao Chun could not help regretting saying so much. He immediately asked, "Might I ask, Senior, who exactly are you?" "Me?" The old man in green said, "I'm not human. I'm just the tomb keeper of this tomb. After this tomb palace was built, I was born. You can think of me as an existence similar to an artifact spirit." Xiao Chun somewhat understood now. This old man was like the current caretaker of the grave. He asked, "You are the one who pulled me in?" "That's right. The moment you stepped into the vicinity of the grave, I sensed your existence. It seems like the Xiao clan has not been here for more than 10,000 years. After you came in, I discovered something suspicious. So I was cautious and only appeared after observing for a while." The green-robed old man said calmly, "Now, there are no more suspicious points, right?" "There are none. However, the matters of the world are hard to predict. 10,000 years ago, that brat Xiao Tong was very lofty and tyrannical before me. Who knew? Only 10,000 years passed in the abandoned land." His lofty words turned out to be a joke. Xiao Tong seemed to be the name of the Qing emperor. However, most people did not dare to call him by his name. As a result, most people did not remember the Qing Emperor's name. Xiao Chan felt embarrassed in his heart. Only this old man before him dared to call the Qing Emperor that brat. However, for some reason, when Xiao Chan heard this old man speak of the Qing Emperor like that, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was like the old man was talking about him. The green-robed old man did not know what Xiao Chan was thinking. He waved his hand and said, "Since you barged into this place by mistake and are fine, I will send you out now." When Xiao Chan heard this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Wait a minute, I still have a lot of questions that I don't understand. You've lived for so long, you don't mind chatting with me for a while, right? The azure-clothed old man said, "Indeed, I don't mind. However, I'm just a tomb keeper, and all I know is about this tomb. I might not be able to answer your question." There's hope. When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. He said quickly, "I can definitely answer that." Every generation of the Dragon's Gate sect master would make several trips to the distant sea dragon grave. You should know why, right? The tomb keeper nodded and said, "Of course I know that. There are two goals. You've already seen the first one." "I've seen it." "What does that mean?" Xiao Chan rolled his eyes and saw human corpses standing in the other half of the hall, which was separated by an invisible barrier. Xiao Chan came to a sudden realization. His goal was to make this place his burial ground when he was about to die. Knowing was as good as not knowing. Xiao Chan didn't care about the special hobbies of these ancestors. He hurriedly said, "What's the second purpose?" "Actually, you've already seen the second purpose. However, you probably won't be able to guess it. Are you talking about that azure-colored stone pillar? That is no ordinary pillar. That is the totem of your Dragon's Gate. It is also the reason why the blue dragon martial spirit is superior to the other three holy beast martial spirits," the azure-clothed old man explained. Dragon's Gate totem? Xiao Chen's heart trembled. This was not the first time he saw these words. Back in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, Xiao Chen had obtained a jade strip that recorded the various refining techniques of the Dragon's Gate and the construction method of the Heaven Dragon City. There was an introduction to the Dragon's Gate totem. However, Xiao Chen did not understand at that time. Even Immo Chen did not understand it. Xiao Chen's intuition told him that the Dragon's Gate totem was very important. However, he could not find an answer. Xiao Chen asked somewhat excitedly, "Senior, can you tell me what exactly the Dragon's Gate totem is? Why does it allow the blue dragon martial spirit to be stronger than the other three holy beast martial spirits?" The azure-clothed old man said, "This is a long story. We have to start with the martial spirits of the human race. There are hundreds of races in the world, and they all have their own specialties. Perhaps they have strong physical bodies, innately good at controlling certain kinds of energy, or startling comprehension abilities. However, they're all mediocre in other aspects. However, the heavens are fair. Although humans are mediocre in other aspects, they have martial spirits. Although the effects of martial spirits are not obvious in the later stages, they do increase the cultivation speed of human cultivators in the early stages, strengthening their combat prowess. In the later stages, everyone cultivates heavenly sage laws, and primordial energy, reaching the same starting line. Slowly, some clans learn to use bloodline contracts to innately control their martial spirits. For example, they sign contracts with ancient holy beasts to change the martial spirits of themselves and their descendants. This is how the holy beast martial spirits of the four holy lands came about. Xiao Chen nodded. He understood all this. He had even seen how the Shao clan's ancestors subdued the blue dragon in the blue dragon medallion. However, Xiao Chen had not gotten to the main point. Why was the blue dragon martial spirit stronger than the other three holy beast martial spirits, able to suppress them? As for why the blue dragon martial spirit is stronger than the other three holy beast martial spirits, the secret lies in the totem that the ancient blue dragon king personally forged. Through a ritual, this totem can be used to contact the blue dragon race, which has already left this abandoned land. This is a special favor. Back then, your Shao clan's ancestor passed the test of the ancient blue dragon king. The ancestors of the other three clans were much weaker. They could only control the holy beast martial spirits through contracts and could not contact the holy beast race that left the abandoned land. The land of exile. It was the land of exile again. What exactly did the land of exile mean? This was not the first time Xiao Chen heard these words. However, why was the Kunlun realm called the abandoned land? The tomb keeper of the distant sea dragon grave did not have any reservations. When he heard Xiao Chen's question, he answered, "The immortal epoch has ended, and a new epoch will descend. All the old order will be destroyed." During the immortal epoch, the Kunlun realm ruled over all the great thousand realms. It was the center of all the great realms of the universe. It was known as the primordial heavenly realm. However, after everything shattered, all the order was disrupted. A new primordial heavenly realm would be born, and the old primordial heavenly realm would fall into ruin. It would become an abandoned land in the universe, not accepted by the new epoch. This was Xiao Chen's first time hearing such a detailed explanation. So, this was how the abandoned land came to be. No wonder those people suspected to be martial gods from the ancient era all left this world, not leaving any clues. They were probably afraid of carrying the mark of the abandoned land and not being accepted by the new epoch. However, this selfishness caused the peak experts of the Kunlun realm to suffer. Even someone as strong as the Haotian Emperor would say something sorrowful. Was there a peak above Prime? Of course, there was a peak above Prime. It was just that it was not in the Kunlun realm. Perhaps the Haotian Emperor knew all this. However, he could no longer do it, so he gambled everything and placed his hopes on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said, "Based on what you said, it sounds like you saw the moment the immortal epic ended." The tombkeeper nodded. His previously emotionless expression actually turned somewhat sorrowful at this moment. That was a tragedy of the mortal realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation shattered, and the heavenly palaces collapsed. All the omnipotent heavenly immortals and Buddhas ran out of magic energy. Their magic skills vanished, and they turned into meteors and fell. Even the strong immortal lords and immortal ancestors, existences that could defy the heavens and change fate, died in batches like pigs and dogs. All the holy beasts and experts that had not advanced to immortal ascension fled the Kunlun realm in a panic as long as they could. They fled this originally fairy-like paradise, the primordial heavenly realm. That was the end of the world. As Xiao Chen listened to the tomb keeper's words, he simulated the scene of the end of the world in his mind. Immortals died like pigs and dogs. This sentence described the sorrow of the end of the world. Following that, Xiao Chen asked about the Dark Church and the Qing Emperor. In the end, the tomb keeper did not know much about either. The tomb keeper only knew that the Dark Church was an extremely mysterious faction. He did not know when it had suddenly appeared. The ancient dragon race, which had remained in the Kunlun realm due to insufficient strength, had even fought many battles. Later on, the ancient dragon race of the Kunlun realm was wiped out due to various reasons as time passed. They had not figured out the origins of this Dark Church. As for the Qing Emperor, the tomb keeper only said that when he met the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago, he was shocked at the Qing Emperor's strength. He had a deep impression of the Qing Emperor, but he did not know much about the Qing Emperor. After all, the tomb keeper was just a tomb keeper, an existence similar to an item spirit. He did not have complicated emotions like humans and would not overthink. You once said that all the past sect masters of the Dragon's Gate would choose this place as their burial ground before they died. Why is that? Xiao Chen asked somewhat excitedly when he thought of something. Those who possess the blue dragon martial spirit are already half of the dragon race. If they can be buried in this blue dragon king grave palace, they can bring good fortune to their descendants. Furthermore, they all have the jade strip that I gave them. As long as they are willing, they can send it to this grave palace at any time. Xiao Chen had studied the Paradise Secret Canon before and knew the principle of good fortune for the descendants. Hence, he did not doubt this. Now, here was the main point. Xiao Chen continued asking, "In that case, all the Dragon's Gate sect masters who are on the verge of death will choose this place as their burial ground. There are no exceptions." The tomb keeper nodded, indicating that there were no exceptions. However, I discovered that the Qing Emperor is not here. Does that mean that he is not dead? Perhaps he is like those absolute experts from the ancient era, leaving this world? The tomb keeper shook his head and said, "That is not possible. Think about it yourself. If he really left this world, he would definitely erase all traces of him in this world. However, based on what you said, there are still legends of him in this world. There's still all sorts of things that he did. If he really erased all traces of him, then none of that would exist. Even the people closest to him would not remember his existence. How could there be stories of him being passed down?" When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help feeling somewhat dispirited. Could it be that he guessed wrong? You have a lot of questions. However, I have already answered them all. You can leave now, right? The tomb keeper wanted to chase him away again. Xiao Chun could not help feeling depressed. Why do you keep chasing me away? Chapter 1243. This is a peaceful place for the dead. Naturally, it does not allow the living to exist. I thought that you were like those ancestors, here to strengthen the Dragon's Gate's totem. Now that the Dragon's Gate no longer exists and you are not a dead person, naturally, I have to chase you away, the tomb keeper said calmly, not making an exception at all. Only the dead can stay here. In that case, why are you not leaving? I already said that I am not human in the first place. I'm the tomb keeper. Naturally, I have to stay here. Xiao Chun was speechless. Indeed, the other party is not human. Why did I bother arguing with him for so long? However, this was a place that even sovereign martial emperors dreamed of coming to. It was not easy for Xiao Chun to come here. If he were to return empty-handed, he would feel dissatisfied. Are there any secret treasures of the dragon race or cultivation techniques left behind by the ancestors of my Xiao clan? Indeed, there are. However, I'm sorry, I cannot give them to you. The first master of the Grave Palace stipulated that you are not allowed to take away anything that entered the Grave Palace. At first, Xiao Chun rejoiced. However, when he heard about the rules, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. In the end, he still could not obtain anything. The tomb keeper made a helpless expression and said, "I am fine with it. However, rules are rules. Logically speaking, the things of your ancestors should be yours. However, after entering the Grave Palace, you have to abide by the rules. Let's go. Don't overthink. After all, this is the Grave Palace of the Dragon Race, not your Dragon's Gate's treasure trove. If you want treasures, go to your Dragon's Gate's Blue Dragon Palace. That is the correct way. However, since this is our first meeting, I will give you a small gift as well. Consider it a greeting gift." The tomb keeper gently prodded Xiao Chun's forehead. Before Xiao Chun could say anything, this finger prodded him out of the distant sea dragon grave. By the time Xiao Chun recovered his wits, he had already reappeared in the desolate plains of fire. The small iron defense magic formation that he formed earlier had not scattered yet. A talisman seal appeared in Xiao Chun's hand. He left a spiritual mark on it. After checking it, he realized that this was a talisman seal that could allow him to head to the distant sea dragon grave at any time. However, it seemed like it could only be used once. It seemed like it was just as the tomb keeper had said. It would only be used before death. Looking at the seal, Xiao Chun thought of the Qing Emperor. Since the Qing Emperor did not use the seal, did he not die? Right, the tomb keeper said he would give me a small gift. Could it be this? Thinking of this, Xiao Chun shook his head. That fellow was not a human in the first place. It was just a tool spirit that abided by the rules. Xiao Chun, it shouldn't be this. When the tomb keeper pointed at you, I seemed to see the blue dragon totem light up. There were countless blue dragons surrounding the totem in auspicious clouds. It should be related to the blue dragon martial soul. Ao Jiao asked from the immortal spirit ring. When Xiao Chun heard this, he sank his consciousness into his dantian. Indeed, it was as Ao Jiao said. A pair of dragon horns grew on the head of the tiny blue dragon martial soul. Dragon horns seemed to be the symbol of the ruler of the blue dragon bloodline. What does this mean? Does it acknowledge me as the blue dragon king? Aside from the pair of dragon horns, Xiao Chun felt that the dragon might of the blue dragon martial soul seemed to have become much stronger. It was very condensed and did not scatter. Xiao Qian's dominance of kingship was based on the blue dragon martial soul. Given this, when he executed the 1,000-year hegemony establishment, its might should have increased somewhat. The might of the subduing dragon profound slash, a martial technique exclusive to the blue dragon martial soul, should have increased even more. I will test this out when I get out. Xiao Chun formed hand seals with both hands and said softly, "Withdraw." A talisman seal appeared in Xiao Chen's hand from underground. The various nodes of the minor iron defense magic formation turned into an illusory Buddhist guardian deity and entered the talisman seal. "Young Master Yi, you finally came out." The moment the minor iron defense magic formation withdrew, Wang Yuzhu ran out joyfully. At this moment, he rejoiced that he had not run around randomly. Otherwise, if he did not run into Xiao Chun, only death awaited him. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. This Wang Yuzhu had passed his test and was someone he could trust. "How long have I been gone?" "About 3 days." 3 days? How can it be so long? I clearly feel like I have only been in the Grave Palace for a few hours. Never mind, let's not think about this. That Grave Palace is not a good place. It is very strange. Xiao Chen even suspected that the entire Grave Palace was a secret treasure. Furthermore, it was something that surpassed an emperor-grade secret treasure. If Xiao Chun truly wanted to understand all this, he might have to leave this abandoned land and personally go to where the dragon race was. "Oh, right. Young Master Yi, 2 days ago I saw that group of people from the Dragon Slayers fleeing in a sorry state in the sky. All of them were significantly injured. I wonder what happened. It is probably retribution. After doing such a wicked thing, heaven will definitely come to collect it." Xiao Chen did not know that Yi Ling's group received such retribution because of him, so he just replied indifferently, "That's right. Come, I'll bring you out of this distant sea dragon grave." Not willing to remain in this place for long, Xiao Chun took out the cycle banner. 5-colored starlight shot out amid the sound of waves as he forcefully opened a path. With the cycle banner in hand, Xiao Chen already possessed the strength of a first heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. Unfortunately, he was carrying a person and could not leave this place uninjured. When Xiao Chun killed his way to the foggy area, he suffered significant injuries. Fortunately, he had a half-step golden body and recovered quickly, so it was not a problem. After putting away the cycle banner, Xiao Chun looked at the foggy area. Then, he said, "Ao Jiao, help me lead the way." "Hee, I got it. Just watch me." With Ao Jiao leading the way, Xiao Chun moved unobstructed in this foggy area that confused senses. Furthermore, unlike Yi Ling, who had the dragon-shaped key, he did not suffer many attacks along the way. 1 hour later, the two's eyes lit up. The vast and boundless sea reappeared before them, and they immediately felt comfortable from the inside out. The suppressed emotions in the distant sea dragon grave finally relaxed. After escaping death, Wang Yuzhu felt deeply moved. After a long time, he said, "Young Master Yi, it is really all thanks to you this time. I'm unable to repay you for saving my life. Brother Wang is too polite. I would like to ask you, do you regret coming to this distant sea dragon grave?" Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at the other party. Wang Yuzhu clearly knew that the chances of finding the divine medicine were close to 0, yet he still risked his life to come here. He nearly did not return. Did he regret it? Whether I regret it or not is not important. What is important is our attitude. As long as there is hope, we will not give up. We will meet again in the future. If you have time, you can come to the Storm Sea to look for me. Wang Yuzhu performed a cupped fist salute and thanked Xiao Chun sincerely again. That's right. As long as there is hope, I cannot give up. Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Emperor in 5 years. Before he realized it, 2 years had passed. Now, he only had 3 years left to clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. Since ancient times, no one had been able to clear the great tribulation of wind and fire in just 3 years. However, there was still that trace of hope. Xiao Chun absolutely could not give up on the Emperor's path. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed in the sky, so piercing that Xiao Chun squinted. When he looked up, he saw Yiling riding on a golden war chariot, hovering in the air. That war chariot gave off a bright light. The golden light flickered in a piercing and dazzling manner. It also exuded an ancient battle hunger and surging killing chi. Brother Xiao, it has been 1 year since we parted at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. How long are you going to wear this mask for? Yiling asked softly with a warm smile as he stood on the war chariot. Xiao Chen slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome and delicate face. Then he smiled calmly and said, Brother Yiling, you are indeed the same as when we first met. Your eyes are still as outstanding as before. Are you making fun of me? Yiling raised his eyebrows. If not for you causing a commotion in the entire distant sea dragon grave, I would not have recognized you. There are so many outstanding talents in the heavenly starry ocean hoping for your death. They would never have imagined that you would advance to consummation blue-robed emperor in a mere 2 years. Likewise, Xiao Chen kept his guard up in secret, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, I also did not expect that the famous dragon slayer of the Dragon Grave Sea would be the heavenly starry ocean's Mr. Goody Two-Shoes, young treasure master Yiling. A trace of pride flashed on Yiling's face. He smiled and said, At the Four Seas Hero Gathering, you instantly defeated the outstanding talents of the Four Seas with one move, showing boundless glory. Back then, I wanted to exchange a few moves with you. Unfortunately, I never had the chance. Might I ask if young Master Xiao is willing to give me some pointers? A heavy murderous intent and hatred were hidden in Yiling's smile. Clearly, Yiling felt pent up over Xiao Chen ruining his plans. I will be delighted to. I also want to know if you live up to your reputation as a dragon slayer. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and he unconsciously released his aura. His right hand already grasped the lunar shadow, saber scabbard. Right after Yiling spoke, his smile sank. He leaped off the war chariot and formed a claw with his right hand, swiping at Xiao Chen. In that instant, the golden light vanished, and dark clouds filled the sky. A huge image appeared behind Yiling. It was the ghost hoe that Xiao Chen had seen before. However, it was somewhat different. Its aura seemed significantly weaker. Under Yiling's control, the huge claw of this ghost hoe image arrived before Xiao Chen in the next moment, looking like it wanted to tear him in half. The moment the ghost hoe appeared, Xiao Chen instinctively felt fear in his heart. His physical body stiffened somewhat. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's dantian did not show any fear or cowardice this time. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's dantian. His entire body trembled, and all his fear vanished. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you were so bold, daring to challenge me. However, this time, you'll be disappointed. I will break one of your arms first. The blue dragon martial spirit, strengthened by the gravekeeper, did not fear the might of the ghost hoe at all. In that case, Yiling was just a consummation blue-robed emperor. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen swung his saber, a light flickered. The 70% comprehended lightning saber soul condensed, and a scarlet light spurted out. Yiling chopped off half of his arm. Without the ghost hoe, Yiling was just a great perfection blue-robed emperor before Xiao Chen. The difference in cultivation was too great. Right now, without using the cycle banner, Xiao Chen could already kill the half-step Emperor Wu. What more, a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Some people would feel extremely fearful before knowing their trump cards. However, when their trump card were revealed, that was all there was to it. For example, this person before him, who had been very confident earlier, challenging Xiao Chen to a huge battle. Coincidentally, the Gravekeeper had just strengthened Xiao Chen's blue dragon martial spirit. Otherwise, given how the ghost Ho countered the dragon race, it would be hard to say what the outcome of this battle would be. If Xiao Chen wanted to blame someone, he could only blame Yiling for being unlucky. Chapter 1244. Blood flowed endlessly from Yiling's severed arm. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Horror and doubt flashed in Yiling's eyes as he quickly retreated. What exactly did you obtain in the dragon grave? Even the might of the ghost hoe cannot suppress you. The ghost hoe was the nemesis of the dragon race. It swallowed dragons like eating earthworms, killing them in one bite. Even after its death, the might of the ghost hoe was sufficient to suppress any dragon race cultivator. Didn't you want to exchange moves? It was just one move. Brother Yiling, why are you running so fast? Xiao Chan asked coldly as he stood upright while holding his saber. Yiling's eyes flickered. Don't underestimate the ghost hoe. Even after losing an arm, I can still kill you. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. Even at death's door, you're still so stubborn. Do you really think that I have never seen a true ghost hoe before? This ghost hoe of yours is just an afterimage. If you do not tell me all the secrets of the ghost hoe today, you can forget about leaving alive. Only now did Yiling's expression change. The ghost hoe was the soul of the dead hoe. All along, his father, the treasure master, had been controlling it. What Yiling obtained was indeed just an afterimage. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun saw through it. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to make another move, a flash of light charged over with the speed of lightning. Loud sounds rang out endlessly like a vast army riding on waves. The aura was so vast that it flabbergasted everyone. Xiao Chun felt like he was in an ancient battlefield, with countless soldiers riding on horses charging at him like a tidal wave. It was like a mountain flood, unblockable. The Golden War Chariot. It was that ancient Golden War Chariot. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he retreated to avoid the light. The momentum was too ferocious, and it appeared too suddenly. In the time it took for lightning to flash, Xiao Chen quickly made the most rational decision. Whoosh! Yiling laughed loudly and somersaulted back onto the Golden War Chariot. I did not rely on this ghost hoe's afterimage to move unhindered in the Dragon Grave Sea. Brother Xiao, I will take revenge for my broken arm another day. To ordinary people, losing an arm was like losing half of their strength. However, to Yiling, he had the richest father in the heavenly starry ocean. Before the mysterious treasure master, reattaching his arm was nothing. He watched as the other party boarded the war chariot and left just like that. A great opportunity to uncover the secrets of the ghost domain was lost just like that. Xiao Chan raged in his heart. He could no longer care about exposing his trump cards to Yiling. With a thought, the cycle banner appeared in his hand, and he activated it with primordial energy. The flags unfurled with a whoosh and undulated like waves, emitting the sound of heavy ocean waves. The entire sea was dancing. The vast and boundless sea was like a toy in Xiao Chen's hands. Closely following that, space rippled like waves. Yiling's lightning-fast war chariot paused for a moment. Now, Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the lightning flashed for 1,000th of an instant. With a roar, he tossed out the cycle banner in his hand. Instantly, night fell. When one looked up, the sky was filled with stars, visible to the naked eye. Along with the five-colored starlight, massacre, death, ruin, despair, and grief, the cycle banner cut through the Golden War Chariot's defense like a hot knife through butter. In that 1,000th of an instant, it easily broke through the defenses of the Golden War Chariot. The cycle banner stabbed towards Yiling's chest. This startled Yiling. At the crucial moment, he shifted his body by an inch, avoiding a vital point. Pussy! A miserable shriek rang out. Yiling's other intact arm, from the shoulder down, directly broke off. Xiao Chen watched coldly. You can laugh, but I will break your arm. Let's see if you can still laugh now. Xiao Chen, I cannot live under the same sky as you. If I do not take revenge for this, I will not be human. Just you wait. On the day of your great tribulation of wind and fire, I, Yiling, will definitely return this 100-fold. Yiling, who was on the war chariot, screamed hysterically, his hair disheveled. He no longer had his initial grace. Cannot live under the same sky as you? 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor killed the ancient mutated beast hoe. 10,000 years later, the mysterious treasure master grasped the soul of the ghost hoe. No matter how Xiao Chen thought about it, he and the treasure master's bloodline would become enemies sooner or later. There was an irresolvable conflict between the two. This conflict was much clearer than the complicated relationship between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Chun put away the cycle banner. As he looked at the distant golden war chariot, he felt it was a pity. Xiao Chun was very interested in the ghost hoe. Jiang Tian once said that the ghost hoe could not be controlled. Now, it looked like he was gravely mistaken. The mysterious treasure master who controlled all the markets in the heavenly starry ocean was probably even more mysterious than everyone imagined. Ao Jiao asked, Xiao Chun, are we not going to give chase? Shaking his head, Xiao Chun replied, we can't catch up. That golden war chariot is very incredible. It is even faster than my flood dragon war chariot. Furthermore, even if we catch up, it will be a tough battle. We still won't be able to keep him here. Where should we go now? Should we return directly to Heavenly Star Island or stay at Little Ba's place? Since we're going to pass by the Black Sea, we should chat with the Flame Rock Sovereign. I have to personally tell the Flame Rock Sovereign about the treasure that I obtained from the Thunder King. While Ao Jiao dared to address the Flame Rock Sovereign as Little Ba, Xiao Chun did not have such seniority. Traveling with Emperor Wu in the distant Sea Dragon Grave gave Xiao Chun a taste of Emperor Wu's strength. The red-haired Emperor Wu's second heaven martial emperor strength already made Xiao Chun feel helpless. How strong would the Flame Rock Sovereign, a sovereign martial emperor, be? Driving the Flood Dragon war chariot, Xiao Chun returned to Dark City after half a month. During the past half-month, Xiao Chun did not remain idle in the war chariot. Aside from opening the door of time and space to absorb primordial energy, he used essence stones to cultivate law energy. Heavenly laws were the foundation of cultivation. Furthermore, they were nourishment for primordial energy. There was a limit to opening the door of time and space, so the cultivation of heavenly laws could not be interrupted. Only by breaking through the ninth heaven and reaching prime could one give up on the cultivation of heavenly laws and cultivate primordial energy without any restrictions. With great familiarity, Xiao Chun soon arrived at the Flame Rock Castle in Dark City. Unexpectedly, he saw Ba Yin waiting at the entrance from afar. Ba Yin laughed loudly. Hee. There's no need to find it strange. My grandfather sensed your presence the moment you entered the Black Sea, so he told me to wait for you in advance. Brother Xiao, quickly tell me how much you have improved. My grandfather said that the current you is much better than before. My grandfather said that even if there were 100 of me, I would not be a match for you. When I asked him what it was, he kept me in suspense. I am about to die from anxiety. Xiao Chun smiled. There was no need to hide anything before a friend. Furthermore, this matter would spread sooner or later. He answered honestly, I have already succeeded in condensing the heart of an emperor in advance. I have already condensed the heart of an emperor and advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor. I only need to wait for my great tribulation of wind and fire before I can ascend to Emperor Wu. Batu's mouth gaped in a large O shape. This news was too shocking. He could not react for a while. How long had it been? Xiao Chun had advanced from great perfection blue-robed emperor to consummation blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, he had condensed the heart of an emperor. This was an unprecedented feat that would never happen again. Ha ha, brother, you are really something. Ha! In the future, when I lose in a fight, I will not look for Big Brother, but you, Batu said half-jokingly. Now that Xiao Chun had such a fortuitous encounter, he felt very happy for Xiao Chun. Come. Let's go in first before talking. Xiao Chun, who was about to raise his leg, suddenly frowned and stopped. Someone is coming. Who? Batu was somewhat puzzled. He turned his head and saw someone riding a horse galloping over on the main road with a sword hanging on his back. This was Zhong Buxiong's foster son, the strongest person of the Black Sea, Sima Lingxian. Xiao Chun was not too surprised at Sima Lingxuan's appearance. Since the Flame Rock Sovereign could sense his presence, Zhong Buxiong could as well. The other great bandits of the Black Sea should be able to sense him as well. Indeed, when Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense into the distance, he saw familiar faces that he had seen at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting rushing over. The Bloodshark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Yang, and the Great Bandit's descendant, Lu Yun, were all rushing over to the Flame Rock Castle. However, these people were slower than Sima Lingxian. They should have received the news at the same time. However, in terms of speed, they were much faster than the others. This showed that Sima Lingxuan's improvement during this period was much greater than the others. At the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, Sima Lingxian abandoned his sword and left at the last step, breaking his heart tribulation and gaining a new life. Xiao Chen did not know what happened to Sima Lingxian after the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Xiao Chen's state of mind was like ancient water, fluctuating endlessly. He would deal with the situation as it came. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, it would be hard not to remain calm. After condensing the heart of an emperor and advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen was in such a state. Whoosh! As the horse galloped, Sima Lingxian soared into the air. Then, he drifted down like a fallen leaf and landed 500 meters in front of Xiao Chen. Sima Lingxian looked straight ahead at the returning Xiao Chen. His eyes were not filled with hatred like before, disrupting his mental state. Such a state astonished Xiao Chen. When the world happened for Sima Lingxian to break out of his heart tribulation, consummation blue-robed emperor, Sima Lingxian was even more astonished. In just a few months, Xiao Chen had actually broken through to great perfection blue-robed emperor, reaching consummation blue-robed emperor. After a while, Sima Lingxuan's lips curled up in a self-mocking expression. That is not strange. The kind of pressure one experiences determines the kind of improvement one makes. However, ordinary people would be crushed by the pressure, sinking into despair and hatred. Clearly, you're not such a person. Xiao Chen said calmly. Sima Lingxian, why are you here? To say it directly. Sima Lingxian replied, don't worry. I'm not here to take revenge. We still have an unfinished battle at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I want to finish this battle with you. Regardless of victory or defeat, the grudges between us will be written off. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. Given Sima Lingxuan's character, he had not expected him to say such a thing. Sima Lingxian had always wanted to kill Xiao Chen to vent his hatred. It looked like he had really broken out of his heart tribulation. This was incredible. Are you sure you have thought this through? You just broke out of your heart tribulation, yet you want to fight me? Have you ever thought that you would lose miserably? Chapter 1245. Xiao Chen was not willing to give Sima Lingxian another mental barrier the moment he got over it. If Xiao Chen used his full power, Sima Lingxian would not be able to receive even one move from him. Sima Lingxian countered with a question. How miserable can it be? Can it be worse than the defeat in the five-nation youth competition? I don't believe it. Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He nodded and said, in that case, make your move. Sima Lingxian, who came prepared, did not gather his aura for long. He took a step forward and drew his sword. White-robed Xiao Chen, do you still remember this move? This is the sixth move of the Emperor's sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks everywhere. Thousands of mountains appeared out of nowhere. As the sword flew over, it leaped over thousands of mountains. Every time it leaped over a mountain, it would absorb the heavy aura of that mountain. By the time it leaped over 1,000 mountains, the sword had already gathered an unknown amount of heavy aura. The thousands of mountains gathered in the sword, and space suddenly pressed down. Where Xiao Chen stood, the ground suddenly caved in. Aside from where Xiao Chen stood, everything else sank in. This was a familiar scene. Back then, when Xiao Chen fought Sima Lingxian in the five-nation youth competition, he used this move at the end. Unexpectedly, after 10 years, Sima Lingxian had not given up on this move. After studying it, he managed to raise the might of a medial-grade profound martial technique. This was truly shocking. How much talent and perseverance did one need to achieve this? Unfortunately, the Xiao Chen that Sima Lingxian faced now was also very different from the past. Furthermore, Sima Lingxian had improved even more. The gap between the two was not something that a medial-grade, profound martial technique could make up for. Back then, Xiao Chun had used the four-season saber techniques, Grieving Frost, to break this move. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. With a thought, Xiao Chun circulated 5 strands of primordial energy. In that instant, an indistinct emperor's might appeared on Xiao Chun's body. Grand Mist power was far more formidable than the power of heaven laws. In terms of momentum, it instantly suppressed the Grand Mist power. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun still had not moved a single step. His saber had not even been drawn. When Sima Lingxuan's sword was less than a meter away from Xiao Chun, he instantly drew the Lunar Shadow Saber. 70% comprehended lightning saber soul and 5 strands of primordial energy. The absolute difference in strength allowed Xiao Chun to knock away Sima Lingxuan's sword with one saber strike. A look of horror flashed in Sima Lingxuan's eyes. Before he could react, he was knocked back by an irresistible aura that could not be blocked. When Sima Lingxian landed on the ground, he vomited a mouthful of blood. The sword that he sent flying stabbed into the ground beside him. One move, just one move, without even using a martial technique, and Xiao Chun was defeated. Sima Lingxian smiled bitterly and said, "Indeed, you lost even more miserably than that time. Actually, I should have known long ago. Given your character, you would never boast. The grievances between us shall end here." Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. When he heard Sima Lingxuan's words, he felt strangely relieved. A grudge was a cause and effect. Being able to resolve this cause and effect was indeed a good thing. After all, they were both from the Sky Dome realm. Whether they were willing or not, they could not deny this fact. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun said, "Many thanks. Also, congratulations on resolving this cause and effect." Sima Lingxian stood up and carefully sheathed his sword. After a long time, he said, "You have the luck of our Sky Dome realm on you. No matter what, I hope that you can clear your great tribulation of wind and fire and walk the Emperor's road." After saying that, Sima Lingxian turned around and mounted his tall horse. Then he pulled on the reins and galloped off, disappearing from the road. The many great bandits that rushed over happened to see Xiao Chun defeat Sima Lingxian in one move. This scene startled them. After the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, Sima Lingxian had improved the most. He was now the strongest outstanding talent of the Black Sea. However, such an existence could not even block one saber strike from the returning Xiao Chun. In that case, these people who thought that they had improved and could fight with Xiao Chun again will be even worse off. If Sima Lingxian could not block one move, could they block even half a move? As the many Black Sea outstanding talents watched Xiao Chun enter the Flame Rock Fort, they were all speechless. Originally, they wanted to challenge Xiao Chun, but now they buried all of them in their hearts. "Brother Xiao Chun, you and this Sima Lingxian are old acquaintances. It looks like there's a deep grudge between you and him?" Batu asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chun nodded and gave a simple explanation of the grudges between him and Sima Lingxian in the Sky Dome realm. Batu suddenly understood. He said, "No wonder. I heard that after the previous Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, many people saw Sima Lingxian cry after he retreated without a fight." Cry? Xiao Chun was startled. How could man cry so easily? Sima Lingxian actually cried. Suddenly, Xiao Chun soared into the air. From a distance, he could vaguely see Sima Lingxian riding a horse into the distance. Sima Lingxuan's lonely figure appeared somewhat desolate. Xiao Chun was entranced by this sight. He muttered, "So, you're a sentimental person as well." Xiao Chun blamed himself in his heart. If he had known about this earlier, he would not have let Sima Lingxian suffer such a miserable defeat. "Brother Xiao, are you all right? My grandfather is still waiting for you," Batu asked worriedly with a grave expression when he saw Xiao Chun in the air. Xiao Chun landed and said, "I'm fine. I just feel somewhat regretful. Many of the people from the Sky Dome realm who came to the Kunlun realm with me are unknown. I do not know if they are still alive or not. I can only see 1 or 2 of them. He is the first to give me his blessings." The first blessings from an old friend on the Emperor's Road turned out to be an old enemy. The Flame Rock Sovereign waited for a long time in the courtyard. Batu tactfully left, leaving only Shao Chun and the Flame Rock Sovereign. After not seeing you for half a year, you really became the second Bloodsword Sovereign. You condensed the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. However, this is not a good thing, either. The Flame Rock Sovereign glanced at Shao Chun as he spoke, a hint of worry on his face. Shao Chun sat down and poured a cup of tea for the Flame Rock Sovereign. Then, he continued, I understand. The great tribulation of wind and fire is determined by the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. The stronger the person undergoing the tribulation, the more dangerous the tribulation will be. However, I have to do this. I do not have much time. I need to quickly advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. Otherwise, I will not even have the chance to undergo the tribulation. Advancing to martial emperor would be pointless. The Flame Rock Sovereign drained the tea in his cup. Then he sighed and said, in my 2,000-odd years of life, I have seen many startling geniuses. However, compared to you, they all pale in comparison. Going back further, even during the most glorious ancient era of the Kunlun realm, there were not many who had a harder time advancing to emperor than you. Shao Chun said humbly, Senior, you are too polite. This time, I also have some questions that I would like to ask, Senior. The Flame Rock Sovereign nodded and said, I guessed a little. You must have many questions about condensing the heart of an emperor. Speak. If I can answer them, I will tell you everything I know. Shao Chun thought for a while before asking, might I ask if Senior knows what an abandoned land is? The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, a regular emperor might not know about this. However, on my level, an abandoned land is no longer a secret. The seniors who disappeared in history mostly left this world. However, after the 100-Race War of the ancient era, no one has been able to leave this abandoned land. Shao Chun asked out of curiosity, why? The Flame Rock Sovereign hesitated for a while, swirling the tea in his cup. After thinking for a while, he said, given your current strength, there is no harm in telling you. In any case, you will have to face it sooner or later. After the 100-Race War, the Kunlun realm fell from the peak of the martial Tao. Although the Kunlun realm won a bitter victory in that demonic calamity, it still gave the Dark Church a chance, allowing them to seal off the exit to the abandoned land. This was the first time Shao Chun heard such news. He felt shocked in his heart. He exclaimed in shock, there is an exit to the abandoned land. There used to be, but it is gone now. Where is it? You should have seen it before. The boundless peak that suppresses the rock of origin in the Kunlun mountain range is the original road to heaven. Shao Chun thought for a while and remembered. Back then, when he went to the heavenly dew divine spring, he had indeed seen that boundless peak. At that time, it had left a deep impression on Shao Chun. That peak had been majestic with no end in sight. There had also been Emperor Wu of the various races guarding there. So it is that peak. Unexpectedly, the Kunlun realm has such a path. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled bitterly and said, don't overthink. Even if that path is not blocked, not many people would chase it away. There is a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, it is completely blocked now. The entire Kunlun realm is a huge cage. No matter what kind of genius you are, you will not be able to escape the butcher's knife of time in the end. Eventually, you will die. The Flame Rock Sovereign's words were filled with helplessness, very similar to the tone of the Haoyan Emperor, Ingzongtian. Perhaps every person who advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor would feel this kind of bitterness. Under the seemingly glorious exterior, there was a bitterness that others would find hard to understand. What is the background of this dark church? Why do they want to eradicate our Kunlun realm? Shao Chun could not figure it out. The Flame Rock Sovereign made an expression of being unable to answer. Then, he waved his hand and said no one knows. The Dark Church already existed in the ancient era. At that time, nearly all the races that survived the Immortal epoch died at their hands. They're like a nightmare. After that, the desolate ancient era and the ancient era all showed signs of them. Originally, the ancient era was the peak of the martial epoch. That was the time when the martial epoch was the most confident of eliminating the Dark Church. However, the various races fought each other, killing each other. This gave the Dark Church an opportunity. This is really ironic. Xiao Chun thought of something and asked, when will the next demonic calamity arrive? It's hard to say. Originally, the primes of the various races predicted that the Dark Church would take action within 10 years. However, there seems to be some variables delaying the demonic calamity. The next demonic calamity might be extraordinary. It would be fine if it does not come. Once the next demonic calamity arrives, it will definitely sweep through the entire Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen recalled Chu Chaoyan saying that the Qing Emperor's evil thoughts, Tung Xiao, had failed in his attempt to become the church master and was killed instead. Could this variable be? However, Xiao Chun could not tell the Flame Rock Sovereign about this. It was just his guess. Chapter 1246. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not seem willing to speak about this. He put down his teacup and smiled. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you already condensed the heart of an emperor, you should ask more about cultivation. With my strength, I should be able to give you some pointers. Xiao Chan felt embarrassed in his heart. He quickly said, Senior is being too humble. This junior would be more than happy to receive pointers. I will definitely gain a lot. Upon hearing this, the Flame Rock Sovereign rejoiced in his heart. This Xiao Chan still understood the big picture. He did not become arrogant and ignorant because of his current accomplishments. In reality, with the Flame Rock Sovereign's current strength, even 100 Xiao Chun would not be a match for him. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, Come, let me see your primordial energy first. After saying that, the Flame Rock Sovereign placed a finger on Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chun did not resist, allowing the other party's spiritual sense to enter his body. After a while, the Flame Rock Sovereign released his finger. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt a beam of light quickly circle his body. The other party clearly saw the law energy in his body, the vital qi of his physical body, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. What a fellow! Before advancing to Martial Emperor, you already have 10 strands of primordial energy. Furthermore, they are so dense. Half-step golden body, 10 strands of primordial energy, 7th layer saber soul, and a peak will of thunder. Right now, your overall combat prowess is no weaker than that of a first heaven martial emperor like Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun listened quietly. The Flame Rock Sovereign had not finished speaking yet. The latter part was what he was most interested in. The Flame Rock Sovereign withdrew his smile and continued. However, I can tell you clearly that it is practically impossible for you to clear your great tribulation of wind and fire with just these. Xiao Chun did not reveal any displeasure. He said seriously, Senior, please give me pointers. The Flame Rock Sovereign nodded to himself and said, Stay with me for a while. I will focus on giving you pointers for this 1 month. When Xiao Chun heard that, he rejoiced and said, Many thanks, Senior. Time was very precious for a sovereign martial emperor. Xiao Chun was not master and disciple, nor did he have a blood relationship with the Flame Rock Sovereign. He was willing to stop his cultivation for a month to guide him. Needless to say, this opportunity was extremely precious. You're too polite. I'll use the power of a normal half-step Emperor Wu to exchange pointers with you. There is no need to use primordial energy. You can use any trump cards you have. First, I will show you how to bring out your full strength without wasting it. Hearing this, Xiao Chun was slightly taken aback and said with slight surprise, Senior, isn't that a bit too much? Right now, I am facing Emperor Wu of the first layer of heaven, and I still have the power to fight him. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, In that case, I'll make a bet with you. I'll give you 10 chances to make a move. As long as you can make him take 1 step back, it will be your win. If you win, I will give you a big gift that you absolutely need. If you lose, give me all your peak grade 1,000-year flame. All right, it's a deal then. Xiao Chun did not even think about it before agreeing. If Xiao Chun wanted to defeat the Flame Rock Sovereign, who only used the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, he might be shocked, but he also had some doubts. However, Xiao Chun absolutely did not believe that he could knock the other party back. This was not blind arrogance, but confidence in his own strength. There was no need to undervalue himself. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and looked at the flame rock sovereign. Senior, are you ready? You can make your move at any time. All right. In that case, sorry for the offense. There was a total of 10 chances to make a move. Out of caution and confidence in his own strength, Xiao Chun did not use his primordial energy on the first move. He directly used his heavenly laws to execute the 1,000-year Great Establishment. A boundless tyrannical aura of kingship spread out from Xiao Chen's body in an overwhelming manner. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and many cities appeared in the air. Millions of people appeared in the cities, kneeling and chanting "Long live." Xiao Chen's aura surged like a surging wave, instantly reaching its peak. When the cheers of "Long live" merged into one, Xiao Chen's tyrannical 1,000-year hegemony establishment hacked down ruthlessly. Of all the medial-grade, profound martial techniques that Xiao Chun grasped, the 1,000-year hegemony establishment was the most tyrannical. Xiao Chun was rather confident of using this move to force back the Flame Rock Sovereign. Xiao Chun found it hard to believe that the half-step Emperor Wu would not take half a step back after receiving this move head-on. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign would not be an exception. Retreat. The dynasty's tyrannical aura howled, displaying the luck of a dynasty for 1,000 years. The saber strike that Xiao Chun sent out perfectly carried this luck. Being able to use and withdraw a medial-grade, profound martial technique as one pleased was a sign of reaching the next level. Being able to use and withdraw as one pleased was a sign of reaching small perfection. The next level was becoming one with the will, comprehending the state contained in the profound martial technique and infusing it into the move. This was the sign of a great perfection martial technique. The final level was moving as one with the will. With a thought, before one made a move, all the mysterious phenomena of the martial technique would be completed in an instant. The instant one drew the weapon, all the might of the martial technique would burst forth. This was peak consummation. Every martial technique had these 4 levels, reaching the next level, small perfection, great perfection, and finally consummation. The higher the grade of a martial technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For a medial grade, profound martial technique, a regular minor, heavenly emperor Wu would find it very difficult to reach great perfection unless he cultivated it for more than 100 years. However, Xiao Chen's 1,000-year hegemony establishment was clearly only a step away from great perfection. The Flame Rock Sovereign nodded to himself in praise. No wonder this Xiao Chun was so confident before him. He was indeed a genius, startlingly talented. However, Xiao Chun was still lacking something. It would be somewhat difficult to knock him back. The Flame Rock Sovereign watched as that powerful saber light chopped down. Where it was less than 3 meters away, he moved. The Flame Rock Sovereign ferociously pushed his right hand forward, and his entire body turned scarlet like he had turned into a flame crystal. His entire body burned. However, when the Flame Rock Sovereign was about to clash with Xiao Chen's saber light, the flames on his entire body surged towards the Flame Rock Sovereign's index finger like a river. In that instant, the flame on the Flame Rock Sovereign's fingertip became incredibly dazzling, completely blocking out the sunlight. The entire world suddenly turned dark. Only that spot of light remained dazzling and piercing. When the Flame Rock Sovereign's fingertip touched the saber light, space tore. Someone took 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. It was not the Flame Rock Sovereign but Xiao Chun, who had chopped down with absolute confidence. Xiao Chun felt shocked. How'd he do it? How did he gather all the energy in his body at one point, not wasting any at all? If Xiao Chun had done this himself, his finger would have exploded immediately. Not only would he not be able to injure his opponent, but he would also end up crippling himself. Emperor Wu's golden body? That's not right. Since Senior Flame Rock Sovereign said that he would only use the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, he definitely would not go back on his word. After getting knocked back in one move, Xiao Chun did not panic. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation. The Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a smile on his face. Not bad. Such a mental state is hard to come by. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun could not understand what was going on. The other party's technique was too scary. The 1,000-year hegemony establishment was already the Flame Rock Sovereign's most tyrannical martial technique. If he could not even succeed with this, his other martial techniques would not be effective. If Xiao Chun wanted to use primordial energy, forget it. If he used primordial energy, even if he won by luck, he would feel that he had an unfair advantage. I admit defeat. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. Then he took out all the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chun left for him from the universe ring, feeling some heartache. Ha ha! The Flame Rock Sovereign laughed loudly and stretched out his hand, wanting to pull all the 1,000-year flame into his spatial ring. Humph! Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, moved to the side at some point in time. Then, she snorted coldly with her lips curled up. Xiao Chun glanced at the Flame Rock Sovereign, clearly hinting at him to try and take it away if you dare. Then, she raised her head to the sky, not looking at the Flame Rock Sovereign. The Flame Rock Sovereign withdrew his cocky smile. Feeling somewhat guilty from Ao Jiao's glare, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Little brother, you are getting serious. I was just joking. Hee hee. I just knew that little Ba would not bully the weak. A senior is a senior." Ao Jiao's expression changed in the blink of an eye, turning into a radiant smile. Then, she walked over and hugged all the 1,000-year flame on the ground. Then, she said, "That's right. What big gift. I already said it. Just take it out. Why are you still hiding it?" When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he quickly said, "Ao Jiao, I lost the bet." A smile bloomed on Ao Jiao's face. Then, she blinked and looked at the Flame Rock Sovereign. "Is that so?" The Flame Rock Sovereign looked at the 1,000-year flame in Ao Jiao's embrace. Then, he gulped and said, Yes. No, little friend Xiao Chun, the bet was just a joke. Given my seniority, how can I bet with you? Here, this is a greeting gift." After saying that, the Flame Rock Sovereign tossed out a jade bottle with a pained expression. Xiao Chun caught it and opened the bottle cap. Instantly, a familiar aura surged out, startling him into losing his calm. That's right. This is a primordial pill, a total of 10. Every 100 years, I use primordial energy to refine one. Originally, I left it for that brat Bai-Yin. Now, I'll give it to you. Use it well. I believe that you will be able to clear your great tribulation of wind and fire. It was really a primordial pill. How vast was the amount of primordial energy needed to refine primordial energy into a pill? Furthermore, the Flame Rock Sovereign also needed primordial energy to cultivate. One pill every 100 years was definitely worth it. This gift was too heavy. Xiao Chun felt somewhat ashamed to accept it. However, he was reluctant to give it up. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I believe that you're not a person who likes to stand on ceremony. Xiao Chun carefully put away the 10 primordial pills. These 10 primordial pills were simply too precious. No wonder the Flame Rock Sovereign said that he definitely needed them. Ao Jiao walked over happily and took the primordial pills from Xiao Chun's hands. Then, she winked at Xiao Chun and whispered, "I'll help you put them away first. Remember to squeeze out more from him." Back then, this Bai-Yin dared to call me big sister. There is no need to stand on ceremony with him. When the Flame Rock Sovereign, who already had a pained expression, heard that, his lips twitched again for some reason. After Ao Jiao was far away, Xiao Chun said, "Senior, the brewer of this 1,000-year flame is on my heavenly star island. When I return to my conferred land, I'll ask her to brew some more peak, grade 1,000-year flame and send them over." Upon hearing this, the Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, Good. You must remember that I love fine wine the most, especially strong wine. I've drunk this 1,000-year flame once, and I can't forget it anymore." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Definitely." The Flame Rock Sovereign withdrew his smile and turned serious. He said, "In this 1 month of guidance, I will not teach you any martial techniques. I will only teach you 3 things. The first is what you saw earlier. It allows you to gather all your energy at one point. That is the sharp spirit finger. Although it is called a finger, once you truly grasp it, you will be able to use it as you please. You can use every part of your body, not just your fingertip. Chapter 1247. The second is about Emperor Wu's cultivation, how to maximize the use of your primordial energy so that you do not waste natural resources. The third is the most closely related to you, some techniques for undergoing tribulations. Xiao Qin's expression turned solemn. These three techniques could all become divine techniques. All of them were extraordinary. As long as Xiao Qin learned any one of them, he would gain a lot. The Flame Rock Sovereign's kindness was simply too great. The Flame Rock Sovereign continued, "However, my guidance will not be easy. You will have to endure great pain for every technique. This is especially so for the third technique. You might even face the danger of dying." Xiao Qin did not show any fear. With a resolute gaze, he said, "Senior, don't worry." Along the way, this junior already understood this principle. The greater the value, the greater the risk and price. There is no such thing as reaping without sowing. I'll teach you the sharp spirit finger first. Little friend Xiao Qin, how do you think I managed to do that earlier finger? The Flame Rock Sovereign asked as he looked at Xiao Qin. It seemed like he was testing Xiao Qin's comprehension ability. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, "On the surface, it looks like you continuously compress all your energy and gather it at one point. Finally, you use that point to break through, bringing out offensive power that far surpasses your cultivation." Earlier, the Flame Rock Sovereign's finger had been executed with the cultivation of a half-step Emperor Wu. However, the destructive power it brought was even stronger than the medial-grade, profound martial technique that Xiao Qin executed. However, if it were that simple, there would not be anything special about this technique. Anyone would be able to learn it with one glance. Why would the Flame Rock Sovereign teach it to Xiao Qin like a treasure? The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled faintly and nodded. Continue. Xiao Qin thought for a while more before saying, "The true situation is definitely not that simple. The law, energy flows in the body like water. The human body is like a water sack. Once there is too much water in a certain area, the water sack will deform. If it is 1 or 2 times, it is still bearable. However, if it exceeds 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, something will happen to the water sack, causing it to explode." The Flame Rock Sovereign's smile widened. "This is my first time hearing such an analogy. Interesting. Continue. How can one ensure that the water sack does not explode?" The Flame Rock Sovereign did not say whether Xiao Qin's guess was right or wrong. He gestured for Xiao Qin to continue thinking. Xiao Qin felt encouraged and continued. "There are 2 ways to prevent the water sack from breaking. The first is to increase the toughness of the water sack, which is the strength of the physical body. The other is to increase the water's density, which is to strengthen the physical body. The second is to increase the water's density, which is to increase the water's density." Xiao Qin's train of thought grew clearer. He continued, "If I were to guess, Senior should have used the second method. This is because Senior only used the strength of a half-step martial emperor and did not use the Golden Emperor body." The Flame Rock Sovereign guffawed, confusing Xiao Qin. "Am I right or wrong? Senior, am I right or wrong?" Xiao Qin asked carefully. Now, he really did not know what the other party was thinking. After the Flame Rock Sovereign had laughed enough, he replied, "Sorry, you are completely wrong. However, I feel that your train of thought is a direction. Yes, I can consider it." Xiao Qin felt speechless. The Flame Rock Sovereign was digging a hole for him to pick. At first, when he saw the Flame Rock Sovereign's expression, he thought that he had guessed correctly. Unexpectedly, the Flame Rock Sovereign said such a thing. "Senior, there is no need to trick me like that, right?" Xiao Qin said, feeling depressed. The Flame Rock Sovereign said, "I am not tricking you. No matter how good the technique I comprehended is, it is still mine. It cannot compare to your own comprehension. Your direction is indeed correct. However, the physical body is the physical body, after all. It is different from the water sack. My technique can be summarized in one word: fast." Fast? What does that mean? It means extreme speed. With such a vast amount of energy gathered, the physical body indeed cannot endure it. However, if it is only 1,000th of a second or 100th of a second, do you think the physical body can endure it? Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he immediately felt enlightened. Indeed, if it was only 1,000th of a second or 100th of a second, given the toughness of the physical body, it could endure it. However, doing so was challenging the limits. If he was too slow, he might end up crippling his physical body. The gains would not make up for the losses. It was like dancing on a tightrope. If Xiao Chan got careless and fell, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. I'll demonstrate it a few times for you. Watch carefully. The Flame Rock Sovereign's expression turned serious. He casually pointed, and the sky turned dark. Nothing could be seen. Aside from the sun-like light on the Flame Rock Sovereign's fingertip, even the Flame Rock Sovereign's face and body were covered by this light, merging into the night. The light flashed, and a fiery sun-like light appeared on the Flame Rock Sovereign's shoulder. The light flickered, and sun-like flames continuously appeared on the Flame Rock Sovereign's body. Xiao Chen opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. With the Flame Rock Sovereign's patient demonstration, he finally discovered some of the secrets. A faint red whirlpool spun continuously in the Flame Rock Sovereign's chest. No matter where the law energy flowed to, this red whirlpool did not disappear even once. It looked like the red whirlpool never stopped. However, in reality, the red whirlpool kept flickering, moving incredibly quickly. It was even faster than the resplendent, sun-like flames. However, it was simply too fast. The naked eye could no longer capture it, creating the illusion that it never stopped. The light stopped flickering, and the Flame Rock Sovereign asked, "How is it? Did you figure anything out?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "The core of Senior's sharp spirit finger should be the red whirlpool in the chest. Without being able to condense the red whirlpool, even if others know the principles of the sharp spirit finger, they would not dare to try it." That's right. This sharp spirit finger came from before I advanced to Martial Emperor. By coincidence, I had a flash of inspiration while I was in the state of being one with heaven, and I comprehended it. Xiao Chan continued, "There is no such thing as a flash of inspiration for no reason in the world. Without a lot of accumulation, it would not appear out of nowhere." When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard this, he showed a stunned expression. He had not expected Xiao Chan to understand it so thoroughly. This was something that he had only understood after living for more than 1,000 years. Right now, there are two paths for you to choose. One is for me to teach you the sharp spirit finger according to my own method. The other is for you to follow your original path and perfect it. If you need anything, I will be there at your beck and call. Xiao Chen did not hesitate for long before making his decision. I choose the second path. Xiao Chen's speed flabbergasted the Flame Rock Sovereign. Why? You have to think this through. I only said it casually. With so little time, it is too difficult to comprehend it on your own. I've thought it through. Senior is right. In the end, what I comprehend on my own is more suitable for me. Choosing the first path might seem simple and allow me to grasp it quickly. However, Senior is a fire-attributed cultivator, and I am a lightning-attributed cultivator. Although I can grasp it quickly, I will need to spend a lot of time to perfect it in the future. Xiao Chun continued his analysis. If I choose the second path, it might seem like I will take a long time to grasp it. However, once I do, it will be perfectly compatible with my body, and the efficiency will be even higher. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "Are you that confident that you can comprehend it on your own?" Xiao Chan said calmly, "Senior already explained it to me so clearly and personally demonstrated it. If I really cannot comprehend it, then it can only be said that this sharp spirit finger is not suitable for me." The Flame Rock Sovereign said, "Good. In that case, I'll give you 10 days. Whether you succeed or not, I will skip this step and directly teach you the second technique, how to use primordial energy." Xiao Chen nodded. He was not in a rush to think about it. Instead, he had the Flame Rock Sovereign explain in detail how he comprehended the sharp spirit finger back then. 2 days passed just like that. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign felt somewhat tired from Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun still persisted, carefully asking for guidance. To Xiao Chen's understanding, Having such a sovereign martial emperor by his side was more useful than any secret technique. On the third day, Xiao Chun stopped asking the flame rock sovereign questions. A pile of books as tall as a person piled up beside him. These were all cultivation techniques and martial techniques that the flame rock sovereign had casually mentioned. The flame rock sovereign was flabbergasted when he saw this. Even he could not remember them all. However, Xiao Chun did not miss anything, remembering everything. On the fourth day, another pile of books appeared beside Xiao Chun. These were all lightning-attributed cultivation techniques and martial techniques that Xiao Chun had borrowed from the Flame Rock Sovereign. The Flame Rock Sovereign and Ao Jiao drank the thousand-year flame. Occasionally, they glanced at Xiao Chun, who was seriously reading in the dueling ground. The Flame Rock Sovereign frowned and said, "Almost half the time has passed, and he is still reading. He is too calm." Now, the Flame Rock Sovereign even suspected that he had misjudged Xiao Chun. Had he run into an armchair scholar? Ao Jiao smiled and scolded, "Just you wait. Xiao Chun never does something he is not confident of. Since he dared to choose the second path with you, he definitely has his own confidence. You have no idea how strong his comprehension ability is." The Flame Rock Sovereign said, "I also hope that he can comprehend it himself. That would be better than anything else. However, there are only 6 days left, and he is still so calm. I'm starting to worry." "Hey, Xiao Chun moved," Ao Jiao said as she put down her wine cup. The Flame Rock Sovereign's eyes lit up. He quickly looked over and could not help feeling disappointed. After putting down his book, Xiao Chun still did not meditate or cultivate. Instead, he started trying. In the end, he did not succeed even once. Instead, the lightning bolts covered his body in wounds, severely injuring his internal organs several times. The Flame Rock Sovereign wanted to stop Xiao Chun, but Ao Jiao stopped him. "Don't go. Given his stubbornness, he will not listen to your advice at this time." This repeated over and over again. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in this dueling ground, day or night. Such a mysterious phenomenon startled all the cultivators and servants in the entire Flame Rock Castle. When everyone saw Xiao Chun torturing himself in the dueling ground, they all revealed incredulous expressions. "What is he doing? I heard that he is comprehending the Flame Rock Sovereign's consummate technique, the Sharp Spirit Finger. What a joke, right? He wants to comprehend the Sharp Spirit Finger by torturing himself like that. Did a donkey kick him in the head?" As the thunder roared, the sky was always covered in dark clouds, regardless of whether it was day or night, and the clouds rolled endlessly. 3 days passed. This startled not only the people of the Flame Rock Castle, but all the cultivators in Dark City as well. Chapter 1248. The phenomenon lasted for too long. Hundreds and thousands of flashes of lightning could be seen clearly even from 100 miles away. When the many people who did not know what was going on saw this mysterious phenomenon, they all thought that the Flame Rock Castle was refining some powerful divine weapon or peak Emperor-grade secret treasure. In the end, even the other great bandits in Dark City were startled. "Flame Rock Sovereign, what are you doing hiding in the Flame Rock Castle? Why did you not inform us about refining a powerful divine weapon?" The top great bandit of the Black Sea, the Bloodshark Sovereign, said coldly when he appeared outside the castle. "Could it be that you think your ranking is too low and want to change places?" The Flame Rock Sovereign looked at the other 12 great bandits standing outside the castle. All of them had hostile gazes, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The Flame Rock Sovereign could not explain himself, so he had no choice but to remove the formation around the Flame Rock Castle and let these great bandits in. The Flame Rock Sovereign cursed, "Stinking brat, you really know how to cause trouble for me. Since when did my Flame Rock Castle open to other great bandits? To think that they came in groups now." When the many cultivators outside the castle saw that the great bandits were let in, they took advantage of the opening of the formation to rush in. The Flame Rock Sovereign cursed. He simply could not be bothered with this. After all, there were no shameful secrets. Letting these people in would save them from spreading rumors in the future. When everyone figured out the truth and saw Xiao Chun covered in wounds and disheveled hair amid the thunder and lightning, his face unrecognizable, Everyone was stunned. Who is this? Is he crazy? If he can comprehend the sharp spirit finger like this, then the consummate technique of the great bandits is too worthless. I bet that he will not be able to comprehend the sharp spirit finger. He might even end up playing himself to death. Who is betting with you? Isn't it obvious? The Flame Rock Sovereign is really too discerning. He might as well teach it himself, making everyone in the city suspicious. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard this, he felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He looked at Xiao Chun, who pretended not to hear anything, as if he did not see everyone around him. The Flame Rock Sovereign thought to himself, "Little friend, oh, little friend, you have to do me proud. Now that the 12 great bandits have come out, if you really cannot comprehend it, I will become a big joke. Old friends, now that you understand the truth of the matter, you can leave." The Flame Rock Sovereign said indifferently, as he withdrew his gaze from Xiao Chun and looked at the others. The top great pirate of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign, smiled and said, "Flame Rock Sovereign, don't be in such a rush to chase us away. This is our first time entering this Flame Rock Castle. The decorations are pretty good." The other bandits had smiles on their faces, showing no signs of leaving. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "I knew that a bunch of old ghosts wouldn't leave so easily." Zhong Buoxiong looked at Xiao Chun, who was comprehending alone amid the lightning. Then he asked, "How long has the Flame Rock Sovereign been doing this?" 3 days. It's like this day and night. Naturally. Otherwise, how could I have lured you bunch of old fogies over? The Flame Rock Sovereign retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, the Blood Shark Monarch, Zhong Buoxiong, and the other pirates of the Black Sea were astonished. At this moment, Xiao Chen's hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his body. The lightning blasted his body until it was mangled. The pain he was in went without saying. However, Xiao Chun persisted for 3 days without any intention of stopping. Isn't this little fellow a little too stubborn? He wants to rely on your pointers to torture himself and comprehend the sharp spirit finger. He is too naive. The 9th-ranked old man of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea said, while shaking his head. These great bandits had all seen the might of the Flame Rock Sovereign's sharp spirit finger. They also knew how horrifying the Flame Rock Sovereign's sharp spirit finger was when it was at its full power. Most of them did not think that Xiao Chun could comprehend the sharp spirit finger in such a short time. However, when they saw Xiao Chen's stubbornness, they were still shocked. If they were as young as Xiao Chun, they would not be so stubborn. Zhong Buoxiong said, "Even if this person cannot comprehend the sharp spirit finger, he will definitely be a powerful and ambitious person. He lives up to his reputation as the descendant of the Qing Emperor." The Blood Shark Sovereign smiled and said, "Strange. I heard that your adopted son seems to have a great grudge with him. Why do you still give this person such a high valuation? This is not like you." Zhong Buoxiong smiled and said, "It is already in the past. However, I heard that this person also beat up your grandson very miserably at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It is not just you. It seems like all the great bandits present suffered greatly at this person's hands." Speaking of which, there was actually no meaning to it. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea were all sovereign martial emperors. When they worked together to rule the vast Black Sea, which one of them was not a proud and arrogant person? Someone taught their juniors a lesson. Naturally, they would hold a grudge. Now that they learned the truth, they did not intend to leave. All the great bandits had the same thought. They just want to take a look. Just what kind of existence was this young man who suppressed the geniuses of the Black Sea to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads? The Blood Shark Sovereign smiled abashedly and did not dwell on this topic. "Flame Rock Sovereign, how much time did you give him?" 10 days. Now, there are only 3 days left. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Wanting to comprehend the sharp spirit finger in 10 days? This was a little too crazy. The Blood Shark Sovereign recovered his wits and said, "Good. We will wait here for 3 days and see if he can comprehend the sharp spirit finger." The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea arrived at the same time, wanting to watch a junior comprehend. Once this news spread, It immediately caused a commotion in the Flame Rock Castle. Who were the 13 great bandits? They were sovereign martial emperors, the rulers of the Black Sea. Which one of them was not a fierce and ambitious person? Even in the entire Kunlun realm, when all of them worked together, they could shake up the world with a stomp of their feet. Today, all of them gathered together for a junior, waiting for him for 3 days. Damn, this is really a big show. If he really succeeds, his name will go down in the annals of the entire oceanic world. Don't worry, he absolutely won't succeed. Look at him now. He looks neither human nor ghost. How can he comprehend it? That's true. After all, the sharp spirit finger is a consummate technique of a sovereign martial emperor that is not passed down to others. How can he comprehend it so easily? That's impossible. All the cultivators in the Flame Rock Castle sank into some kind of anxiety. More accurately, it was fear. Xiao Qian's sudden appearance already placed enormous pressure on them. Sweeping through all the outstanding talents at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting cast a shadow in their hearts. If they were to comprehend the telepathic finger in just a short 10 days, the pressure would make them completely unable to breathe. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the final moment. Before the result came out, they would forever feel anxious. If Xiao Qian failed in his comprehension, these people would go wild with joy. The joy of schadenfreude would instantly fill their hearts. However, these people would not have imagined that even if Xiao Qian failed in his comprehension, he would still firmly suppress them. As long as Xiao Qian was around, he would forever be above them. Being in the same generation as Little Red Sin was a kind of tragedy. The various things happening in the outside world did not affect Xiao Qian, who was comprehending. He was completely immersed in comprehending. Although he sensed so many people coming to the Flame Rock Castle, he did not divert his attention at all. The others only saw him covered in wounds from the lightning bolts, a tragic sight to behold. However, they did not discover that after every experiment, Xiao Qian's frown would relax slightly. After hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of experiments, the doubts in Xiao Qian's heart slowly cleared up. The pain he endured with every experiment went without saying. However, this was a rare opportunity. The Flame Rock Sovereign personally explained, demonstrated, and even told Xiao Qian every detail of the process of comprehending. This was a great opportunity. Xiao Qian absolutely could not give up. He feared that if he did not persevere this time, he would lose the inspiration he obtained from the Flame Rock Sovereign once time passed. This was how strange inspiration was. If one did not grab hold of it, one might not be able to do so for the rest of one's life. Hence, even if the pain was 100 or 1,000 times greater, Xiao Qian absolutely could not give up. He had to succeed in comprehending. If someone's eyes could see through the body, they would find out. These 9 clumps of lightning formed a circle in Xiao Qian's chest, spinning continuously. The endlessly flickering electric light in the sky and the roaring thunder were all triggered by these 9 clumps of lightning. After thousands of attempts, Xiao Qian proved that the path he thought of was the most suitable for him. These 9 clumps of lightning were the result of Xiao Qian condensing and suppressing all the energy in his body. With a thought, the 9 clumps of lightning became like horses galloping in the sky, gathering at Xiao Qian's fingertip. However, some of them exploded along the way. A bloody hole immediately appeared in Xiao Qian's chest. Electricity flickered in the wound, inflicting intense pain. Some of them gathered together, but before they reached the fingertip, they could not merge perfectly. They exploded at the same time, nearly losing half of Xiao Qian's arm amid loud explosions. Some of them managed to reach the fingertip after much difficulty. However, they did not manage to unleash them at the last step, directly exploding. Xiao Qian consumed a holy medicinal pill for treating injuries from the Thunder King's inheritance. Combined with the horrifying recovery ability of his half-step golden body, his wounds healed at a visible pace. However, just as the old wounds healed, new ones appeared. This was because Xiao Qian started what seemed like a masochistic attempt. As Xiao Qian comprehended, he forgot about the flow of time. He did not know how much time had passed. Then, he revealed an expression of understanding. It is already sufficiently condensed. However, compared to the Flame Rock Sovereign, my energy is more mixed. If I want to merge them perfectly, I have to resolve the balance between vital chi, law energy, and primordial energy. The Flame Rock Sovereign was right. Xiao Qin's direction was indeed correct. After these unimaginable attempts, only one problem remained for Xiao Qin's sharp spirit finger: how to maintain the balance between his physical body, vital chi, primordial energy, and heavenly laws. It's time to meditate, Xiao Qin muttered to himself. He was more or less done with his experiments. The next step was to meditate and properly digest the comprehensions he gained from the more than 10,000 tests. In the end, he solved the last problem. After stopping that inhumane experiment, Xiao Qin's injuries recovered rapidly. Chapter 1249. As Xiao Qin entered meditation, all the roaring thunder and rumbling lightning disappeared. Xiao Qin sat cross-legged in midair, showing a solemn expression. Xiao Qin's long hair flowed freely behind him, moving with the wind and revealing his delicate and handsome face. The white-robed bladesman still looked as elegant as before. He is starting to meditate. He is really persistent. He actually lasted 5 days in that almost masochistic state. There seems to be only 1 day left of his appointment with the Flame Rock Sovereign. Trying to meditate and meditate in 1 day. That is too difficult. When Xiao Qin entered a meditative state, all the rumbling thunder and mysterious phenomena disappeared. When the sunlight shone down, it seemed to shine on the white-robed bladesman hovering in midair, adding some solemnity to Xiao Qin's elegant and extraordinary air. Like the other cultivators, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea all looked at Xiao Qin, who had already recovered from his injuries. At this moment, Xiao Qin had already recovered from his injuries. After consuming the sage pill from the Thunder King's inheritance, Xiao Qin's recovery ability was ridiculously strong. There were no wounds or bloodstains on the surface. Although the Clearwind robes were of low rank, they had an automatic cleaning function. Furthermore, they were a gift from Lu Ruyue. After Xiao Qin came to the Kunlun realm, he had seen many stronger treasured armors. However, he did not choose to change them. What a strong recovery ability of the physical body. It is about the same as the first Heaven Emperor Wu's golden body. Without such a strong physical body, this little fellow would not dare to act so recklessly. However, even if an ordinary person had such a strong physical body, they probably would not have the willpower to persist. Actually, if one looks carefully, this little fellow is not blindly torturing himself. Every time he tries, he should be able to gain something. However, that old fellow, the Flame Rock Sovereign, gave him too little time. He only has 1 day left to meditate. That is probably not enough. The eyes of the great bandits of the Black Sea were very bright. They saw things much more clearly than the other cultivators. When they discussed, they did not show any emotions, remaining objective and truthful. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard this, he laughed happily. If he cannot comprehend it in 10 days, I will naturally teach him my method. You don't have to blame me. Since you think highly of my little friend, then teach him your ultimate skills. I guarantee that he will also be able to comprehend the Tao. The other great bandits of the Black Sea immediately shut up. What kind of joke was this? The consummate skills of the Sovereign Martial Emperor were all secrets that were not passed down. The Flame Rock Sovereign rarely even passed it down to his disciples, only to those related to him by blood. There is no one as generous as the Flame Rock Sovereign. Flame Rock Sovereign, why are you doing this? What is your relationship with this little fellow? The other great bandits of the Black Sea asked, feeling confused. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled faintly and said, I do not have any relationship with him. However, when I was young, I received many favors from his item spirit. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Just keep watching. If my little friend really succeeds in breaking through, I want to see where you old fellows will hide your faces. Huh, Flame Rock Sovereign, there is no need to insist. We will not compete with you for now. We will know once we keep watching. The Blood Shark Sovereign smiled faintly and continued watching with the other great bandits of the Black Sea. Time passed quietly. Without the rumbling of thunder and the incessant flickering of electricity, all the cultivators present felt somewhat unused to it. After Xiao Chun entered meditation, there were many discussions. However, after 1 hour, 2 hours, the place slowly turned silent. The reason was very simple. If the same topic continued to be discussed, anyone would find it annoying. Right now, everyone only focused their gazes on Xiao Chun, who was sitting cross-legged in the air. Time passed quietly. The sun set in the west, and night fell soon. Boom! Just at this moment, when no one was prepared, Xiao Chen's body suddenly radiated a bright electric light. The sky, which was about to turn dark, instantly turned bright with this intense light, looking like the most dazzling sunlight at noon. Xiao Chun, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes, and the purple electric light on his body became even more intense. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Xiao Chun slowly stood up in the air. A vast aura spread out together with his tyranny of kingship. What a strong aura of kingship! The Bloodshark Sovereign could not help exclaiming. Naturally, to these sovereign martial emperors, Xiao Chen's aura was not worth mentioning. However, the tyranny of kingship in Xiao Chen's aura could not be ignored. If one looked deeper, they would be even more shocked to discover an even deeper aura hidden behind this tyranny of kingship. That was the heavenly Tao that ruled over the Kunlun realm. Right now, Xiao Chen's luck was overwhelming. That mysterious luck was so strong that one could see it with the naked eye. The many sovereign martial emperors all revealed envious expressions. Overwhelming luck. This was something that every person of the martial Tao could only hope for but not obtain. Did he succeed? When the sovereign martial emperors saw the overwhelming luck behind Xiao Chun, they were momentarily distracted. As for the other ordinary cultivators, they could not see anything. They could only sense Xiao Chen's strong and horrifying aura. What they were more concerned about was whether Xiao Chun succeeded or not. Had he comprehended the Flame Rock Sovereign's consummate technique, the Sharp Spirit Finger? Soon, Xiao Chun used the most direct action to give them the answer. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chun suddenly pointed to the sky as he stood in midair. With his finger, the intense electric light flickering on his body vanished, leaving nothing behind. His plain and unadorned body was now untainted by even a speck of dust. Rumble! In the next moment, intense rumbling resounded in the sky. The space of the entire Flame Rock Castle started to tremble endlessly. Accompanying the rumbling was a flash of the Emperor's might on Xiao Chen's body. The instant he pointed to the sky, a bona fide Emperor's might appeared. By the time Xiao Chun withdrew his finger, a huge hole had appeared in the sky. Black cracks spread out like a spiderweb around the hole. The many cultivators stared at this scene in a daze. Tearing space was something that only Emperor Wu could do. Xiao Chun really comprehended the Sharp Spirit Finger. Otherwise, how could the attack of a consummation blue-robed emperor be comparable to Emperor Wu's? As Xiao Chun watched the hole in the sky slowly close, he revealed a satisfied smile on his face, which had remained silent for 3 days. Although this strike could not compare to the peak strike of the cycle banner, he relied on his own strength and did not rely on any external items. Furthermore, compared to the side effects and danger of the peak strike of the cycle banner, this Sharp Spirit Finger was much more practical. Many thanks for Senior Flame Rock Sovereign's pointers. This junior has successfully comprehended the Sharp Spirit Finger that belongs to me. In the air, Xiao Chun turned around and bowed deeply to the Flame Rock Sovereign. A wide smile filled the Flame Rock Sovereign's face, grinning from ear to ear among the great bandits of the Black Sea. You are too polite. I only pointed out a path for you. You still relied on yourself to comprehend the Sharp Spirit Finger in 10 days. The shock on the faces of the other great bandits of the Black Sea was no less than that of the ordinary cultivators. The Bloodshark Sovereign looked around and entered deep thought. After cultivating in seclusion for half a day, he comprehended the Sharp Spirit Finger. It looks like the 5 days of painful attempts, day and night, have already allowed him to comprehend it. The Bloodshark Sovereign turned his head and exchanged glances with the other great bandits. Then they all nodded slightly. After comprehending the sharp spirit finger in 10 days, it was no wonder he could sweep through all the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent. Then, he displayed his splendor in the heavenly starry ocean's four seas hero gathering. It was not unjust for their descendants to lose to this youth. He truly lived up to his reputation as the descendant of the Qing emperor. When Xiao Qian saw the people beside the Flame Rock Sovereign, he felt somewhat strange as well. Unexpectedly, his comprehension of the sharp spirit finger would cause so many horrifying experts to appear in the Black Sea. However, this was not the time to care about this. Xiao Qian wanted to test his sharp spirit finger against the Flame Rock Sovereign's true sharp spirit finger, to see which was stronger. Xiao Qian looked at the Flame Rock Sovereign and said respectfully, 10 days ago, Senior gently pointed at me and forced me to admit defeat. Would you give this junior another chance to redo this bet? That's right. The moment Xiao Qian said that, it immediately kicked up a huge wave. This Xiao Qian was very bold. He just comprehended the sharp spirit finger, and he immediately challenged the Flame Rock Sovereign. The Flame Rock Sovereign laughed loudly and happily accepted the challenge. I was just waiting for you to say that. I also want to see whether your sharp spirit finger is overdone or not. You are not worthy of the Flame Rock Sovereign's reputation. The Flame Rock Sovereign laughed loudly and took up a stance in the air, facing Xiao Qian from a distance. Based on the Flame Rock Sovereign's appearance, he was really prepared to accept Xiao Qian's challenge. The other great bandits of the Black Sea all revealed interested expressions. It was rare for someone like Xiao Qian to dare to challenge a senior after comprehending his consummate technique. He was indeed very courageous. The rules are the same as 10 days ago. You only have the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor, and I will only use the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, the Flame Rock Sovereign said with a smile. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not care about his reputation after winning or losing. In his heart, he hoped that Xiao Qian could defeat him more. Of course, this did not mean that the Flame Rock Sovereign would go easy on Xiao Qian. Instead, he would be even stricter. Xiao Qian nodded and said, "Good. This time, I absolutely will not lose." "Huh. In that case, you will have to show your true ability. That was what you said the previous time." The Flame Rock Sovereign laughed softly. His mental state had already reached a very high level. Whoosh! The two did not say anything more. Before the eyes of all the cultivators in the city, they attacked at the same time in the instant the electric light flashed. The extraordinary thing about the sharp spirit finger was its speed. If anyone dilly-dallied, hoping to find the other party's weakness, they would basically lose if they were too slow. As such, the speed at which the two of them attacked was so fast that the spectating cultivators were unable to react in time. Suddenly, two clumps of bright light appeared in the dark sky, illuminating this place like the hottest noon. Their auras seemed to be extremely similar. The only differences were in some details and colors. Chapter 1250. The light on Xiao Qian's fingertip flickered with sparks of pure purple light. As for the light on the Flame Rock Sovereign's fingertip, it was a dazzling and eye-catching fiery red, like the sun was burning on the fingertip. Bang! The two sharp spirit fingers did not give anyone much time to think. From the moment the light appeared to the moment they clashed, it happened almost at the same time. The intense clash was like two planets crashing into each other. Long cracks appeared in space, spreading throughout the sky above the Flame Rock Castle. When the shock waves spread out, several weaker cultivators were knocked over, vomiting blood endlessly. If not for the formation laid on the Flame Rock Castle, all the buildings would have been destroyed in the instant they clashed, reduced to rubble. Sharp Spirit Finger versus Sharp Spirit Finger. The two clumps of resplendent light left even faster than they came. When the light vanished, the victor was decided in the time it took for a spark to fly. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Qian's lips as he retreated in the air. With every step he took, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. Xiao Qian took 10 steps back before he stabilized his body. By the time he stabilized himself, the sky behind him was already filled with lightning and thunder, and dark clouds covered the sky. On the other hand, the Flame Rock Sovereign, who used only the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, was in an even more miserable state than Shao Chun. The instant the light vanished, the Flame Rock Sovereign went flying. Of course, the Flame Rock Sovereign had the golden body of Emperor Wu, which gave him great strength. Although he was knocked back, he was not injured. According to the rules of the bet, as long as Shao Chun knocked back the Flame Rock Sovereign, he would win. Now, Shao Chun had indeed exceeded his expectations, directly knocking back the Flame Rock Sovereign, gaining a suppressive advantage. Naturally, it was clear with one glance who won. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. Not only did Shao Chun use 10 days to comprehend the sharp spirit finger, but he even used it to defeat the Flame Rock Sovereign. This was the principle of teaching a disciple and starving the master to death. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign himself could not react to this result. He could not understand how Shao Chun won so thoroughly. However, a moment later, he came to a sudden realization. He stood in the air and laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with relief. Your sharp spirit finger is indeed not weak at all. I really did not expect it. I really did not expect you to use your primordial energy. Originally, the Flame Rock Sovereign had expected that the primordial energy would be too strong. If Shao Chun used the sharp spirit finger and used primordial energy, he would definitely injure himself. She thought that Shao Chun would take things one step at a time, first driving all the law energy and familiarizing himself with it before using the primordial energy. Who would have thought that Shao Chun would reach the heavens in a single step, mobilizing all the power in his body? The power that Shao Chun could bring out was already no weaker than Emperor Wu's, who was a first heaven martial emperor. Furthermore, the Flame Rock Sovereign was still using the half-step Emperor Wu's power. Naturally, he would lose so thoroughly. It was not that the Flame Rock Sovereign's sharp spirit finger was weaker than Shao Chun's. Instead, the power that the Flame Rock Sovereign could bring out was weaker than Shao Chun's. However, as a senior, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he felt extremely gratified. Blood Shark Sovereign, didn't you say that my little friend would not be able to comprehend the sharp spirit finger in 10 days? Now, not only did he comprehend it, but it is even the complete version of the sharp spirit finger. What do you think? The Flame Rock Sovereign turned to the 12 great bandits of the Black Sea and smiled cockily. You old fogies, you cheered as well. What do you think now? All of you are slapping yourselves, right? The 12 great bandits of the Black Sea gritted their teeth at the cocky Flame Rock Sovereign. However, they could not rebut and could only let the Flame Rock Sovereign mock them. However, these people were all sovereign martial emperors. Their mental states were much stronger than that of regular cultivators. Naturally, their breadth of mind was incomparable. After a while, the Blood Shark Sovereign sighed and said, "The descendants of the Qing Emperor are indeed very graceful. This old man is truly convinced this time." After saying that, the Blood Shark Sovereign flew forward and handed an engraved card to Shao Chun. He said, "Little friend, if you have time, you can come to my Blood Fiend Mountain Manor. At that time, this old man will definitely receive you personally." When the top great bandit of the Black Sea handed over an invitation, Shao Chun felt somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, a consummation blue-robed emperor like him could get a sovereign martial emperor to send him an invitation so politely. This was simply unimaginable. After receiving the engraved card, Shao Chun said, "Many thanks for Senior's favor. If I have time, I will definitely pay you a visit." With the Blood Shark Sovereign taking the lead, the other great bandits of the Black Sea reacted at the same time. They all put on smiling faces and politely handed over an engraved card to Shao Chun, inviting him to their mountain manor's courtyards when he had time. This is unreasonable. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea actually sent an invitation to Shao Chun at the same time. Don't be jealous. If you can comprehend the sharp spirit finger in 10 days and defeat the Flame Rock Sovereign sharp spirit finger, you will probably receive the same treatment. It is too hard not to be jealous. With these 13 engraved cards, Xiao Chen will be able to move unhindered throughout the entire Black Sea. It is not just the Black Sea. It would not be too exaggerated for him to move unhindered throughout the entire oceanic world. As the great bandits of the Black Sea took out their engraved cards one after another, inviting Xiao Chen, all the cultivators in Dark City revealed envious, jealous, and hateful expressions. In the history of the Black Sea, when had 13 great bandits ever sent an invitation to one person at the same time? The scene before Xiao Chen's eyes would definitely become a legend. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died several times over under the gazes of these tens of thousands of people. After all the great bandits left, the Flame Rock Sovereign walked over with a smile. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "Little friend, you helped me gain face this time. When those old fogies came in, they were all very cowardly. I have not seen them so obedient in a long time. They did not even dare to let out a fart after being scolded." Xiao Chen smiled. It looked like the fiery tempers of the two brothers, Ba Tu and Ba Yin, must have come from the Flame Rock Sovereign. Their unruliness was carved from the same mold. Then, the Flame Rock Sovereign looked at the engraved cards in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he withdrew his smile and said seriously, "After you finish my special training, you must go to the other great bandits. Don't ever underestimate these engraved cards." Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. After thinking about it, he understood. As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chen understood how horrifying his enemies were during the King conferral ceremony. 13 engraved cards represented 13 sovereign martial emperors, representing that the entire Black Sea stood on Xiao Chen's side. It went without saying how powerful this force was when it was gathered into a ball. On this night, Xiao Chen used his unparalleled elegance to subdue the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, obtaining a strong helper for himself. Absolute elegance, unparalleled in the world. Xiao Chen solemnly put away the 12 engraved cards and thanked the Flame Rock Sovereign again. Then he asked, "Senior, when will you start teaching me how to use primordial energy?" "There's no rush. We'll talk about it after daybreak. You should rest well first," the Flame Rock Sovereign said casually as he waved his hand. 10 days of comprehending Tao did indeed tire him somewhat. Xiao Chen nodded and landed in his courtyard with a few flashes. Inside his bedroom, Xiao Chen took out the primordial pill that the Thunder King gave him. Then, he revealed a rueful expression. The Flame Rock Sovereign's favor was too great. Xiao Chen did not know when he could repay it. There was also Ao Jiao. If not for little Ao Jiao, the Flame Rock Sovereign would not be so close to Xiao Chen. It was also because of Ao Jiao that the Flame Rock Sovereign did not fulfill his bet and handed the primordial pill to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen made another bet with the Flame Rock Sovereign. Aside from verifying his sharp spirit finger, he also wanted to let himself obtain this primordial pill in a more logical manner. Huang Dang. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about Ao Jiao, the windows opened. Then, Ao Jiao's figure flashed, and she arrived in the bedroom. The instant the windows opened, gentle moonlight landed on Ao Jiao, bathing her in a refreshing and refined aura. This stunned Xiao Chen slightly. Unexpectedly, Ao Jiao could show such a moving scene. "Idiot Master, what are you thinking about?" Ao Jiao asked with a smile as she stood on the study table. Aside from Xiao Chen, the person who was the happiest about Xiao Chen being able to comprehend the sharp spirit finger and gain the favor of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea was naturally Ao Jiao. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not answer Ao Jiao. He was eloquent, but he was not good at lying to people he was familiar with. There were some things that would cause misunderstandings if he said them, so there was no need to say them. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not answer, Ao Jiao guessed some things at her heart. She did not mind, so she asked casually, "We will be returning to Heavenly Star Island soon. Do you have any plans?" Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I've thought about this long ago. After I return, I plan to erect the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet and announce it to the world, officially establishing the Dragon's Gate." "Isn't that a little too fast?" Ao Jiao was startled. Although she knew that this was a plan that Xiao Chen had made long ago, she had not expected it to be so rushed. All along, She felt that Xiao Qian would officially establish the Dragon's Gate after he advanced to Martial Emperor. Xiao Qian stood up and put away the primordial pills. Then he shook his head and said, "It is not really fast. Today, I received these 12 engraved cards, which further solidified my plan. There are some things that I have to do. Doing it sooner or later makes no difference." There was another important reason. Before Xiao Qian advanced to Martial Emperor, he needed to return to the Sky Dome realm. What identity should he return with? Of course, it would be best if he returned as the Dragon's Gate's sect master. That way, he could resolve the knot in his father's heart. Just as the two discussed the details of formally establishing the Dragon's Gate, Xiao Qian suddenly froze. Suddenly, Xiao Qian's expression froze, revealing a pained expression. Ao Jiao asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" "Someone invaded my sea of consciousness." "Don't worry." After Xiao Qian said that, he quickly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling unprecedentedly nervous. Ao Jiao watched from the side, finding it somewhat strange. However, she could not do anything to help, so she could only worry helplessly. A strong energy in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness entered the depths of his mind without any fear. It was like it wanted to dig out all his secrets. Many scenes flashed in Xiao Qian's mind. However, the scene stopped at the Sky Dome realm, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qinyan Peak, where Xiao Qian and Lu Ryue interacted. The powerful mental energy went berserk, trying to destroy all the memories in his mind. "Who is it? Are you trying to turn me into an idiot, killing me invisibly? Dream on." Xiao Qian raged in his heart. All the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged, forming a divine wall to block that extremely tyrannical mental energy. Chapter 12:51. Bang! 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 That extremely tyrannical mental energy was like a heavy punch, shattering all the walls of mental energy. Oh no, this mental energy is too tyrannical. The person who made a move was definitely a prime. Furthermore, it was the kind that specialized in mental energy. Otherwise, Xiao Qian would not have been so defenseless. Xiao Qian's mental energy had already condensed into magic energy. It was not something that an ordinary Emperor Wu could casually barge in. Unable to resist at all, the mental energy wall that Xiao Qian condensed crumbled like rotten wood, easily destroying it. "I'll fight it out with you." Xiao Qian gave up on defending and gathered the last of his mental energy. His entire sea of consciousness surged. The surging magic energy also condensed into a fist light and punched out. At the crucial moment, just as the fist lights were about to clash, Xiao Qian's blue dragon martial spirit suddenly startled awake. It directly entered his sea of consciousness and attached itself to Xiao Qian's mental energy fist light. When the other party's mental energy fist light sensed the appearance of the blue dragon martial spirit, it was clearly stunned, pausing for a moment. When the other party saw Xiao Qian's azure fist light approaching, it retreated despite holding the absolute advantage. However, everything returned to normal. Xiao Qian opened his eyes, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He felt dizzy and in incredible pain. Furthermore, this pain came from the soul. No matter how strong his physical body was, he could not resist it. "Xiao Qian, what's wrong?" Ao Jiao asked out of concern as she rushed over and supported Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and said, "Emperor Forsaken personally made a move against me." Being a prime and cultivating mental energy, the range of people who could make a move against Xiao Qian immediately narrowed down. Aside from this person, no one else in the entire Kunlun realm could have such a strong mental energy. There was absolutely no one else with such a strong mental energy able to kill someone from millions of kilometers away. Furthermore, by doing so, it would be hard to leave behind any evidence and give others something to use against him. This group of people is really desperate. They are too shameless. Ao Jiao said with distress. Xiao Qian comforted Ao Jiao with a smile. "Don't worry, after this failure, he won't dare to make a move again." Since a supreme being had failed once, he naturally did not have the face to make a second attempt. However, for some unknown reason, Xiao Chun still felt a shadow in his heart. Early the next morning, the Flame Rock Castle had already regained its peace and quiet. All the cultivators who were alarmed by Xiao Chun's comprehension had already left. The Flame Rock Sovereign frowned the moment he saw Xiao Chun. "What's wrong? Given your physical body, you should have recovered from all your injuries by now. Why is your spirit still so weak?" Xiao Chun could not hide anything from the Flame Rock Sovereign, so he honestly recounted what happened the previous night. "You guessed right. It should be Emperor Forsaken. I once interacted with several deity race Emperor Wu. They're all capable of this." The Flame Rock Sovereign confirmed Xiao Chen's guess. Then, he continued, "Someone must have spread the news of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, giving you the engraved medallion last night, driving this group of people into desperation." Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. He said calmly, "Senior, please teach me how to cultivate primordial energy." The Flame Rock Sovereign was startled. He did not see any rage or hatred in Xiao Chen's eyes. Instead, Xiao Chen calmly stated his request. "You are really able to keep your composure. If I were as young as you, I would have flown into a rage long ago. Who knows, I might even kill a few deity race cultivators to vent my anger." Xiao Chen smiled and asked, "Is there any use?" The Flame Rock Sovereign was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "Indeed, there is no use. He is a prime who cleared a 9th heavenly lightning tribulation. What is the point of me doing all this? All I need to do is live properly, live until I can deal a fatal blow to him and wash away my humiliation. I need to prevent him from messing up my plans." Xiao Chen's gaze was as calm as still water. However, if one peered through that deep water, one would see the hatred hidden in the depths. At the King Conferral ceremony, Emperor Forsaken had tried to cripple Xiao Chun on the spot, showing no mercy at all. Xiao Chun remembered Dugu Ao's furious roars in the human-demon paradise like it was still fresh in his mind, something that he would never forget. At this point, the hatred between Xiao Chun and Emperor Forsaken could no longer be resolved. Hatred was hard to erase. Only killing could end it. What Xiao Chun needed to do was to continuously grow stronger, trampling on all his enemies on the Emperor's road. The Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a smile on his face. "Since ancient times, no one's Emperor's road has been as arduous as yours. I look forward to the day you advance to Martial Emperor." When a lesson on cultivating primordial energy started, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not immediately teach Xiao Chun. Instead, he explained the primordial energy that the various martial emperors possessed. The cultivation of primordial energy is something that every Emperor Wu has to go through. Normally speaking, a first Heaven Emperor Wu can condense 100 strands of primordial energy. A second Heaven Emperor Wu can condense 200 strands of primordial energy, and a third Heaven Emperor Wu can condense 300 strands of primordial energy. Based on this, the number increases exponentially. At the 9th heaven, a sovereign martial emperor can condense 900 strands of primordial energy. With a rough comparison, one could tell that a sovereign Emperor Wu of the 9th heaven was 9 times stronger than a first Heaven Emperor Wu. In reality, in a true battle, it would be more than 9 times stronger. Even 100 first Heaven Emperor Wu would not be enough to kill a sovereign martial emperor. The difference between the two could no longer be made up for with numbers. With each lightning tribulation, the improvement that Emperor Wu received was not limited to just the physical body. Primordial energy would also undergo a transformation and experience a great leap forward. With such a comparison, Xiao Chun felt that his 10 strands of primordial energy were insufficient before a sovereign martial emperor. The Flame Rock Sovereign continued, "What do you think my purpose in telling you all this?" Clearly, the Flame Rock Sovereign would not waste time explaining something unimportant. It had to be closely related to Xiao Chen's cultivation. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun came to an answer. However, after being tricked by the Flame Rock Sovereign once, he was more cautious. Xiao Chun probed. "Senior's meaning should be to tell me why different levels of Emperor Wu can refine different amounts of primordial energy. The answer should be in the physical body. After that, Senior will give me some pointers based on the strength of my physical body, helping me cultivate to the limit of primordial energy that my physical body can endure." The Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a gratified smile. "It is really easy to deal with smart people. That's right. This is the principle. The strength of your physical body has already reached the level of a first Heaven Emperor Wu's golden body. That is enough to refine 100 strands of primordial energy." Fortunately, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not trick him this time. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he had some questions that he wanted to ask. "Senior, many people did not cultivate their physical bodies before advancing to Martial Emperor. After advancing to Emperor Wu, they would also possess the golden body of Emperor Wu. In that case, wouldn't all the suffering that cultivators of the physical body like me suffered before advancing to Martial Emperor be for nothing?" Xiao Chun had personally experienced how painful the cultivation of the physical body was. If not for cultivating the physical body blindly and trying to stand out among those of the same cultivation realm, Xiao Chun would not have ended up in such a state, needing to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years. Actually, this problem had troubled Xiao Chun for a long time, something he could not understand. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "If you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. Pay attention to what I said earlier. I added a phrase. Generally speaking." Xiao Chun was very sharp. The moment the Flame Rock Sovereign mentioned it, he immediately thought of the phrase. "That's right. However, there are some people who are different. I'm talking about you cultivators of the physical body. The heavens have always been fair. The more suffering one suffers, the more benefits one will obtain. Whether it is you cultivators of the physical body or other cultivators, this principle is the same." The Flame Rock Sovereign continued, "After you advance to Emperor Wu, you will naturally understand this principle. For now, there's no need for you to consider this. Take out the primordial pills that I gave you. I'll teach you how to refine these medicinal pills. Don't I just need to swallow the medicinal pills? Could there be some other way to refine them?" Xiao Chun could not understand, so he took out the primordial pills. The Flame Rock Sovereign received the bottle and laughed loudly. "If you really swallow them, you will waste most of the medicinal energy in these primordial pills. What should I do?" The Flame Rock Sovereign did not rush to explain. His expression uncharacteristically turned stern. "I once told you that you will not learn any of the 3 techniques for free, as these are things that only Emperor Wu can learn in the first place. Cultivating as a consummation blue-robed emperor is going against the heavens. The suffering you will suffer is unavoidable. Even if you cultivate the sharp spirit finger according to my method, it will still be extraordinarily painful. What I want to say is that my cultivation of primordial energy is also boundlessly tyrannical and extremely dangerous, not to mention the pain." Xiao Chun said after some thought, "Senior should understand my determination to comprehend the sharp spirit finger. As long as it can increase my strength, I am willing to accept any danger. All right, bring me the saber." The Flame Rock Sovereign's face sank as he said something that confused everyone. Xiao Chun did as he was told. Without any hesitation, he took out a sharp short saber from the universe ring. Pucci! The Flame Rock Sovereign directly stabbed with his saber. In the hands of the Flame Rock Sovereign, Xiao Chen's half-step golden body was like paper. With one slash, a finger-sized hole appeared, and fresh blood gushed out. Don't let your wounds heal. With your great perfection blue-robed Emperor cultivation base, if you want to obtain the primordial energy that only First Heaven Emperor Wu can cultivate, this is only the first step. The Flame Rock Sovereign said expressionlessly with a cold expression. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth, letting the blood flow freely as he endured the torturous pain. The Flame Rock Sovereign took out a primordial pill and flicked his finger, sending the medicinal pill into the cave. Xiao Chen's blood immediately greedily absorbed the primordial energy in the medicinal pill. This explosive energy instantly filled his body, giving him a sense of boundless power. The primordial energy in the primordial pill was several times more than what Xiao Chun absorbed when he opened the door of space and time. This was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Xiao Chun had not reached the level of the physical body of Emperor Wu's golden body. This explosive energy tested his physical body to the extreme. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not say anything. He stabbed the saber at Xiao Chen's chest again before putting in a second primordial pill. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike. After the Flame Rock Sovereign stabbed 9 times in a row, he stopped. Chapter 1252. Every stab was so bloody that no one could bear to look at it. After the 9th stab, Lin Fan's eyes widened. After the 9 stabs, 9 thumb-sized wounds surrounded Xiao Chen's heart, forming an average-sized circle. Dong! 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 Xiao Chen's heart pounded rhythmically. Every time it beat, his body absorbed a vast amount of primordial energy. Xiao Chen's physical body could explode at any moment. What was the meaning of playing with a heartbeat? Xiao Chen's current state vividly displayed this saying. Although Xiao Chen already did his best to absorb this primordial energy into his heart of an emperor, it was still far from enough. If the Flame Rock Sovereign did not take some measures, Xiao Chen would explode into pieces in a short while. There was still one last primordial pill in the jade bottle. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not use it. After closing the jade bottle, he quickly tapped Xiao Chen's chest with one hand. Light flickered on the tip of the Flame Rock Sovereign's finger. With every tap, a beam of light soared into the sky from Xiao Chen's body. After tapping 9 times, a miniature formation appeared on Xiao Chen's chest, slowly circulating. At the same time, a formation appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. Like the 9 beams of light, there was a formation in the air. This formation is called the 9 Revolution Universe Origin Formation. In the past, Immortals used it to temper their immortal war body. After I obtained it, I made some changes to it. Firstly, it can maintain your physical body, preventing it from exploding from the primordial pill's medicinal energy. Secondly, it can amplify the medicinal energy. With every revolution of the 9 Revolution Universe Origin Formation, the primordial energy will increase by half. The Flame Rock Sovereign withdrew his hand, revealing a fatigued expression. This formation represents heaven, earth, and man. The 3 links are interconnected, and you cannot do without any of them. If you cannot endure the pain from the medicinal energy and give up halfway, the formation on your chest will be destroyed. The instant the formation loses balance, you will turn to ashes as well. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. The intense pain prevented him from speaking. If he could speak, he would definitely curse out loud. The Flame Rock Sovereign had forced him into a dead end. Xiao Chen had not expected the Flame Rock Sovereign's cultivation method to be so dangerous. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled faintly and said, "I'll go and drink first. Little friend, you have to do your best and hold on. Otherwise, this Flame Rock Castle that has been passed down for thousands of years will be destroyed along with you." The Flame Rock Sovereign forced a smile and quickly left, like he was dodging a human bomb. This angered Xiao Chen to the point of wanting to rush out and kick the Flame Rock Sovereign. The Flame Rock Sovereign, who appeared to have left easily, had not actually gone far. He and Ao Jiao drank wine on a tall building. As long as the two turned their heads slightly, they would see Xiao Chen seated cross-legged on the ground. "Xiao Ba, aren't you being too harsh on Xiao Chen?" Ao Jiao said worriedly as she looked at the wound on Xiao Chen's chest that had not healed yet and listened to his thumping heart. Xiao Chen's skin had already split open. Blood seeped out and dyed his white robe scarlet from the inside out. Veins bulged on Xiao Chen's forehead, and blood covered his face. Who knew what kind of pain he was enduring? The Flame Rock Sovereign said sullenly, "He has no choice but to be more ruthless. He is a consummation blue-robed emperor. If he wants to condense 100 strands of primordial energy, even if he has the primordial pill, the half-step golden body, and my 9 Revolution Universe Origin Formation, he will have to gamble with his life. The heaven-defying path is not dangerous at all, so it cannot be considered heaven-defying." Ao Jiao put down her wine cup and frowned slightly. "Please don't let anything happen to him. Dancing on the edge of a knife is really worrying." The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "Don't worry. Given his tenacity, he will be able to endure it. If it really surpasses what he cannot accomplish, I will not force him into a dead end." Ao Jiao smiled faintly and turned her head. "Xiao Ba, Many thanks to you this time. Let me offer you a toast on behalf of Shao Chun. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled embarrassedly and said, Elder Sister Ao Jiao, why are you being so polite with me? He inherited the treasures that the Thunder King left behind. Now that you ask me for help, how could I possibly reject? Without you and without the Thunder King, how could there be the current Flame Rock Sovereign? Furthermore, this little fellow is indeed a charming treasure. His potential has not been dug out yet. Perhaps I might have to seek guidance from him in the future. Shao Chang guessed that the Flame Rock Sovereign's willingness to teach him had a lot to do with Ao Jiao. However, he did not guess that Ao Jiao personally asked the Flame Rock Sovereign for his sake. After thinking about it carefully, one could understand. Without a deep connection, which Sovereign Martial Emperor would teach an outsider their consummate technique that they did not pass on. Furthermore, they would waste 1 month to teach Shao Chun personally. No one in the world would be nice to you for no reason. The setting sun shone on the tall building, dyeing Ao Jiao's youthful face red. She put down her wine cup and looked at Shao Chun with a melancholic expression. She muttered to herself, Little Ao Jiao, it is useless. I can only help you up to this point. Dong, dong. 3 days later, Shao Chun's heartbeat finally slowed down. However, when it slowed down, the primordial energy it carried became even more vast and heavy. It was like an ancient divine bell, beating every time it beat, shocking everyone. Every time it beat, the entire Flame Rock castle trembled. However, this time, the Flame Rock Sovereign had the foresight to lay a formation outside the castle, isolating all sound. Otherwise, with the sound of Shao Chun's heartbeat resounding in the sky like a divine bell, it would definitely attract all the cultivators in Dark City. Up in the tall building, the Flame Rock Sovereign's expression relaxed. He said to Ao Jiao, his situation is already stabilized. Even if he gives up now, there will not be any danger of his body exploding. It all depends on how much he can obtain in the end. Joy flashed on Ao Jiao's face. What do you mean? The Flame Rock Sovereign explained. This 9-revolution universe origin formation relies on the cultivator's talent. In the most perfect situation, it can use 9 primordial pills to form 90 strands of primordial energy. Ao Jiao found it strange. She said, I know about the primordial pill. Although it is hard to refine and extremely rare in the Kunlun realm, it should not have such a horrifying effect, right? Even so, the medicinal effect shouldn't be so terrifying, right? A single pill can form a strand of primordial energy. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, Elder Sister Ao Jiao, you might not know about this. My 9-revolution universe origin formation is a formation passed down from the Immortal epic. It can amplify the medicinal energy. A skilled formation master can double the medicinal energy with each cycle. After layering it 9 times, it will reach an astronomical number. This is just a simplified version of the 9-revolution universe origin formation. It is not that horrifying. However, it can still increase the medicinal energy by 81 times. Do you still think I'm exaggerating? Ao Jiao said after some thought. 81 times, that is more than 700 primordial pills. Given that, it is indeed not an exaggeration. However, in the end, it still depends on his luck. If he is not determined enough, it would not be strange for him to condense only 10 strands of primordial energy, the Flame Rock Sovereign said after some thought. Ao Jiao asked, how much primordial energy do you think Shao Chun can condense in the end? The Flame Rock Sovereign thought for a while before voicing his opinion. Right now, for every day he persists, he can obtain 10 strands of primordial energy. I estimate that he can persist for another 5 days and finally condense 60 strands of primordial energy. Ao Jiao said indifferently, I feel that he can persist for 9 days. Before he completely absorbs the medicinal energy, he will not stop. The Flame Rock Sovereign said, that's impossible. Could it be that he has experienced something even more painful than this? Ao Jiao smiled and did not say anything. Shao Chun had indeed experienced it before. The lightning tribulation in the Sky Dome realm was much more painful than this. 5 days passed in a flash. The time that the Flame Rock Sovereign estimated for Xiao Chun was up. However, Xiao Chun still showed no signs of stopping. How did this fellow do it? The Flame Rock Sovereign exclaimed in shock. Under the triple formation of heaven, earth, and man, Xiao Chen's current aura was already so surging that it was terrifying. A faint emperor's might spread behind Xiao Chun, lingering for a long time, suppressing him layer by layer. The Flame Rock Sovereign's eyes lit up. Peering through the layers of light, he saw that Xiao Chun had already condensed 60 strands of primordial energy. Every strand of primordial energy was incredibly dense, like a true dragon. The vast and forceful primordial energy swam in Xiao Chen's heart of an emperor, roaring endlessly along with his heartbeat. This fellow actually didn't forget to refine the primordial energy while he was condensing it. The shock in the Flame Rock Sovereign's heart could not be described with words. Given this, when the medicinal pill finished absorbing the primordial energy, Xiao Chun would be able to completely control the primordial energy. The sun rose and set. Another 3 days passed. The emperor's might behind Xiao Chun piled up. It was already boundlessly heavy, nearly turning solid. The effects of the medicinal pill are over. It's time to open your eyes, right? The Flame Rock Sovereign muttered. When he saw the emperor's might behind Xiao Chun, the Flame Rock Sovereign sighed in his heart. He had personally created a miracle. The consummation blue-robed emperor had cultivated 100 strands of primordial energy. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, it would be like a new Emperor Wu was born. Right after the Flame Rock Sovereign spoke, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and the accumulated emperor's might behind him burst out. Bang! The emperor's might, which had been suppressed for a long time, soared into the sky like a rainbow, instantly shattering the formation that the Flame Rock Sovereign laid. Then it tore through the clouds and turned into colorful clouds spreading out, encasing the entire dark city. Colorful light spread out, and Emperor's might spread everywhere. The many cultivators in Dark City looked up, feeling shocked in their hearts. Which lucky person cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire and advanced to martial Emperor? Only someone who had just advanced to Emperor Wu would appear, unable to control the Emperor's might and causing colorful clouds to fill the sky. However, after thinking about it, they felt that this was impossible. The great tribulation of wind and fire caused such a huge commotion. How could there be no sign at all? All of this was something that only the 13 great bandits of Dark City were able to guess at. At the same time, they revealed smiles on their faces. They had not given the wrong engraved medallion back then. That person was worthy of their support. Inside the Flame Rock Castle, Xiao Chun drifted over. He smiled and said, "Senior, I did not let you down. I successfully endured it." The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "Congratulations. However, I'm afraid that I cannot teach you the final technique." Feeling curious, Xiao Chun asked why. The Flame Rock Sovereign said helplessly, "Originally, I was preparing to simulate a great tribulation of wind and fire to let you experience it in advance. However, you are growing too fast, far surpassing my expectations. I can no longer simulate your great tribulation of wind and fire. If I let you clear it easily, it will only mislead you. It will only mislead you and will not have any effect at all. Instead, it will be harmful." Chapter 1253. This stunned Xiao Chun. This answer made him feel somewhat nervous. The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "During this period, go and pay a visit to the other great bandits. At the same time, stabilize your cultivation. After that, return to Heavenly Star Island. When the Dragon's Gate is unveiled, don't forget to send me an invitation." It looked like Ao Jiao had already told the Flame Rock Sovereign his plan. Being able to get the Flame Rock Sovereign to come and help establish the Dragon's Gate, Xiao Chun felt more confident. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I will never forget Senior's kindness." The Flame Rock Sovereign looked at Ao Jiao, who was drinking alone on the tall building. Then he sighed softly. "Little friend, I'll say this very sincerely. Whether you repay this kindness or not, I do not mind. If you have the heart, Take good care of Ao Jiao and investigate the cause of Big Brother Sang Mu's death. Right now, you have overwhelming luck. With the Thunder King standing behind you, there are some things that are much safer for you to do than for me. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry. Even if Senior did not mention this, I would do it." The process of visiting the 13 Great Bandits went smoothly. These sovereign martial emperors had already been convinced by Xiao Chen's grace in the first place. After meeting and chatting, they felt even more satisfied. Xiao Chen always held respect for senior experts and would not appear boundlessly arrogant. "If others respect me, I will respect them tenfold." This had always been Xiao Chen's motto. After the visit ended, Xiao Chen truly formed a connection with these great bandits. Since ancient times, only Xiao Chen had managed to gain the friendship of these 13 great bandits at the same time. After dealing with the matter of the Black Sea, Xiao Chen was eager to return, wishing that he could rush to Heavenly Star Island immediately. 4 flood dragons pulled the war chariot, rushing through the clouds at lightning-fast speed, heading for Heavenly Star Island. Actually, right now, Xiao Chen's personal speed was even faster than the flood dragon war chariot. However, he did not have a strong physique like the flood dragons, able to maintain his speed without slowing down. In terms of long-distance travel, the flood dragon war chariot was more suitable. It would also be more efficient. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen did not neglect his cultivation. Now, Xiao Chen had 100 strands of primordial energy, a half-step golden body, and grasped the instant of glory, the 1,000-year hegemony establishment, and the subduing dragon profound slash, 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques. Furthermore, he had practiced all of them to small perfection. What was even more frantic was his ultimate skill, the telepathic finger, which could instantly mobilize all his strength. If Xiao Chen were to face Emperor Wu of the First Heaven with such strength, he would be able to fight against Emperor Wu of the First Heaven even without using the cycle banner. If Xiao Chen used the cycle banner, he would be able to obtain victory easily. He would not have to put in as much effort as he did against Old Han. As for Emperor Wu, who was at the second layer of heaven, Xiao Chen still didn't know much about him, so it wasn't appropriate for him to make a judgment. However, if he wanted to retreat, the other party shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Right now, I still have 3 paths to raise my strength. The first is my peak will of thunder. The second is my 70% comprehended saber soul. The third is the breakthrough of the purple thunder divine incantation. Xiao Chen analyzed calmly. None of the 3 paths was easy. The peak will of thunder required one to materialize the illusory before one could condense an innate thunder crystal. After raising the saber soul to 100% comprehension and forming his own saber domain, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. For the purple thunder divine incantation to break through to the 7th layer, Xiao Chen would need to undergo another lightning tribulation before he could advance to the 8th layer. Clearly, these 3 paths could not be taken at the same time. They had to be done one at a time of priority. Along the way to Heavenly Star Island, aside from stabilizing his cultivation and absorbing primordial energy at a fixed time every day, Xiao Chen pondered this problem. When he was only 3 days away from Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chen made his decision to raise his saber soul first. After all, in the end, he was a bladesman. Before advancing to Martial Emperor, he had to form his own saber domain. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation of his saber soul had reached the later stages, he could only rely on peak-grade demon fiend rocks if he wanted to speed it up. After he returned to Heavenly Star Island, he would ask the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce to keep an eye on this. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Ao Jiao told Xiao Chen that Heavenly Star Island was within sight, Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and walked out of the chariot. Xiao Chen's vision immediately widened. The familiar sea region appeared before him. He could see the silhouette of Heavenly Star Island with his naked eye. He could already see the closest subsidiary islands clearly. Now, Heavenly Star Island already controlled all the subsidiary islands in the sea region. No one else dared to interfere. Before Xiao Chen left, he forced back the purple-clad Marquis, a greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. This spread the fame of Heavenly Star Island throughout the Western Sea. Anyone who wanted to target Heavenly Star Island would have to weigh themselves first. Otherwise, they would not be able to get anything good out of it. As Xiao Chan got closer, he could already see the buildings on Heavenly Star Island with his naked eye. The first thing that entered his eyes was a vast and majestic city. It looked like a huge, true dragon coiled above the pirates. Hence, the existence of the city fixed the geomancy of the surroundings. All the luck gathered and encased Heavenly Star Island. Indistinct dragon chi could be seen moving in and out of the clouds above Heavenly Star Island. It looked extraordinary. Vaguely, this city had the air of a holy city. It was not much inferior to the Lunar Palace's Bright Moon City. The majestic city gates had the words Heaven Dragon City written on them. Armored guards stood on the city walls, all of them wearing the same uniform. Xiao Chun looked carefully and saw that the uniform was the uniform of the deceased Dragon's Gate. However, it lacked the symbol of the Dragon's Gate. Mo Chun must have made it. As Xiao Chan stood in the air and looked at this majestic city, he felt somewhat shocked. Unexpectedly, in a short 1 year, Mo Chun had helped him build up the city. She had built such a huge city on the rubble of that day's destruction. Mo Chun was an extraordinary girl who excelled in zither, chess, calligraphy, medicine, divination, refining, and brewing. She had truly helped him a lot. Halt! Without the azure robe token issued by the city lord's residence, you are not allowed to fly into the city. If you do not have it, I hope that the few of you will enter through the city gates. If you try to barge in, we will activate the protective formation. Just as Xiao Chan was about to fly down from the clouds and enter the city, the scene above the city gates made him frown slightly. A group of black-clad people wearing conical bamboo hats wanted to barge into the city walls and fly in. Xiao Chen knew that most holy cities had such a rule. If one was not an honored guest, one could not fly around the city. This was the case in Bright Moon City and Dark City, which Xiao Chun had been to before. These people knew that the Heaven Dragon City had such a rule, but they still dared to barge in. It was very likely that they were here to cause trouble. Xiao Chun squinted his eyes and looked over. As he expected, the leader of the group was a half-step Emperor Wu, and the people behind him were all blue-robed emperors of different cultivation realms. So powerful! Which force sent this team? Xiao Chun thought to himself, what a joke. We are from the West Ocean Dragon Palace. What rules do we have to follow in your little Heaven Dragon City? Get out of the way and don't block our way into the city. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The black-clad old man in the lead sneered and took off his conical bamboo hat, revealing the unique fiery red dragon robe of the West Ocean Dragon Palace. The four people behind him also took off their conical bamboo hats at the same time to show their identities. So, that is the case. Xiao Chen now understood. Only the overlord of the Western Sea, the Western Sea Dragon Palace, could send such a strong team. The scene on the city walls immediately caused a commotion. Several cultivators lining up to enter the city stopped to watch. Interesting. This is the 8th time the Western Sea Dragon Palace has sent people to cause trouble. It can't be helped. Who asked Heavenly Star Island to develop too fast? The few large-scale auctions they held completely overshadowed the Western Sea Dragon Palace's limelight. Now, when people mention the Heavenly Starry Ocean or the Western Sea, the first place that comes to mind is Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Dragon Palace's reputation is completely suppressed. It is not just the auctions. The secret treasures, wine, and armor produced by Heavenly Star Island are all excellent. It would be hard for such a city not to prosper. The rise of Heavenly Star Island is clear for all to see. The Western Sea Dragon Palace is really desperate this time. To think that they are so direct in their suppression. I wonder how Heavenly Star City will deal with this. I heard that they endured the previous few times. The discussions at the city gates gave Xiao Chen a rough understanding of the situation. Xiao Chan did not show much surprise on his face. It was not strange for an old overlord to suppress a rising faction that could threaten him. But of all the things she shouldn't have done, she shouldn't have provoked him. The protective formation? Who are you trying to scare? If you really dare to activate it, It means that you're trying to start a war. At that time, I, the Western Sea Dragon King, will lead the 7 heroes of the dragon and flatten your heavenly star island in minutes. The black-clad old man leading the group shouted coldly. The leading black-clad old man shouted coldly. This made the soldiers guarding the city feel very dissatisfied, but they could do nothing about it. Scram! Just an insignificant heaven dragon city, and you dare to put on such airs? Do you really think that you are a holy city? The black-clad man directly sent out a palm strike and knocked back the soldiers in front of him. These soldiers were only martial monarchs. The captain was only a martial sage. Without activating the protective formation, he was like an ant to this half-step Emperor Wu. How could the soldiers block such a sudden attack? They were severely injured and fell off the city. Seeing that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's people actually made a move, the expressions of the people watching at the city gates all changed. These Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace elders were too overboard to attack the soldiers guarding the city. What status did these people have? They were Divine Dragon Palace elders, people with high authority. As for the soldiers guarding the city, they were just the lowest level people of Heavenly Star Island. You can't even withstand a single strike. With just this bit of strength, you dare to block our way? The black-clad old man smiled coldly. Then, he led the 4 people behind him, preparing to fly into the city. You're seeking death. However, just as the 4 were about to fly into the city, a furious shout suddenly resounded in the sky. Following that, for dragon roars rang out. A white-clad man holding the reins in his hand drove 4 deep-sea flood dragons on a war chariot, charging over with a surging aura. The instant the black-clad old man made a move, Xiao Chen's face sank. Unexpectedly, this group of people did not care about anything to this extent. Disregarding their status, they even attacked the city guards, minor characters who were only martial monarchs. This was intolerable. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he drove the Flood Dragon war chariot forward. Chapter 1254. The strong aura made Xiao Chen, who was driving the war chariot, look as dignified as a celestial deity. Even the leader, the half-step Emperor Wu, felt somewhat stunned under this aura. Horror appeared in his heart. A Flood Dragon war chariot? He is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. He snatched this war chariot from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. When everyone saw the Flood Dragon war chariot, they immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. This was originally the symbol of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Lung Xiaofan. Now, it became Xiao Chen's personal symbol. This was a great mockery of Lung Xiaofan. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's 5 people had not expected Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. They were somewhat stunned. Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen is back. However, the many guards on the city walls erupted in thunderous cheers. Back when the old city was destroyed, the scene of Xiao Chen charging out at the most dangerous moment and chopping the Buddha palm with a saber was still fresh in the minds of these guards. When that saber chopped the Buddha palm in half, boundless sunlight poured down and shone on that white figure. That scene was imprinted in the minds of the millions of people in the city. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Xiao Chen felt somewhat angry in his heart. He could roughly guess why this group of people was so fearless. Naturally, the peak of Heavenly Star Island's combat prowess was Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji's master, the Life Reaper Azura Lan Xiaofeng, a peak greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, Lan Xiaofeng could only rely on Lan Xiaobai, Elder Qin, and Mo Chun, and the other blue-robed emperors. These people were not a match for the half-step Emperor Wu. However, if Lan Xiaofeng made a move to deal with this half-step Emperor Wu, he would definitely give the Western Sea Divine Dragon King a chance to make a move. At that time, when Heavenly Star Island came over to denounce Lan Xiaofeng for not knowing the rules and making a move on a junior, it would become Heavenly Star Island being unreasonable. The Great Emperor also had his own rules. If he made a move against someone below Emperor Wu, he would indeed be a laughingstock in the circle. However, if Lan Xiaofeng did not make a move, no one would be able to restrain this group of people. Hence, the other party repeatedly came to cause trouble, continuously suppressing the newly built Heaven Dragon City. Mo Chun and the others could only endure. If the matter blew up, Heavenly Star Island would be the one to suffer. Not to mention the Western Sea Dragon King's strength as a sovereign martial emperor, there was also the 7 heroes of the dragon. Right now, Heavenly Star Island was no match for this faction that had existed for more than 10,000 years. In the end, he was still lacking some foundation, and he couldn't accomplish it in one go. However, no matter what, a dignified half-step Emperor Wu had attacked a martial emperor. Xiao Chun couldn't bear it. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace truly lives up to being an old subordinate of Neptune. Tell me your name. As Xiao Chun stood on the dragon chariot, he held the reins with one hand and placed the other behind his back. He looked coldly at the black-clad old man who made a move. The black-clad old man felt an inexplicable horror in his heart. Before Xiao Chun's aura, he actually felt timid. What's going on? Although my improvement in the past year is horrifying, reaching consummation blue-robed emperor, I am a half-step Emperor Wu. However, I'm a half-step martial emperor. How can I cower before him? Not even daring to look him in the eye. Sweat appeared on the black-clad old man's forehead. Why did such a situation happen? He could not figure it out, no matter how hard he thought about it. Under the pressure of Xiao Chen's strong aura, the black-clad old man could not help saying his name. This old man's family name is Lu Yuanhe. I am an inner court elder of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The moment the black-clad old man said this, he regretted it. I am a half-step Emperor Wu. Why do I have to listen to a consummation blue-robed emperor? However, just as the black-clad old man wanted to say something, Xiao Chen's words stopped him. If you apologize now, I will give the Western Sea Dragon King some face and pretend that nothing happened. When Lu Yuanhe heard this, he became enraged. What a joke. You want me, a half-step Emperor Wu, to apologize to a martial monarch? Did a donkey kick you in the head, Blue Dragon King? After snatching the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Flood Dragon War Chariot, you still dare to use it so openly. You're the only one in the younger generation who can be so arrogant. Earlier, Xiao Chen's aura was too strong. Lu Yuanhe was stunned for a moment. Now, he used the anger in his heart to pull back his aura and rebuked Xiao Chun. The one who should apologize is you inexperienced brat. If you beg me now, I can put in a good word for you in front of the Eastern Sea Dragon King. That way, you will not die too badly. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with Lu Yuanhe's nonsense. He said indifferently, I'll say it one last time. Are you going to apologize or not? The many cultivators at the city gates could not understand. Xiao Chun was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Why was he so domineering when facing the half-step Emperor Wu? Why did he keep demanding an apology? Where did he get the courage to do so? Not going to say anything? In that case, I'll take it that you have given up. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance and attacking too ruthlessly. After saying this casually, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He executed Thunder Dragon steps and soared into the air. How arrogant! I did not attack you, but you actually dared to attack me first. Lu Yuanhe's lips curled up in a cold smile. Xiao Chun came at the right time. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity that delivered itself to his doorstep. Defeating Xiao Chun was better than causing a ruckus in Heaven Dragon City 100 times. It would be sufficient to plunge Heaven Dragon City's reputation to rock bottom. However, right after Lu Yuanhe spoke, he could not bring himself to laugh. This was because Xiao Chun, who had been in his vision a moment ago, suddenly vanished. What's going on? Elder Lu behind. He's behind you. Lu Yuanhe's companions warned him anxiously. No one expected Xiao Chun to be so fast. Trying to sneak attack me? You're seeking death. A horrifying aura surged out of Lu Yuanhe's body as he shouted. Then, he turned around and punched. The force of this punch was so great that space buzzed. The ground at the city gates trembled slightly. However, Lu Yuanhe's punch hit nothing but air. Before Lu Yuanhe could even see Xiao Chen's figure, Lu Yuanhe received a slap to the face, knocking him into the air. When Lu Yuanhe stabilized himself, he rubbed his face and looked forward. However, he still did not see Xiao Qian's figure. Lu Yuanhe's expression changed wildly. With a speed like a peal of thunder, he turned around and spoke. "Pa!" An even more resounding slap landed on Lu Yuanhe's face. His body flew back at an even faster speed, but he still did not see Xiao Qian's figure. Lu Yuanhe's heart was filled with horror. He pushed off the air with the tip of his foot and quickly spun forward. In that instant, a strong wind blew. With every spin, Lu Yuanhe brought with him a vast amount of the power of the world. The two slaps made Lu Yuanhe somewhat dizzy. Right now, he could not think of anything other than catching sight of Xiao Qian's figure. "Pa!" However, as Lu Yuanhe spun around at high speed, a finger mark appeared on his face in the 1,000th of a second, and he spun around. When Lu Yuanhe stopped, he still did not see Xiao Qian's figure, not even a shadow. "Elder Lu, behind. Behind. Is he behind me? I don't believe that I can't even see your figure." Lu Yuanhe felt very sullen in his heart. However, he did not dare to turn around and attack. Instead, he turned into a flash of light, flying forward at lightning speed before turning around again. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" The sound of slaps filled the air. As long as Lu Yuanhe turned around, he would receive a resounding slap. No matter what he did, no matter how fast he sped up, as long as he turned around, he would receive a slap. Unfortunately, Xiao Qian was right behind him. Everyone could see him except for Lu Yuanhe. As long as he turned around, he would receive a slap. This comical scene caused all the guards of the city gates and the other cultivators to roar with laughter. Their laughter was incredibly piercing. Even the four people who came with Lu Yuanhe felt their faces burning. This time, they had truly lost a lot of face. After getting slapped, Lu Yuanhe still looked like a fool, searching for the person who slapped him. To think that this fellow would have such a day. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Every time that old fellow comes, he flaunts his might. However, no one can do anything to him. I've been suppressing this frustration for a long time. If Miss Mo Chan says that she does not intend to use the protective formation, does he really think that he can stir up any waves in Heaven Dragon City? When the guard in the city saw this scene, they all felt their frustrations vented. When Mo Chun and the others received the news, they rushed over. Originally, they were worried about Xiao Chun. However, when they saw this scene, their lips curled up involuntarily in smiles. "Ha ha ha! Blue Dragon King, I see you. I see you." Lu Yuanhe, who had been slapped several thousand times in the air, finally saw Xiao Qian's figure the moment he turned around again. Xiao Qian laughed maniacally. His tone actually contained some joy. He was like a child anxiously searching for something. After finding it, he felt a sincere satisfaction. However, the spectators who saw this clearly knew that Xiao Qian had not moved at all this time, purposely letting Lu Yuanhe see him. They all felt a trace of sorrow in their hearts. It's over. Lu Yuanhe really got slapped silly. His face is already swollen like a pig's head, yet he can still laugh so happily. "Why are you so happy? I just got tired of slapping you with my back to you." Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes. His delicate and handsome face looked very nice when he smiled. However, to others this smile was scarily cold, like that of a demon. The resounding slap rang out again. This slap sent Lu Yuanhe flying to the ground. The other party simply could not see the speed of Xiao Qian's attack at all. Before Xiao Qian, this Lu Yuanhe was like a clown, only able to be toyed with. After Lu Yuanhe landed on the ground, his mind was still somewhat muddled. He kept saying, "I see you. I see you." The other four blue-robed emperors of the Western Sea, Divine Dragon Palace, felt their faces burning. Their half-step Emperor Wu got slapped silly. In the entire history of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, Lu Yuanhe was probably the first person to get slapped silly. Unfortunately, this first was not a glorious first. "Quickly, carry Elder Lu away. This time, we embarrassed ourselves greatly. I wonder how the Vice Palace Masters will deal with us." The four blue-robed emperors wished that they could find a hole to hide in. How could they dare to linger? They quickly carried Lu Yuanhe far away like the wind. In the air, Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. As he watched this group of people leave, he did not stop them. Although Xiao Chun was proud and hated evil, he was not a fool. Right now, Heavenly Star Island was not a match for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. There was no need to be too ruthless. By toying with this Lu Yuanhe today, Xiao Chun had already regained Heavenly Star Island's lost reputation. He had also helped the guards that Lu Yuanhe hurt vent their anger. That was enough. Chapter 1255. Blue Dragon King. Seeing the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's people flee, all the guards on the city walls cheered. The tyrannical air of kingship that Xiao Chun exuded slowly settled. When Xiao Chun looked back, he saw Imo Chun and Lan Xiaobai. They exchanged looks and smiled, understanding each other without saying anything. The Flood Dragon war chariot carried Xiao Chun away. Imo Chun and Lan Xiaobai waved their hands to get the others to move back. Then, they leaped onto the war chariot. Big brother Xiao Chun, did you succeed? Imo Chun asked anxiously. Lan Xiaobai also had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Both of them knew that Xiao Chun had left Heavenly Star Island in search of a way to quickly advance to consummation Blue-Robed Emperor. Given that Xiao Chun could even toy with the half-step Emperor Wu, he must have found a way. Xiao Chun nodded and gave a simple explanation of his experiences. Then he said, "This time, not only did I advance to consummation Blue-Robed Emperor, but I also condensed the heart of an emperor and can cultivate primordial energy." After the two of them received a definite answer, a sincere smile appeared on their faces, brimming with a strong sense of joy. Lan Xiaobai guffawed and said, "It looks like the city lord's residence will be holding a grand banquet tonight. We will not return until we are drunk." Xiao Chun replied. Then he asked about the ins and outs of the matter at the city gates. What exactly was going on? Lan Xiaobai hesitated for a while before saying, "Imo Chun, you tell him. This is your decision as well." Xiao Chun looked over doubtfully. Could there be more to this? Mo Chun nodded and said, "I used the manpower of the entire Heavenly Star Island and some of the secret techniques in the Book of Heavenly Works to complete the general outline of Heaven Dragon City half a year ago. At the same time, the winery on the island and the refining mountain manor on Black Flame Island started operating as well. As you know, we have the Dragon's Gate Treasure Trove and the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. We have all sorts of peak ores and rare materials. As soon as the city was built, it quickly became operational. In less than a month, it became the commercial center of the Western Sea. DeBayo and I worked together to take out a few treasures from the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove and hold an auction at regular intervals. The flow of people in Heaven Dragon City immediately increased, completely surpassing that of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Sea Dragon City. The various merchant associations of the Heavenly Starry Ocean are also fighting to establish themselves in Heaven Dragon City, bringing in a lot of tax revenue. Xiao Chun was slightly speechless. The Heaven Dragon City was like a behemoth. Once it was in operation, the speed at which it rose was unbelievable. Imo Chun continued. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace became envious of the huge benefits. 3 months ago, their young master brought people over wanting to work with us. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Work together? What kind of cooperation?" Imo Chun shook her head and said, "Although they said it was a cooperation, it was essentially banditry. They said that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace would provide security for Heaven Dragon City and then take 50% of our profits every year." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "This plan is really good. Since when did we need their protection?" Naturally, there was no need to elaborate on what happened after that. It was easy to guess. Naturally, Imo Chun could not agree to such a cooperation. Hence, the other party kept sending people to cause trouble. Imo Chun sized up the situation. Before Xiao Chun returned, she chose to endure and not do anything. Hence, the scene that Xiao Chun saw at the city gates happened. Lan Xiaobai added, "The more despicable thing is that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young master spoke arrogantly. Back then, he even wanted to remove Imo Chun's veil. If not for Master appearing and scaring him away, the consequences would have been hard to imagine. There was such a thing? Xiao Chun felt some rage in his heart as he looked at Chun. Chun smiled calmly and said, "It's fine. He can't get close to me. My cultivation has not fallen behind in the past year." Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered that it was not just Chun. Even Lan Xiaobai's cultivation had improved significantly in the past year, both advancing to great perfection. Blue-robed Emperor Mo Chun had the Book of Heavenly Works, the cornerstone treasure of an ancient sect. It was perfectly compatible with her, so it was not strange for her to have such improvements. The strange thing was Lan Xiaobai. Although Lan Xiaobai had excellent talent and had the support of the Dragon's Gate treasure, Heavenly Star Island was not an excellent experiential training ground like the Astral Battlefield. After all, how could he have made such improvements? Chen noticed Xiao Chen's doubts. She said, "I know what you were wondering. The answer lies in the Dragon's Gate's mountain rock that you brought from Bright Moon City." Lan Xiaobai said, "Only now do I know that the Dragon's Gate's mountain rock made from heaven-subduing rock not only has the effect of gathering luck for the sect, but is also an excellent experiential training ground. There are many Dragon's Gate's heroic spirits there. You Chensi, and the others are all cultivating there." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Back then, when he first saw the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he had indeed seen an illusion. However, he did not expect that the illusion had other mysteries and could be used for cultivation. In the 1 year that Xiao Chan was gone, the changes that happened to Heavenly Star Island caught him off guard, a pleasant surprise that was too unexpected. However, Xiao Chun could not let his joy go blind. He had to think of a way to deal with the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. "What do the two of you think about the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace?" Xiao Chun asked. At the mention of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the smiles on Chen's and Lan Xiaobai's faces slowly vanished. Worry flashed on their faces. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. The Western Sea Dragon King was a sovereign martial emperor, and the two vice palace masters were as strong as Emperor Wu. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace could summon the various marquises at any time. Simply put, this was a huge faction. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had dominated the Western Sea for more than 10,000 years. If they were not angry, they could flatten Heavenly Star Island. Chan said, "Heavenly Star Island still has the Bushin Palace behind it. The Western Sea Dragon King does not dare to make a move. I'm just afraid that he will play some tricks, sending people to harass us. After all, Senior Lan cannot make a move casually." Lan Xiaobai said, "We do not have to worry about this right now. With Xiao Chun around, if they dare to send people to harass us, they will just be seeking their own humiliation." As Xiao Chun listened to the two, he realized that they were both very smart people. However, they could not think of any good ideas at this moment. The reason was none other than accumulations. Heavenly Star Island's accumulations were far inferior to that of a veteran overlord like the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. "Big Brother Xiao, you already have a countermeasure in mind?" Chun was very intelligent. When she saw Xiao Chen's expression, she could tell that something was amiss. Lan Xiaobai looked over curiously. Xiao Chun just returned, and he already had a countermeasure. This was too inconceivable. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I do indeed have a countermeasure. Actually, when I returned, I already thought about it. I can deal with the tough bone that is the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and let the Western Sea Dragon King know that Heavenly Star Island is not as simple as it looks on the surface." "What countermeasure?" Xiao Chen's tone was calm as he slowly said, "Announce to the world that the Dragon's Gate will be re-established." When Chun and Lan Xiaobai heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected Xiao Chen's countermeasure to be so shocking. Although they knew that Xiao Chen's future goal was to use Heavenly Star Island as the foundation to rebuild the Dragon's Gate, they did not dare to do so. However, Chun and Lan Xiaobai had not expected it to happen so early. This was truly unexpected. "Isn't it a bit too early?" Lan Xiaobai asked. Chun did not say anything, but she clearly had the same question. Right now, Heavenly Star Island's accumulations were far from sufficient. During the time that Xiao Chun was away, Lan Xiaobai, and Mo Chun could be considered the true decision-makers of Heavenly Star Island. There was no need for Xiao Chun to hide his thoughts from them. After organizing his thoughts, Xiao Chun said, "Actually, compared to those holy lands, no matter how much Heavenly Star Island develops, we will not be able to reach their accumulations within 100 years. It doesn't matter if we announce it earlier or later. It doesn't matter. Since that is the case, why not announce it earlier? Erecting the Dragon's Gates signboard would definitely speed up Heavenly Star Island's development." When the two heard this, they were stunned. They had not thought of this problem. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed like it was as Xiao Chun said. Xiao Chun continued, "I am a descendant of the Qing Emperor in the first place. Furthermore, I am the Blue Dragon King personally appointed by the Thunder King. I possess the Blue Dragon martial spirit. It is perfectly justifiable for me to erect the Dragon's Gate signboard. I have to stand upright and be open and above board. There is no need to have too many misgivings." Lan Xiaobai looked at the determination and stubbornness in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he smiled and said, "I am fine with it. From the moment you agreed to let me accompany the Hao Ian sect, I already made my choice. No matter what you decide, I will support you. The Tsing Lung scheme is your legend in the first place. I will continue to write it down. I also look forward to the martial Dao convention you promised me." Under the veil, Mo Chan smiled faintly and said, "I never object to the things you have decided." Upon hearing the two's words, Xiao Chun felt warmth in his heart. Then, he solemnly thanked Mo Chun. Lan Xiaobai smiled and said, "Erecting a signboard might seem easy, but there are too many things to consider. Let's put this matter aside for now. You just returned to Heaven Dragon City today. Let Mo Chun bring you around the city." Lan Xiaobai got out of the chariot. He had to be thinking carefully about how Xiao Chun should proceed with his decision. Xiao Chun recalled the first time he met Lan Xiaobai. The other party's arrogance was still fresh in his mind. Even now, Xiao Chun was somewhat curious about it. Back then, when Lan Xiaobai went to the oceanic world, what kind of blow did he suffer that made him lose the idea of riding the Tsing Lung scheme by himself? Put away the war chariot. I'll bring you around Heaven Dragon City. Mo Chen's words pulled Xiao Chun back to reality. He smiled faintly and put away the Flood Dragon war chariot. Then, he followed Mo Chun and strolled around Heaven Dragon City. The streets and alleys were filled with people. The entire Heaven Dragon City was dozens of times more lively than before it was destroyed. Only by walking around could one feel such a change. Occasionally, the patrolling guards would greet the two respectfully when they saw them. After Mo Chun brought Xiao Chun around the bustling business district, she led Xiao Chun to the unique Heaven Dragon dueling ground. Every detail of the dueling ground was modeled after the Dragon's Gate's ancient city. Several things had already lost their inheritance. Being able to reappear in Heaven Dragon City was very attractive to some cultivators. For example, there were walls with the Dragon's Gate's sages carved on them. As long as one cleared a few stages, one could personally touch them and feel the martial techniques the sages left on the walls. There were many such things. As Xiao Chun walked around, he discovered that several experts of the heavenly starry ocean chose to set up camp here. There were even Half-Step Emperor Wu who opened a dojo and built his own dueling ground. Chapter 1256. Mo Chun explained, "Clearly, we cannot focus on every aspect of the construction of a city. After the general outline was done, I contacted the various merchant associations of the heavenly starry ocean and got them to participate. This is a major reason why Heaven Dragon City is so prosperous now." Mo Chen's explanation was a great eye-opener for Xiao Chun. Her insight and horizons completely surpassed Xiao Chen's in this aspect. If Xiao Chun were in charge of the construction of Heaven Dragon City, he definitely would not have thought so far ahead. As Xiao Chun looked at the bustling Heaven Dragon City in the plaza in the middle of the city, he felt extremely moved. When Xiao Chun first met Mo Chun in the Cloud Sea domain, he probably could not have imagined that such a girl would personally help him build a city that would revive the Dragon's Gate. To Xiao Chun, reviving the Dragon's Gate was actually something he could do. What Xiao Chan excelled at was the cultivation of the martial Tao. If not for Lan Xiaobai and Mo Chun, he would not even know how to revive the Dragon's Gate. As for the future of the Dragon's Gate, Xiao Chun did not have much thought or ambition. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate was out of a sense of responsibility as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. However, if Xiao Chun wanted to be like the Qing Emperor back then, leading the Dragon's Gate to rule the entire Kunlun realm, he would not be interested. Xiao Chen's pursuit was the supreme martial Tao, to break through to the peak. The tragedy of the Dragon's Gate's destruction in the past also told him that he could not go overboard with some things. The Qing Emperor looked like he swept through the world, unrivaled. However, there was a fact that could not be ignored. The Dragon's Gate was destroyed at the hands of the Qing Emperor. What Xiao Chun hoped for was a healthy Dragon's Gate, one that could continue the inheritance of the Dragon's Gate sect masters. Even if Xiao Chun died one day, the spirit of the Dragon's Gate could continue on, never to be extinguished. However, this seemingly simple desire was filled with variables. The factions that feared the Dragon's Gate were not willing to see the words Dragon's Gate reappear in the world. This time, Xiao Chun wanted to make his stance known to the world. Xiao Chun was a descendant of the Qing Emperor. The Xiao clan's bloodline flowed in his veins. He was duty-bound to rebuild the Dragon's Gate. Why did he have to act like a thief and hide? It was not like he was doing something shameful. As Mo Chun watched Xiao Chun stroll around the plaza in a daze, she understood his pain. Too many factions in the Kunlun realm feared the words Dragon's Gate. No matter how simple Xiao Chen's wish was, in the eyes of these people, they absolutely could not let Xiao Chun fulfill it. When Xiao Chun made the decision to announce the rebuilding of the Dragon's Gate to the world, the one under the most pressure would definitely be Xiao Chun. When the news spread, it would definitely shake up the entire Kunlun realm. On that day, the insignificant Heavenly Star Island might not be able to withstand such pressure. Xiao Chun had obviously considered all of this, but he still made this decision without any hesitation. Big brother Xiao Chun, what are you thinking about? Mo Chun laughed, interrupting Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chun recovered his wits and smiled. He did not give a direct answer. He opened his palm, and a flower appeared. It was the dragon blood flowers that he found in the dragon grave. There is nothing to thank you for. These are dragon blood flowers that I found in an 8-star dragon grave. Take them. Under the veil, Mo Chun revealed a joyful smile. She cupped her hands together and accepted the flowers. The flowers drifted down from Xiao Chen's hands and piled up in Mo Chen's hands. Hee. The dragon blood flower is an extremely rare existence. If I bring these flowers to the auction of the Heaven Dragon in the lower realm, they will definitely cause a huge commotion, Mo Chun said with a smile. Xiao Chun stopped what he was doing and said, "It's best if you don't. Keep them for yourself. I still have other treasures that can be placed in the auction. These are my gifts to you." Mo Chun nodded and carefully put away the dragon blood flowers. "Whatever you say. Come, I'll bring you to the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. That place has already become a forbidden land of Heavenly Star Island." Xiao Chun was very curious about the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as well. He really wanted to take a look. What exactly was inside the mountain tablet that allowed Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai to improve so much? Through Mo Chen's conversation, Xiao Chun learned that Lan Xiaobai had accidentally touched this mountain tablet and discovered its mysteries. After entering, he found himself in an ancient battlefield. After killing his way out of the battlefield and arriving in the real world, he was shocked to discover that the martial techniques that he practiced in the illusion could be used in the real world. However, at this moment, only an instant had passed in the real world. After hearing Mo Chen's explanation, Xiao Chun could not help but feel even more interested. To think that the things that he learned in the illusion could be used in the real world. Furthermore, no matter how much time passed in the illusion, it was just the blink of an eye in the real world. To cultivators whose time was precious, this was simply a great killing tool. After a while, the two left Heaven Dragon City and arrived at the foot of the tallest peak of Heavenly Star Island. This peak towered into the clouds. Spiritual energy lingered around it, and it was lush and green. Xiaochen had chosen this peak to be the Dragon's Gate's summit long ago. There were many talented children on the mountain who received the teachings of Yu, Jinlin, Lu Ku, and the others. They were the future of the Dragon's Gate. This was the Dragon's Gate's summit in the first place. Furthermore, the existence of the mountain tablet made this place even more important. Hence, the masters of Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji personally oversaw this place. To prevent information from leaking out, aside from a few trustworthy people, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet was not given to anyone else. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Chun saw this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet in a secluded and quiet place. Xiao Chun had chosen the location of the mountain tablet himself. The mountain tablet was made of heaven-subduing rock. When placed at a suitable location, it could guard luck and gather the surrounding geomancy. The Qing Emperor had written the words Dragon's Gate on a mountain tablet. Every stroke of the two ancient words was like a powerful bladesman brandishing a treasure saber, clean and efficient, boundlessly free and at ease. Near the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, Xiao Chun saw two people seated cross-legged with their eyes closed. Their expressions changed continuously as if they were in some kind of illusion. Gong Yangyu and Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. Why are these two old friends from the Sky Dome realm here? Mo Chan explained, Heaven Dragon City has recently become famous. Furthermore, this is your territory. Many of your cultivators pretended to be your old friends and came to join you. However, most of them were swindlers. Chun Shi saw through them and verified their identities. You should know them, right? Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he knew them. Then, he revealed a faint smile on his face. It was good that they came. People tended to reminisce about the past. Furthermore, the Dragon's Gate needed these outstanding talents to join it. Now, the name of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, was already known to everyone in this vast and boundless oceanic world. The stories about Xiao Chun spread like wildfire, like he was a living legend. It was not strange for people to pretend to be his old friends and come to Heavenly Star Island. Where's Senior Lan? Why don't I see him? Xiao Chun asked, finding it strange as he looked around. Wasn't Senior Lan supposed to personally guard this place? Huh, even you could discover him. In that case, I'm called the Life-Reaping Azura for nothing. Lan Xiaofeng silently appeared beside Xiao Chun. It was like he had been there for a long time. Then, he disappeared without a trace. This startled Xiao Chun. No wonder even a sovereign martial emperor feared him. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would not even know how he died. Lan Xiaofeng smiled as he looked at Xiao Chun. That pair of eyes made Xiao Chun feel like he could not hide any secrets. Not bad. It looks like the rumors are true. Little friend, your harvest this year is pretty good. Xiao Chun asked. Senior already knows about it. Lan Xiaofeng nodded and said, News travels very fast in Emperor Wu's circle. You are one of the hottest topics in our circle. Even if I do not leave my residence, I know about your various exploits in the Dragon Grave Sea, the Dark Sea, and the Human Demon Sea. Xiao Chun did not find this strange. Emperor Wu was the peak of the entire Kunlun realm. Ordinary people would find it hard to see or hear news about them. However, that did not mean that they did not exist. They paid attention to the entire Kunlun realm at all times. There was no major matter that they did not know about. As the two spoke in riddles, Imogen could not make heads or tails of their conversation. However, she could tell that it was good news about Xiao Chun, so she did not mind. You are here to check out this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, right? This mountain tablet is indeed profound. Even someone of my cultivation actually got lost in the illusions. When Lan Xiaofeng mentioned the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he also appeared shocked, unable to understand it. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. Senior can use this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet? I can use it, but is not very useful. After all, after advancing to Martial Emperor, the cultivation of law energy is no longer of much use. I have already tested it. There is no way to cultivate primordial energy in there. It is more for cultivating law energy and tempering one's combat techniques, Lan Xiaofeng explained. This is not bad. If I have time in the future, I can come and experience it properly. After chatting with Lan Chaofeng for a long time, Gong Yongyu and Xinyuan Zhantian woke up one after another. When the two saw Xiao Chun, they naturally showed pleasant surprise on their faces. Xiao Chun had always been easygoing to his own people, never putting on airs. This made Gong Yongyu and Xinyuan Zhantian feel that they had come to the right place. After saying their goodbyes, Imo Chun led Xiao Chun to the top of the mountain. There, he saw Yu, who was currently teaching a group of Yu's martial arts. Xiao Chun could not tell that this Yu was originally a pampered young Mississippi. Now, when she taught a group of children, she was very methodical and had the proper bearing. Her aura had changed greatly. Originally, Xiao Chun had been planning to observe quietly before visiting an old friend. However, the sharp-eyed Yu discovered him. She immediately dragged him out excitedly, wanting him to teach this group of children on the spot. She even wanted him to take a disciple. Right now, how could Xiao Chun have any intention of taking a disciple? However, he did not know how to deal with Yu's coaxing and pestering. In the end, Imo Chun, who had been watching from the side for a long time, smiled happily and helped Xiao Chun resolve this problem. However, Xiao Chun still promised Yu that after he advanced to Martial Emperor, he would come and take a disciple. After that, the two went to visit Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, Lu Ku, and Xiao Xian, the first batch of people who had followed Xiao Chun to Heavenly Star Island of their own volition. When Xiao Chun saw that these people's cultivations all improved at a startling rate, he relaxed. In the end, he did not let them down. Back then, when these people agreed to come, Xiao Chun was most worried that staying on Heavenly Star Island would affect their cultivation in the Haotian sect. Now, it looked like his worries were unfounded. If they had remained in the Haotian sect, they would not have improved as much as they did now. Chapter 1257. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned dark. However, Xiao Chun was in high spirits. After being outside for a year, he felt like he had returned home. He could not get enough of the sights. Imo Chun tirelessly led Xiao Chun around, bringing him to the refining pavilion on Black Flame Island. The scene of more than 10,000 blacksmiths of the Mo clan refining treasures at the same time was rather shocking. This sight made Xiao Chun unable to resist himself, so he also joined in to satisfy his cravings. When the sky was about to brighten, Imo Chun brought Xiao Chun to her winery to rest and savor the wine that she personally brewed. When they arrived at the winery, Xiao Chun remembered the matter that he promised the Flame Rock Sovereign, so he took the opportunity to mention it to Imo Chun. Imo Chun smiled gently and said, "This is a small matter. Big brother Xiao Chun, just give me the instructions." At this moment, the sky was turning bright. The rising sun would soon bring boundless light and sweep away the darkness of the entire world. The two drank and chatted, not planning to go anywhere for now. They would watch the sunrise first. The morning sun arrived as scheduled. The sunrise over the sea was something one could never get tired of watching. This was the rising sun that represented a new life. Every time one looked at it, one would feel surging hope, filling one with fighting spirit. Imo Chun elegantly drained the wine in her cup. Then, she said, "Big brother Xiao Chun, there are actually many places in Heaven Dragon City that you have not been to yet. Today, I'll bring you to the merchant district first. The people in charge of those merchant associations all want to meet you." All right, Xiao Chun happily agreed. Those large merchant associations were the gods of wealth of Heaven Dragon City. There were only benefits to befriending these people. "Miss Imo Chun, there is news from the transportation formation. It says that honored guests will be arriving soon, and they want you to make preparations." Just at this moment, a guard quickly walked over from the pavilion, bringing a letter. Imo Chun took the letter and glanced at it. Then, her expression changed slightly as she handed it to Xiao Chun. "Trouble is here. I'm afraid that we can't continue walking around today. Why did the three holy masters send people over?" Xiao Chun asked with a slight frown after reading the letter. Actually, the letter said Bushin Palace. However, right now, the Thunder King did not care about Bushin Palace. The three holy masters were in charge. To Xiao Chun, there was no difference between the Bushin Palace and the three holy masters. Imo Chun said slowly, I have a bad feeling. Xiao Chun put away the letter and thought for a while. I have a bad feeling. Mo Chun waved her hand and dismissed the person, not wanting to disturb Xiao Chen's thoughts. In name, Heavenly Star Island was still under the jurisdiction of the Martial God Palace. Furthermore, it was different from the sects that joined the Martial God Palace. Dragon, heave, Chunshin, heavenly, heave, Chun was under, he dragon, Heavenly Star Island was somewhat special. Back then, before the people of the three holy masters left, they destroyed many of the buildings on the island, even the transportation formations. However, Xiao Chen's conferred land was rather special. Back then, before the three holy lands people left, they destroyed several buildings on the island, even the transportation formation. Back then, the Bushin Palace did not mention the proportion of the profits from the conferred land. This was because they did not believe that Xiao Chun could develop, and they did not care about this small amount of profit. What else could the Bushin Palace have to send people to assist and protect Xiao Chun? Aside from envy, Xiao Chun could not think of any other reason. Why did the Bushin Palace send people now? Aside from jealousy, Xiao Chun could not think of any other reason. Xiao Chun did not like the people of the three holy masters at all. During the king conferral ceremony, the three holy masters made things difficult for him in secret. When Xiao Chun arrived at the human-demon paradise, the three holy masters even sent people over, openly falling out with him. Mo Chen knew that Xiao Chun did not like this group of people. She suggested softly, "How about we turn off the transportation formations to the Bushin Palace and ignore this group of people?" All the transportation formations in the Bushin Palace system were connected. However, the transportation formations were like the airports of Xiao Chen's previous life. He could freely choose which routes to turn off. Once the transportation formations were turned off, the people of the Bushin Palace would not be able to teleport over. Xiao Chun said after some thought, "There's no need. The people that the other party sent this time are extraordinary. Even if we turn off the transportation formations, we might not be able to delay them for long. Instead, it will give them an excuse to reprimand us. Go and inform all the upper echelon of Heavenly Star Island to come. Give them the grandest reception. Let me see what kind of tricks these lackeys of the three holy lands have up their sleeves." Mo Chen's heart skipped a beat. Even turning off the transportation formations would not stop them. Could it be that the other party sent someone with Emperor Wu as their leader? Emperor Wu could tear space and move extremely fast. From the Kunlun continent to the heavenly starry ocean, he would only need half a day to cross this boundlessly long distance. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun, Lan Xiaobai, and Mo Chun stood together at the transportation formations of Heavenly Star Island. Yu Chenxi and the others stood behind them. All the core members of Heavenly Star Island were present, quietly waiting for the Bushin Palace's envoy to arrive. No one knew when the Bushin Palace's envoy would arrive. Lan Xiaobai took advantage of the free time to discuss the important points of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment with Xiao Chun. "Last night, I looked through many ancient texts. There are many grand re-establishment ceremonies in history. There are many etiquettes and ceremonies to take note of. I've organized them roughly. After this matter is over, you can take a look." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I'll leave this matter to you. Once you have the plan, you can make the arrangements yourself. I trust you." Xiao Chen's trust allowed Lan Xiaobai to release his bated breath. He was afraid of outsiders interfering in this matter. Since Xiao Chun was so assured, it would not be difficult to make the arrangements. The ancient re-establishment ceremonies are rather extravagant. I feel that we can omit some unnecessary things. The only thing is paying respects to the ancestors. We cannot be careless about this, Lan Xiaobai continued. Xiao Chun nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. The extravagance was not important. What was important was his responsibility to the ancestors of the Dragon's Gate. As Xiao Chun spoke, the transportation formation flickered with a multicolored light. The two stopped talking, and everyone's expressions turned grave. Everyone knew that this person did not come with good intentions and would not be easy to deal with. The light stopped flickering, and a fiery red azure luan appeared in the center of the transportation formation. The azure luan possessed the bloodline of the vermilion bird, an ancient mutated beast. It represented a noble status and possessed extremely strong control over fire. This azure wand exuded a strong aura. Xiao Chen estimated that even if his 4 deep-sea flood dragons worked together, they would not be a match for this azure wand. There was a total of 5 people on the back of the azure wand. All of them wore the faint golden clothes of the Bushin Palace. Of the 5, one was the most special. The others were all standing, but he sat on the back of the azure wand, resting with his eyes closed. This person did not look old. A picture of the vermilion bird, a divine bird, was embroidered on his collar. He must be an elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, a holy land. When Imo-chan saw this person, she felt startled. Xiao Chen was right. Emperor Wu was indeed among the people who came. He had some doubts in his heart. He did not know how Xiao Chen was able to predict this, to be able to guess it. Actually, it was not hard to guess. In the human demon paradise, Xiao Chen had killed many half-step Emperor Wu by himself. The people of the 3 holy masters' land already understood that without Emperor Wu, they would not be able to suppress Xiao Chen. The azure wand covered in flames spread its wings, and the divine beast bloodline, flowing in its body, spread out, pressing down on Xiao Chen's side. Whoosh! Under the pressure of this aura, some people on Xiao Chen's side could not stand stably, feeling strained. After all, the azure wand's blood contained a trace of the vermilion bird's bloodline. After this divine beast bloodline was activated, ordinary people would find it hard not to be suppressed. The leader of the people on the azure wand's back revealed a cold smile. It looked like they were doing this on purpose to put on a show of strength to Xiao Chen's group. Just as Xiao Chen was preparing to deal with this divine might alone, Little Yellow Feather suddenly came out of the immortal spirit ring. The moment the palm-sized Little Yellow Feather came out, it easily neutralized the divine might from the azure wand. After the huge azure wand saw Little Yellow Feather, its flames burned endlessly. It trembled slightly. The Bushin Palace's envoy on the azure wand's back also started shaking. The leader did his best to control the azure wand, but it was useless. Little Yellow Feather's figure suddenly enlarged. It glared at the azure wand, thoroughly frightening it. A strong wind blew, and the azure wand retreated in horror. It prostrated itself on the ground, trembling. This sudden change happened in an instant. The 4 or 5 people on the azure wand's back were caught off guard, and they were flung off. Aside from the middle-aged man with the vermilion bird embroidered on his collar, the other 4 fell to the ground, covered in dust. Only then did they quickly stand back up. Little Yellow Feather flapped its belly with one of its wings in the air as it laughed, looking incredibly cute. The group of people from Heavenly Star Island could not help laughing as well. Even Xiao Chen could not help revealing a smile on his face. Is it very funny? Xiao Chen, is this how you treat the Bushin Palace's envoy? Everyone says that you are arrogant and conceited, considering everyone else beneath you. Today, I finally get to see it for myself. The leader of the group suppressed his anger as he walked over to accuse Xiao Chen. The middle-aged Emperor Wu, who was seated cross-legged, seemed to move in slow motion. He opened his eyes in the air and slowly landed on the ground. A formless emperor's might, working together with the leader of the group, swept over silently. The fight unfolded invisibly. The Golden Crow Holy Beast helped Xiao Chen gain a small victory. Then, the other party's Emperor Wu immediately made a move, unleashing his emperor's might. Indeed, those who came did not come with good intentions. How arrogant! Do you know who I am? I am Wang Feng, one of the 10 patrolling elders of the Bushin Palace. That person over there is Elder Xing of the Law Enforcement Hall. He kills the traitors of the Bushin Palace and has the authority to act first and report later. The patrolling elder named Wang Feng showed a sullen expression as he pressed forward. Who gave you the courage to be so rude to us? Are you trying to rebel? A strong aura combined with that Elder Xing's emperor's might made it hard for the group to breathe. Isn't it just a moment of carelessness and falling off the bird's back? Why are you putting on airs, trying to accuse us of such a big crime? Jean Lin had a fiery temper. He simply could not stand the other party's aloof attitude, so he could not help saying this angrily. Wang Feng mocked. Where did this trash come from? You don't even know the rules. Do you have the right to speak here? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to block Jinlin. Then, he looked at Wang Feng and said, You want to talk to me about the rules? Very well, I will talk to you about the rules. Xiao Chun did not discipline his spirit beast well, causing it to be careless and frighten your Azure One. I apologize to all of you. Chapter 1258. Wang Feng felt somewhat surprised at how irrational Xiao Chan was, not angered into doing something rash. Wang Feng felt somewhat surprised. At the same time, he felt dissatisfied. If the other party did not make a mistake, he would not be able to catch him. He said coldly, This beast is frighteningly bold. Do you think it will be fine just because you apologized? Break one of its wings and punish it severely. Xiao Chun was being unreasonable. Everyone on Heavenly Star Island was enraged. This was completely unreasonable. If a holy beast broke one of its wings, it would be crippled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He went along with the other party's words and said, You are right, not wrong at all. However, spirit beasts are mischievous, but that is just their nature. The one at fault is me, the master. Blood spurted out. The one who should be punished should be me. I will receive this saber strike on his behalf. Without giving Wang Feng a chance to react, a short saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Pu Ci. Then he stabbed it into his chest, causing blood to spurt out. Wang Feng was standing rather close to Xiao Chen. Blood splattered all over his face. He quickly took 3 steps back, somewhat frightened. How ruthless! Seeing the unchanging expression of Xiao Chen, this thought appeared in the hearts of the Bushin Palace's group. They were all shocked. Even Emperor Wu revealed a strange look in his eyes. Patrolling Elder, what do you think of this punishment? Xiao Chen asked coldly as he drew the bloody short saber. The blood on Wang Feng's face had not dried yet. As he looked at Xiao Chen, horror filled his eyes. When he heard Xiao Chen's words, his voice trembled as he said, Yes, yes. This matter is over. Let's go and talk about proper matters. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He shouted coldly, Who told you that this matter is over? How is it not over? Wang Feng felt somewhat weak from Xiao Chen's gaze. He did not know why, but he felt nervous. Xiao Chen continued, What did you just call me? Xiao Chen. If I don't call you Xiao Chen, what should I call you? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, Call me Xiao Chen. I earned 1,000,000 battle merits and was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King and personally appointed by the Thunder King. Anyone in the Bushin Palace who has not become an emperor is not allowed to call me by my name. Who gave you the guts to call me by my name? Are you doubting the prestige of the Thunder King and disapproving of my identity as the Blue Dragon King? Or do you have ulterior motives and are up to no good? Speak. Xiao Chan stepped forward, the killing intent in his words growing thicker. Finally, he shouted, causing Wang Feng to tremble. Wang Feng's heart thumped heavily, and cold sweat covered his back. His face was pale, and he could not say a word. I was wrong, Blue Dragon King. Wang Feng struggled to get up with great difficulty. Before Xiao Chen's domineering aura, he was forced to apologize. Do you think a simple apology is enough? That's not what you said earlier. Xiao Chen's expression didn't change at all. Wang Feng raised his head and demanded angrily, What do you want? Do you want to chop off one of my arms? Xiao Chen retorted coldly, Since you are following the rules and trying to frame me, then I will follow the rules as well. This king can follow the rules and kill you for the crime of great disrespect. Today, I will only chop off one of your arms. You should rejoice. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the air seemed to freeze. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen really wanted to chop off one of this envoy's arms. How could that be? Stop! The law enforcement hall's Elder Xing immediately shouted. Whoosh! A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen ignored this cold shout. He drew the lunar shadow saber and directly chopped off Wang Feng's left arm, whose momentum had fallen to rock bottom. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. Blood spurted out from the wound on Wang Feng's arm. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so ruthless and bold, really chopping off one of his arms. Amid the miserable shriek, the group from Bushin Palace was frightened silly. After a while, They reacted and quickly picked up Wang Feng's severed arm. Then, they bandaged the wound. If they treated it in time, it would not be difficult to reattach the arm. However, it would definitely be much less nimble. You actually really attacked. Elder Xing could no longer suppress his rage. An overwhelming killing qi surged toward Xiao Chun. A heavy emperor's might pressed down on Xiao Chun like a mountain. Elder Xing walked toward Xiao Chun step by step. The entire place was tense. Lan Xiaobai and the others all placed their hands on their weapons. They did not have a good impression of the martial god palace. They had come to Heavenly Star Island step by step. These people, who established Heavenly Star Island step by step, did not agree to this. Under the leadership of the three holy masters, the Bushin Palace not only did not provide any help, but they even secretly played tricks on Heavenly Star Island. Without doing anything, Xiao Chun wanted to reap the fruits of his labor. These people, who established Heavenly Star Island, would never agree. As for Xiao Chun, this went without saying. The three holy masters had already shed all pretense of cordiality with him. If not for the fact that the three holy masters' minions still had the skin of Bushin Palace, these people would not have been able to come to his conferred land to flaunt their might. Xiao Chun would not show any mercy and teach them a deep lesson if these people came to his conferred land to flaunt their might. Now, Xiao Chun only broke one of Elder Xing's arms. Seeing Elder Xing walk over step by step, Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He faced him head-on, not showing any fear at all. Xiao Chun did not care about the First Heaven Emperor Wu's insignificant emperor's might. You injured a patrolling elder. According to the rules of Bushin Palace, I can kill you right now, Elder Xing said, enunciating every word. The law enforcement hall was a fearsome department within Bushin Palace. When dealing with rebels, they had the authority to act first and report later. Their methods were cold, and they did things cruelly. They were a great deterrent to the entire human race. This time, the three holy masters sent a law enforcement hall elder over for one of their main purposes. It was to intimidate Xiao Chun, to prevent him from acting rashly. Who knew? Not only did Xiao Chun make a move, but he even chopped off one of Wang Feng's arms right in front of this elder. Elder Xing could not tolerate this at all. Since when did someone dare to make a move and injure someone in front of the law enforcement hall? Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "Rules? Who was the one who did not follow the rules first? Who was the one who labeled me first? Who was the one who pointed at my nose and said that you broke one of my spirit beast's wings? Are you even qualified to talk to me about rules?" Xiao Chun's words were like knives, drawing blood with every strike, forcing Elder Xing to be unable to find any rebuttal. I'm a law enforcement hall elder. I have the authority to act first and report later. I will kill you now, you disgraceful traitor. Elder Xing grew anxious and prepared to make a move, to show Xiao Chun the true rules. Rules were dead, but people were alive. Being stronger than you was the rule. Xiao Chun stepped forward and snorted coldly. Why don't you give it a try and see what kind of place this is? Let's see who kills who in the end. The upper echelon of Heavenly Star Island behind Xiao Chun, Lan Xiaobai, and the others, also stepped forward with a flourishing aura, pressing over. Where was this? This was Heavenly Star Island, the Blue Dragon King's conferred land. Everyone was united. Their aura and mentality instantly suppressed this Elder Xing, causing his actions to pause. Even further away, Elder Xing raised his head and accidentally saw a figure standing there silently. However, when Elder Xing looked carefully, he could not find that person. It was like that person had always been there, but it also seemed like he had never appeared. Elder Xing was startled. This time he was truly startled. Heavenly Star Island was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The upper echelon of the island were all extremely loyal to Xiao Chun. Their hearts were all united, and they all had the courage and boldness to face death calmly. Elder Xing, never mind. This time, I was the one who did not follow the rules first. You can't blame the Blue Dragon King. Let's talk about proper matters first. Wang Feng, who had just bandaged his wound, saw that the situation was not right, so he admitted defeat. With a cold harumph, Elder Xing walked to the back of the hall. The tense atmosphere relaxed. Mo Chun rushed over and removed the short saber from Xiao Chen's chest in one go, then helped him bandage his wound. Does it hurt? Mo Chun saw Xiao Chen's lips twitch, and she felt some heartache. This person was too ruthless to himself and ruthless to his enemies. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. Actually, there's no need to bandage it. The wound will close up on its own in a while." "Nonsense. That way, you will die of pain. If I apply some medicine, it will lessen the pain, and you will recover faster." Mo Chen insisted. Xiao Chan smiled faintly, but he could only accept it helplessly. After bandaging Wang Feng's chest, Xiao Chan said, "Jin Lin, lead the way for the envoys to the main hall of the city lord's residence." After saying that, Xiao Chan led a group of people over. Now, only the 5 envoys from Bushin Palace and Jin Lin, who was leading the way, remained around the transportation formation. No one else gave this group of envoys a second glance. No one liked this group of people. Jin Lin glanced at Wang Feng's wound and smiled. "One-armed hero, please." When Wang Feng saw Jin Lin's mocking expression, he gritted his teeth hatefully. This person, whom he looked down on earlier, actually dared to mock him now. Jin Lin smiled and said, "Sorry, I have a bad temper. That's just how I speak. If there is anything that is not pleasing to the eye, just keep it to yourself. In any case, one-armed hero, you do not care about me." After saying that, Xiao Chan flung his head back and took the lead, not caring whether this group of people could keep up or not. This is too much of a bully. If this fellow were in the Tianwu domain, this old man would have crippled him in minutes. Wang Feng cursed angrily. Unexpectedly, this minor character that he looked down on earlier was now riding on his head. Elder Xing looked around, seemingly wary of a certain figure. When he heard Wang Feng's words, a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. "This is Heavenly Star Island. You are flaunting your prowess here. It served you right to chop off an arm." "Damn," Wang Feng cursed. From the very start of this mission, everything had gone wrong. The proper matters would be even more difficult to handle. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, Xiao Chun sat in the host's seat in the center. Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai stood on his left and right. On the right were Wang Feng and Elder Xing. It was not convenient for Wang Feng to drink tea with one hand. He only wanted to quickly finish the mission that the 3 holy masters gave him and quickly leave this place. I'll cut to the chase. Blue Dragon King, your conferred land has not signed a contract with the Bushin Palace to hand over the profits. This time, we are here to represent the Bushin Palace to discuss this. After you sign the contract, we will leave." Mo Chan received the contract from the other party and whispered a few words into Xiao Chen's ear. Then, Xiao Chan put down his teacup and smiled. "Interesting. You want to take 30% of the profits without doing anything? How shameless are you?" Wang Feng no longer had his initial arrogance. He said, "The profits can be discussed. Furthermore, we do not need to do anything in the first place. The words Bushin Palace are sufficient." Xiao Chan found this somewhat funny. "That's enough," Wang Feng said righteously. "Of course. With the Bushin Palace behind you, who would dare to touch Heavenly Star Island? Just based on these 3 words, each word can take 10% of the profits. 3 words means 30%. Now, we can negotiate. We only want 10% of the profits for your Heavenly Star Island." Chapter 1259. Xiao Chun burst into laughter. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. After laughing until his stomach hurt a little, Xiao Chun seemed to agree with this statement. "Yes, that makes sense. However, can we use the specialties of Heavenly Star Island to replace this profit? Can we guarantee that the quantity is unique?" Wang Feng and Elder Xing exchanged glances. They felt that it was fine as long as they did not return empty-handed. Some of the specialties of Heavenly Star Island were rather valuable in the Kunlun continent. "Sure. I wonder what specialty the Blue Dragon King intends to use. Is it Heavenly Star Island's secret treasures, fine wine, or divine, or?" Wang Feng asked. Xiao Chan shook his head. "None of them. There are more than that. As long as the 3 holy masters say so, we can have as many as we want." "What is it?" Xiao Chen's words piqued Wang Feng's interest. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he condensed 2 clumps of air and tossed them to Wang Feng and Elder Xing. What is this? Is this air? Wang Feng and Elder Xing asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chun said, That's right. That's right. It is the unique air of Heavenly Star Island. I will give you as much as you want. Wang Feng and Elder Xing immediately realized that they had been fooled. They stood up furiously and said, Xiao Chun, what is the meaning of this? Don't push your luck. Xiao Chun said calmly, I don't mean anything because the words Bushin Palace are like air here. Air for air, none of us will lose out. You're going too far. This was the first time that Elder Xing had been toyed with so miserably, and he couldn't hold himself back any longer. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded, and a guard walked in. He cupped his hands and said, Castellan, there's urgent news from the city gate. The 2 young masters of the West Ocean Dragon Palace and the East Ocean Dragon Palace have arrived at the same time and requested to see you. The young masters of the West Ocean Dragon Clan and the East Ocean Dragon Clan came at the same time. The envoy from Bushin Palace was already troublesome enough to come at this time, and now there were 2 more. The Blue Dragon King has an honored guest. Haha. In that case, let's put this aside for now. When Wang Feng and Elder Xing heard this, they immediately knew that trouble had come for Xiao Chun. A smile appeared on his face, and he sat down at the same time, preparing to see how Xiao Chun would deal with 2 young masters at the same time. If Xiao Chun couldn't handle it, he could take the opportunity to teach him a lesson and let him know his place. Are the 2 of you not going to leave? Mo Chun, who was beside Xiao Chun, asked. The one-armed Wang Feng smiled and said, It's fine. We already know about the relationship between Heavenly Star Island and the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas. They are not very harmonious. Recently, their relationship with the West Ocean Dragon Palace was like fire and water. Since we're here, we naturally have to lend a hand and mediate. Elder Xing snorted coldly. Does the Blue Dragon King need you to mediate? Didn't you hear others say that we are heir? Wang Feng slapped his head and said, I forgot about that. In that case, let's watch how the Blue Dragon King teaches the 2 young masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace and the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace a lesson, raising the prestige of our Bushin Palace. The 2 echoed each other, clearly intending to watch a good show from the sidelines, waiting for Xiao Chun to make a fool of himself. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with them. He would deal with the situation as it came. He already had enough trouble. He did not mind the 2 young masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palaces coming at the same time. Then he waved his hand and instructed the guard, Invite the 2 of them in. The guard hesitated for a while before asking, Should we invite their attendants in as well? Xiao Chun felt excited. The reason the guard hesitated to ask this question was probably because the attendants of these 2 were not simple. It's fine. Let them in together. Xiao Chun said decisively after thinking for a while. If these 2 wanted to watch a joke, then let's see who the joke was. Yes. The guard left to carry out the order. At this moment, Wang Feng and Elder Xing were much more relaxed. They drank tea and chatted casually, occasionally glancing at Xiao Chun. They wanted to see some suspicion on Xiao Chun's face. Without a doubt, they could not see anything. I don't believe that he'll be able to hold on forever. Judging from the guard's tone, he's not going to be able to hold on. Based on that guard's tone, the 2 young masters of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palaces probably brought an expert of the same level as Emperor Wu. Heavenly Star Island has a mysterious Emperor Wu holding down the fort. A regular Emperor Wu would not be able to suppress him. It's fine. At that time, I might as well provoke him. Given his temper, he will definitely not let the person behind the scenes make a move. Furthermore, if he let the person behind the scenes make a move, he would be weaker than the 2 Divine Dragon Palaces. In front of the 2 Dragon Palaces, they're inferior. You should know that the Dragon Palace Masters are not here. As long as he dares to make a move, I will personally teach him a lesson. When have I, the bona fide Emperor Wu, ever been fooled by a junior? The 2 sent voice transmissions discussing countermeasures. They had to make good use of this opportunity that was presented to them. Not long after, Lung Xiaofan and another young man in a red dragon robe walked into the main hall. An old man followed each of them. Indeed, the two old men were first Heaven Martial Emperors, Emperor Wu. As they walked, they had a majestic gait. Their auras were like mountains, and their gazes were like sabers, deterring others from looking directly at them. The moment the four entered, they discovered Wang Feng and Elder Xing, who were seated at the side. They revealed suspicious expressions in their eyes. Before Xiao Qian could say anything, Wang Feng smiled and said, "The two of you should be the young masters of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace and the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. We are the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall and the Inspection Institution of the Bushan Palace. We're just here to drink tea. The few of you can just ignore us. In the eyes of the Blue Dragon King, we are just air." The moment Wang Feng said that, smiles appeared in the eyes of Lung Xiaofan and that youth. They had long heard that the Blue Dragon King did not get along with the three holy masters in charge of the Bushan Palace. It looked like the rumor was true. After the casual greetings, Lung Xiaofan looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Brother Xiao, is my Flood Dragon war chariot good enough?" Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, "Many thanks for Brother Lung's gift. There are not many people who can be as generous as Brother Lung. It is passable for me." Lung Xiaofan's face sank as he said angrily, "Don't give me that. If you do not return the war chariot to me today, don't blame me for not giving you face. Even the Thunder King cannot cover for snatching the war chariot of my Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace." The red-clad youth at the side said, "You drained an elder of my Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace until he became an idiot. You have to give us an explanation today. Don't go overboard with some things." What a fellow! Wang Feng and Elder Xing both sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected Xiao Chun to be so bold. Not only did he snatch the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, but he also drained an elder of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace until he became an idiot. Lung Xiaofan and Elder Xing did not stand on ceremony with Xiao Chun at all. This time, they brought Emperor Wu here, intending to forcefully suppress Xiao Chun and make him submit. Perhaps they could force the person behind the scenes to make a move. That way, the palace masters of the Eastern and Western Dragon Palaces would have an excuse to make a move. Wang Feng looked around and took advantage of the situation to say, "Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, don't go overboard. Since you snatched the war chariot, then return it to someone else. Even if you injured someone, you have to apologize. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences of ruining the reputation of my Bushan Palace." Lung Xiaofan's group felt surprised. Unexpectedly, this person from the Bushan Palace actually spoke up for them. Now, they felt even more confident. Xiao Chun glanced over and smiled coldly. "Since when do I need you to tell me what to do? Who do you think you are? I'm the patrolling elder of the Bushan Palace. I have the authority to protect the reputation of the Bushan Palace. What you did ruined the reputation of my Bushan Palace, so I have to do something about it." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Is it up to you to do something about it? Groveling and groveling like you, clearly admitting that you were wrong, is ruining the reputation of my Bushan Palace. Are you even fit to be a patrolling elder? I think you are muddled and need to clear your head." "Pa!" Xiao Chen's figure flashed. His speed was boundlessly fast. Before Wang Feng could react, a five-fingered handprint appeared on his face. "You dare to slap me?" Wang Feng roared angrily as he rubbed his face. Xiao Chun said coldly, "Let me see if your skin is made of flesh or not. To think that you are this shameless. To think that you are actually speaking up for an outsider on my Heavenly Star Island. I have long found the people of the three holy masters' lands an eyesore. You delivered yourself to me and even dare to criticize me. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? This slap is aimed at you. You better behave yourself. If you speak out of turn again, I will take your life." Xiao Chen's forcefulness stunned Wang Feng. He rubbed his face for a long time, unable to say anything. When Wang Feng saw the disdainful gaze of Lung Xiaofan's group, his face burned even hotter. The Patrolling Institute was different from the Law Enforcement Hall. It was not a powerless organization. Instead, it was an organization with real authority within the Bushan Palace. The Patrolling Institute had a lot of authority. Normally, it was awe-inspiring and did not need to be particularly strong. However, Wang Feng, who was used to being awe-inspiring in the Bushan Palace, did not expect him to not follow the rules, not caring about the three holy masters at all, daring to humiliate Elder Xing like that. Xiao Chun, don't go overboard. Elder Xing could no longer endure it. No matter what, he had to teach this brat a lesson. Otherwise, he would really become lawless. I'm going overboard? Xiao Chun laughed loudly and stood up. I know what you were thinking now. I also know that you have endured for a long time. I'll give you this chance now. If you can defeat me fair and square, I will return this heavenly star island with both hands. If you lose, scram immediately. Xiao Chun spoke the words in his heart first. Elder Xing felt like something was stuck in his throat. It was extremely unbearable. And you all? Xiao Chun shifted his gaze and looked at Lung Xiaofan and the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. Since you even brought Emperor Wu over, why the need to speak so much nonsense? Let's settle the matters between cultivators in a duel between cultivators. I will do as you all wish. As Emperor Wu, do you all dare to fight with me? A consummation blue-robed emperor? As long as one of you can defeat me, I will leave immediately. The silent Xiao Chun suddenly erupted, startling the group of people. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiao Chun took the initiative to challenge the three Emperor Wu without any provocation. What Xiao Chun said was what these people were thinking. However, for some reason, when Xiao Chun said it himself, the three Emperor Wu felt it was strange. Instead, they did not dare to say anything. Should they agree or not? They fell into a momentary state of anxiety. Lan Xiaobai and Imo Chun exchanged glances. They both saw worry in each other's eyes. Elder Xing agreed to it. This fellow is reckless. Let's fulfill his wish today, Wang Feng said impatiently, his face burning. Wang Feng said in a rush, his face burning. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Chapter 1260. However, Elder Xing hesitated. Recently, there was a piece of news circulating in Emperor Wu's circle. It was extremely explosive. The Qing Emperor's descendant comprehended the sharp spirit finger, the flame rock sovereign's consummate technique, in 10 days in the Black Sea. Originally, Elder Xing felt that this rumor was too fake. How could someone comprehend the secret of a sovereign martial emperor in 10 days? That was a bit too nonsensical. It was simply unbelievable. However, based on Xiao Chen's current appearance, filled with confidence, could he have really comprehended the sharp spirit finger? If that was the case, it would be problematic. The sharp spirit finger could gather all the energy in the body at one point. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, this sharp spirit finger would be sufficient to injure them. After all, they were only first heaven Emperor Wus. Before cultivators who had not advanced to martial emperor, even if they were half-step Emperor Wus, they were aloof existences. However, in Emperor Wu's circle, they were at the bottom. Elder Xing agreed to his request. What are you hesitating for? After we win, we will be able to complete our mission perfectly. Seeing that Elder Xing still did not agree, Wang Feng could not help feeling anxious. However, Elder Xing cursed Wang Feng in his heart for being an idiot. Even the two Emperor Wus of the Divine Dragon Palaces are not anxious. Why is this fellow so anxious? He is Emperor Wu. It is natural for him to win. However, if he lost to Xiao Chun, his reputation would be completely ruined. If that happened, his reputation would be completely ruined. From then on, he would become a big joke in the circle of martial emperors. The two Emperor Wus of the Divine Dragon Palaces also thought the same and did not make a decision. They wanted to wait for Elder Xing to speak first. Then, they could see Xiao Chen's strength first before making a decision. This was a foolproof plan. Just like that, they waited for each other. The place became strangely quiet. When faced with Xiao Chen's forceful request for a battle, the three Emperor Wus remained silent at the same time. No one would believe that a mere blue-robed emperor in the Great Perfection realm could make all three Emperor Wu stay silent out of caution. Xiao Chen laughed out loud. His presumptuous laughter was filled with mockery, No wonder you guys are only Emperor Wu of the first heaven. With such courage, I guess you guys will never have the courage to go through the thunder tribulation of the second heaven. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. I don't have time to waste with you. Send the guests out. The three Emperor Wus were so angry that they were shaking. But the more Xiao Chun acted like this, the more they felt that he was unfathomable. It wasn't that they were afraid of Xiao Chun. They were just afraid of the 1 in a million possibility of it happening to them. For an Emperor Wu to defeat a great perfection blue-robed emperor, the victory was not glorious at all. It was only natural. However, if there was such a 1 in a million possibility of defeat, then it was over. They would become Xiao Chen's stepping stones, unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, along the way, there were simply too many legends about him. When facing such a man, it was hard to choose between a rock and a hard place. When Xiao Chun said to send the guests off, the few Emperor Wu's faces flashed with shame. Send the guests off? Xiao Chun, don't think that you can resolve today's matters so easily. I don't believe that you are so strong that there are no limits. Lung Xiaofan felt aggrieved. He had brought Emperor Wu's here to humiliate Xiao Chun and take back his Flood Dragon war chariot. Who knew that under Xiao Chen's forceful request for a battle, the Emperor Wu he had brought would actually cower. This was unacceptable to Lung Xiaofan. In his impulse, Lung Xiaofan wanted to attack Xiao Chen directly. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's red-clad young palace master roared furiously and charged over together with Lung Xiaofan. Youthful and arrogant, Lung Xiaofan and the red-clad young palace master gave off a sharpness that was much stronger than that of the three older generation Emperor Wus. While the others were fearful and apprehensive, Lung Xiaofan and the red-clad young palace master did not need to worry so much. At worst, they would just lose. Lung Xiaofan just could not stand Xiao Chen's current strong aura. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You overestimate yourself. Lung Xiaofan, do you still think that I am the white-robed Xiao Chun who came to the heavenly starry ocean 3 years ago? Today, let me tell you that the gap between us is 10,000 times larger than you imagine. Back then, for the sake of the Neptune headscarf, you schemed against me. Today, I will return it to you. Kneel for me." When facing the charging Lung Xiaofan, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to think about the flaws in his opponent's moves. He simply threw a palm strike, directly using force to break technique. Xiao Chun used his strong cultivation and strength to crush all the other party's techniques. When Xiao Chen's palm strike landed, it was like the sky collapsed. Lung Xiaofan felt all the state and aura of his martial technique crumble in that instant. Xiao Chen's palm strike expanded infinitely in Lung Xiaofan's eyes. His heart sank for some reason. Horror spread throughout Lung Xiaofan's entire body. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to retreat, but found that it was already too late. Ha! Xiao Chen's palm landed on Lung Xiaofan's shoulder, and primordial energy flowed out of his palm. This was a strong energy that Lung Xiaofan had only seen from his seniors. It flowed through his entire body, and he fell to his knees. Purple primordial energy flowed through Lung Xiaofan's body. The strong restriction instantly rendered him immobile, and he could only kneel. Compared to Lung Xiaofan, the red-clad youth's cultivation was weaker. The instant Lung Xiaofan wanted to retreat, Xiao Chun sucked hard and pulled him back. Xiao Chun smacked down with his left hand, and he fell to his knees beside Lung Xiaofan with a plop. The two knelt at nearly the same time. From the moment they attacked to the moment Xiao Chun restrained them, all happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The two Emperor Wu behind them could not stop them at all. This resulted in Lung Xiaofan and the red-clad youth being humiliated by Xiao Chun for nothing. "Young master," the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's yellow-clad old man was the first to react. He exclaimed. With a flash, his figure moved so fast that no one could catch him. Soon, he arrived before Xiao Chun. The other person took this opportunity to arrive before Lung Xiaofan and the red-clad youth, wanted to make a move and remove the restriction on them. The other party charged over ferociously. Xiao Chun took a step back. With each step, 3 lightning whirlpools appeared on his chest. You are truly boundlessly arrogant. To think that you dare to attack the young master. Don't blame this old man for disregarding seniority and attacking you. The yellow-clad old man attacked in rage. Everywhere his palm wind passed, it tore apart the air, giving off an intense light. In an instant, the tables and chairs in the main hall shattered, and the entire city lord's residence shook violently. Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai immediately flashed out at the same time. This level of exchange was no longer something they could interfere in. If not for the newly built Heaven Dragon City being a secret treasure in itself, the main hall would have collapsed. Xiao Chun was not startled or angry. He was not anxious or impatient. He prepared the sharp spirit finger and counted in his heart. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, kill. After the sharp spirit finger finished preparing, Xiao Chen's sullen face suddenly surged with killing chi. 9 lightning whirlpools appeared in his chest, giving off thousands of lightning bolts. All the energy gathered on his fingertip. The light in the main hall dimmed. Only the electric light on Xiao Chen's fingertip remained as dazzling as the sun. Pussy eye. Blood spurted out, and the yellow-clad old man went flying. A black hole appeared in his palm, and half his palm disappeared. You really comprehended the sharp spirit finger, the consummate technique of the flame rock sovereign. The yellow-clad old man exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at his palm in a daze. The yellow-clad old man's heart trembled. Fortunately, he had not been careless with his earlier palm strike and used all 100 strands of primordial energy. If he had been careless, his entire arm would have been blown off. The sharp spirit finger allowed the flame rock sovereign's fame to spread far and wide. Even primes did not dare to casually touch this consummate technique. It truly lived up to its reputation. Oh no, there is primordial energy in the 2 young palace masters' bodies. We cannot casually remove the restrictions. On the other side, the black-clothed old man's forehead was also drenched in cold sweat. An anxious look flashed across his eyes. The Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master and the sweating black-clad old man looked at the yellow-clad old man, who was in a daze. Xiao Chun had complete control over the situation. Even Emperor Wu might not be omnipotent against him. To Emperor Wu, who cultivated the golden body, losing half his palm was not a serious injury. Even if his heart was blown up, given a certain amount of time, he would be able to recover. However, the golden body of a first Heaven Martial Emperor had not reached the point where it could recover instantly. His arm was temporarily crippled, and his combat prowess immediately dropped by 30%. When the yellow-clad old man saw the missing palm, he looked at Xiao Chun. Shock and rage flashed in his eyes. There was also a faint fear in his eyes. With the sharp spirit finger, this fellow really had the ability to fight against First Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun quickly removed the restrictions on the 2 young palace masters. If anything happens to the young palace masters, the Eastern Sea Dragon King and the Western Sea Dragon King will absolutely not let you off. The black-clad old man could not remove the restrictions. Sweat covered his forehead as he roared at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Watch your attitude. So what if I kill these 2 people? Don't forget that they were the ones who attacked me first. If you shout again, I will cripple these 2 people." When the black-clad old man heard that, he asked sullenly, "What do I have to do for you to release them?" "It's very simple. Someone, help me write 2 contracts. Young Master Long, didn't you come to ask for the war chariot? Now, sign here and hand over the war chariot to me. Furthermore, compensate me for the loss of 10,000 essence stones." Didn't this Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master want my Heavenly Star Island to hand over the profits? Now, sign here and guarantee that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace will never mention this matter again and compensate me with 10,000 essence stones as well. The moment Xiao Chun made his request, the 2 Divine Dragon Palace old men became enraged. 10,000 essence stones? Are you crazy? How can we possibly take that out? 10,000 essence stones equaled all the wealth of First Heaven Emperor Wu. Even if they could take it out, they could not bear to do so. Xiao Chun retorted calmly, Is that so? You can't bear to take it out, but the Divine Dragon Palace can. After repeatedly coming to my Heaven Dragon City to cause trouble, do you really think that there is no interest at all? You, this is too much of a bully. Xiao Qin smiled and said, Seniors, you're being too serious. This little one is just a consummation blue-robed emperor. How could I dare to bully the aloof Emperor Wu? If you're not willing, then so be it. Someone, send our guest off. Ignoring the two old men who were so angry that they trembled, Xiao Chun continued, The weather is cold, and it is so cold at night. It would not be good for the two young palace masters to injure themselves by kneeling like this. Remember to add some blankets for them at night. Agree to it. Lung Xiaofan could not move at all. He glared at Xiao Chun and said through gritted teeth. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master felt very sullen, but he still said the same thing. Lung Xiaofan was not even willing to kneel here for a moment. How could he want to kneel for another night? Absolutely not. Chapter 1261. Aside from feeling sullen, Lung Xiaofan felt even more helpless. Back then, when Xiao Chun first came to the heavenly starry ocean, Lung Xiaofan felt helpless. With just a thought, he could think of a way to deal with Xiao Chun, causing Xiao Chun to not even dare to go to his own fief. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Chun had been improving, and so had he. But now, with a single palm strike, he was forced to kneel in front of Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was a monstrous genius. No one in his generation could compare to him. Lung Xiaofan could not let him become an emperor. This was the only thought in his mind. He absolutely could not let Xiao Chun become an emperor. In the future, the great tribulation of wind and fire would definitely kill him. Right now, he had to endure all the humiliation for now. Whoever had the last laugh would be the real winner. Since the two young masters had spoken, the two Emperor Wu-level experts of the Dragon Palace had no choice but to take out all their belongings and save them as ransom. Just thinking about it made him feel humiliated. The great Emperor Wu was actually toyed with by a blue-robed emperor in the Great Perfection Realm. Xiao Chun received the essence stones with satisfaction. Then, he patted Lung Xiaofan and the red-robed man's shoulders and said, Take them away. The restrictive spell will be lifted in half an hour. Young man, don't let us seize the opportunity. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold in the future. The two old men each carried a person and retreated with lightning speed. They were not willing to stay in this troublesome place any longer. Aside from the people of Heavenly Star Island, only the Bushin Palace's Wang Feng and Elder Xing remained in the main hall. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, Men, get another set of tables and chairs. I will continue to discuss the matter of handing over the prophets with the envoy from Bushin Palace. Ha ha, Blue Dragon King, you must be joking. Let's not talk about prophets anymore. We'll leave now. Sorry for disturbing you. He saw that Xiao Chun was able to force two Emperor Wus to hand over 10,000 Origin Essence Stones. Wang Feng had long since been scared out of his wits. If this continued, he did not know how Xiao Chun would play him. This was not a place for humans. In the future, even if Xiao Chun was beaten to death, he would never come back to Heavenly Star Island again. Wang Feng's footsteps were hurried, clearly flustered. He quickly left this place with Elder Xing. When Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai saw the three Emperor Wu leave, their worried hearts relaxed at the same time. Looking at the white figure, his eyes were filled with admiration. In Kuan Luan of the younger generation, who could compete with the Emperor and control the situation with a smile? Only Xiao Chun. The three Emperor Wus arrived unexpectedly at the same time. This startled Lan Xiaobai and Mo Chun. One Emperor Wu was already a headache. What would happen if 3 came? However, Xiao Chun calmly dealt with them. Not only did the 3 return empty-handed, but he even managed to extort 20,000 Origin Essence Stones out of Emperor Wu's hands. The result was like a dream. Even now, the two still found it unbelievable. Xiaobai, pick a date for the news of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Do it within a month. Xiao Qin turned around and spoke with a grave expression. He did not show any joy at the results of the battle. Feeling confused, Lan Xiaobai asked why. Didn't you just force the two Dragon Palace's young palace masters to sign a contract, forbidding them from coming to Heavenly Star Island to cause trouble? Xiao Qin smiled helplessly. Why do you think I could control the situation, forcing the three of them to return empty-handed and unable to do anything to me? Lan Xiaobai opened his mouth to answer. However, when the words reached his mouth, he felt that the answer was not right. After thinking hard, he could not think of an accurate answer. Why? Imochen calmed down and thought for a while. Then, she had an answer in her heart. She looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Because of strength." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "That's right. It is because of strength. Even when facing three Emperor Wu at the same time, I have trump cards and do not fear them. Only in this way can I have the confidence to always be overbearing in terms of aura. The fist is the biggest rule. Contracts and whatnot can be reneged at any time. I just have an excuse. In the future, when facing the Divine Dragon Palace, I can use reason to force them and gain an advantage." Lan Xiaobai suddenly understood. However, he still did not understand. Then, what does all this have to do with announcing the news of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate in advance? Xiao Chun sat down on the chair that he had already replaced. Then he said, "I already exposed my strength, and the other party will definitely not take this line down. Do you think that with my strength, I can cause any waves before the three holy masters and the Divine Dragon Palace? Now that the other party is prepared, it will be hard for me to deal with them the next time they come looking for trouble. We can only announce the news of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate in advance and disrupt their plans so that we can control the rhythm ourselves." Lan Xiaobai was not stupid. After Xiao Chun explained, he immediately understood. "I'll do it right away. Mo Chun, get Elder Qin to come over. I have something to discuss with him." The sense of crisis in Xiao Chen's heart made him unwilling to stop for even a moment. Originally, he had not intended to expose his strength before the Dragon's Gate was re-established. He had strength on par with Emperor Wu. Once it was exposed, some of the tacit understanding between the Thunder King and the other primes would be broken. However, he had no choice today. He had to expose it. Fortunately, the three Emperor Wu had too many misgivings and lost their drive. Xiao Chen only exposed the sharp spirit finger. No one knew that he had 100 strands of primordial energy. This was a blessing in disguise. After a while, the Haotian sect's Elder Qin arrived at the main hall. Xiao Chun went straight to the point, saying, "Elder Qin, I would like to meet the Haotian Emperor. You should have a way." The Haotian Emperor? No. Now it should be the Haotian Prime, Zongtian. The other party had cleared 3 sovereign tribulations in a row, crossing 9 heavens. Like the Thunder King Sangmu back then, he already possessed the strength of a prime. Xiao Chun had never formally met the Thunder King before, nor had he spoken to the Thunder King. He always felt that there was some distance between them. In Xiao Chen's heart, the only person he could truly rely on was this prime martial emperor, who he had a heart-to-heart talk with before. Xiao Chen needed this senior's permission to re-establish the Dragon's Gate. Otherwise, he would not be confident. After announcing the matter to the world, there would be huge waves and boundless pressure. Elder Qin was not surprised by Xiao Chen's sudden question. He smiled and said, "The sect master instructed me long ago that if Heavenly Star Island runs into any unsolvable problems, this old man can shatter this jade strip and get him to make an appearance. However, young Master Xiao has never had a chance to use this jade strip. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it now? There really is." "Indeed, I guessed right." Xiao Chun said respectfully, "I'll have to trouble Elder Qin. Give me the jade strip. It is indeed time to use it. It is good that young Master Xiao has decided." Elder Qin flicked his hand and tossed out a jade strip. After Xiao Chen caught it, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "If there is nothing else, this old man will take his leave first." Clearly, Xiao Chun had something he wanted to discuss with Zongtian alone. So, Elder Qin tactfully left. Without any hesitation, the moment Elder Qin left, Xiao Chun directly shattered the jade strip. Kassier. The jade strip shattered into countless pieces. Each piece flickered with a crystalline light, looking dreamy and beautiful. Before Xiao Chen's curious expression, the countless pieces of light gathered and changed. Finally, they formed an image of Immortal in front of Xiao Chan. "Little brother Xiao, why are you looking for me?" Immortal asked with a smile, appearing to be in good spirits. Xiao Chan said politely, "Big brother Ing, I intend to announce the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate to the world within 1 month." The moment Xiao Chan said that, the smile on Immortal's face immediately vanished. Then, he asked gravely, "Why are you in such a rush? In my opinion, you're not a rash person or a maniac with wild ambitions. Is there some other reason?" Xiao Chan felt a warmth in his heart. Although Immortal was a senior, he did not seem to have a generation gap with Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan could easily guess Xiao Chen's difficulties. Nodding, Xiao Chan explained Heavenly Star Island's current problems. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was eyeing Heavenly Star Island covetously. Heavenly Star Island was not strong enough to resist them. Xiao Chan needed to establish the Dragon's Gate's name and let them know the strength behind Heavenly Star Island. Only then would the other party not dare to make any rash moves, giving Heavenly Star Island space to survive. At the same time, Xiao Chan expressed his intentions. He was only here to re-establish the Dragon's Gate out of a sense of responsibility after the death of the Qing Emperor. He did not have any ambitions, nor did he want to rule the world. Xiao Chan did not have the time, energy, or interest to do so. As long as he could continue the Dragon's Gate's inheritance and live up to that sense of responsibility in his heart, it would be fine. Immortal had been listening all along, not interrupting. After Xiao Chan finished speaking, he said, "I understand what you mean. When the time comes, I will personally make a trip over. As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, re-establishing the Dragon's Gate is a matter of course. There is no need to hide or sneak around." Xiao Chan revealed a trace of joy on his face. "Many thanks, big brother. It's fine. There is no need to stand on ceremony. You are a descendant of the Qing Emperor in the first place. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate is a matter of course. There is no need to sneak around or hide. Since you are open and above board, what is there that cannot be made public? No matter how big the matter is, I will help you shoulder it." The Haotian Prime, Immortal, did not hesitate to agree to Xiao Chen's request after he finished speaking. "With Big Brother's words, even if there's a huge wave, I am confident of shouldering it." Xiao Chen's words were not humble or flattering. What else could give Xiao Chen more confidence than the promise of a prime? "Big Brothering, can I meet the Thunder King?" Xiao Chen made another request after hesitating for a while. Immortal smiled and said, "There is no need. The Thunder King has been watching you. If he wants to meet you, it will be hard for you not to. If he does not want to, no one will be able to see his true body. Remember these words of mine. Although the Thunder Sovereign has rarely interfered to help you along the way, he has always been watching over you. As long as he is around, no one in the entire Kunlun realm will dare to touch you." Whoosh! After Xiao Chan said this, all the motes of light scattered like fireflies. Immortal's figure vanished. A flame lit up in Xiao Chen's eyes. That was a surging determination. A faction that had disappeared for 10,000 years would be re-established within 1 month. The storm that Xiao Chan brought would definitely affect the entire Kunlun realm. No matter where one was, this news would cause a stir. The enemies in the open would definitely be enraged. The enemies in the dark would not be able to hold back and jump out. Not everyone was happy to see the Dragon's Gate rise. Back then, the Qing Emperor made too many enemies. After the Qing Emperor fell, all the factions that participated in the destruction of the Dragon's Gate would absolutely not let the Dragon's Gate re-establish smoothly. Chapter 1262. Come then, let the storm come even more ferociously, Xiao Chan muttered to himself. Unknowingly, he had already been in the Kunlun realm for close to 8 years. Ever since he announced his identity as a descendant of the Qing Emperor, he had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Lan Xiaobai was still helping to choose a date. Xiao Chan could not possibly stop, either. The sense of urgency made him cultivate even more anxiously. 20,000 essence stones were sufficient for Xiao Chan to cultivate for a long time. He did not have to worry about resources at all. Aside from cultivating primordial energy, Xiao Chun spent all his remaining time on comprehending and refining his saber soul. After Mo Chan found out about Xiao Chen's request, she contacted the various large merchant associations in Heaven Dragon City. Adding on the connections of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, she helped Xiao Chun obtain a total of 10 peak grade demon fiend rocks. Even after using so many connections, she managed to obtain only 10 peak grade demon fiend rocks. This showed how rare these things were. According to Mo Chun, as long as they appear in an auction, people on the level of emperor would immediately buy them. Furthermore, even sovereign martial emperors would be interested. Being able to obtain 10 peak grade demon fiend rocks for Xiao Chun was already very incredible. Even those holy lands might not be able to do this within a short time. Naturally, 10 peak grade demon fiend rocks was insufficient for Xiao Chun to raise his 70% comprehended saber soul to 100% comprehension and transform it into a saber domain. However, raising it to 80% comprehension would not be a problem. If he was lucky, he could raise it to 90% comprehension. As Xiao Chun sat on the peak that belonged to him, he held a peak grade demon fiend rock in his hand. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun started to use his saber soul to touch the demon fiend rock, tempering his saber soul. Using the demon fiend rock to cultivate was not easy. It would trigger a negative heart demon, which was extraordinarily dangerous. If one was not careful, one's mind would be injured. When Xiao Chen's saber soul touched the demon fiend rock, a layer of black demonic qi covered his body. The demonic qi changed, looking like a human demon surrounding him. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. A large amount of abyss demonic energy appeared out of nowhere and attacked Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Monstrous waves surged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Black demons with ever-changing figures appeared in his sea of consciousness. Sometimes, these demons would take on the appearance of Xiao Chen's fiendish appearance. It was extremely strange. What he saw wasn't an illusion, but it wasn't real either. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. The true sea of consciousness could be said to be completely calm, without any ripples. However, if left unchecked, these illusory demons would eventually injure the main body. Not only his will, but his soul and mind would also suffer significant damage. In serious cases, their souls might even be devoured by the devil, turning them into a homicidal maniac and completely falling into the path of the devil. Demonic Fiend Rock. Just from its name, one could tell that it was no ordinary natural treasure. Using it to take shortcuts was like dancing on a tightrope. Kill, 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 kill. The demons let out miserable shrieks that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. The sound waves surged into the air, their auras horrifying. Xiao Chen's heart remained as calm as still water. His gaze turned sharp as he held a saber in his hand. This was the true form of his saber soul. He said coldly, "If my heart does not waver, it is all an illusion. Die." In this surging sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen clashed intensely with the demons. The dangerous scene was no less than a real battle. In fact, it was even crueler. Sometimes, the demons would not only take on Xiao Chen's appearance, but also Ao, Jiao, Lu Riyue, Mo Chun, and everyone else related to Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun hesitated, thousands of sabers would pierce his heart, inflicting extreme pain and torture. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had to maintain a calm heart amid this frenzied massacre. He could not lose himself in the massacre. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to cultivate a saber soul. After Xiao Chun chopped down all the demons, an illusory seven-colored, glassy saber light appeared in his sea of consciousness. This was the essence of the demon fiend rock after the negative demons were removed. According to the test performance and the grade of the demon fiend rock, different amounts of essence would appear. This is my first time seeing a seven-colored saber soul essence. Peak grade demon fiend rock is indeed extraordinary. In the past, when Xiao Chun used superior grade demon fiend rocks, silver essence appeared. This time, however, it was a multicolored one. Chen wondered what level his saber soul would reach after absorbing it all. Chen narrowed his eyes and pushed off the ground, flying towards that seven-colored light. As Chen brandished his saber light, the multicolored essence of the saber soul was absorbed into the saber in his hand. When the saber light was completely absorbed, Chen's expression changed. When the saber light in his hand was completely absorbed, Chen suddenly opened his eyes. All the illusions vanished. He had already exhausted the demon fiend rock in his hand. Chen's gaze turned even sharper. It felt like he could pierce through space with a gentle stab, inspiring fear. Chen anxiously sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. He discovered that the illusory small saber beside the lightning talisman had become even more corporeal. 76% comprehension. What an incredible effect. With another demon fiend rock, my saber soul can definitely advance to 80% comprehension. There are also 9 peak grade demon fiend rocks. Who knows, I might be able to advance my saber soul to 90% comprehension and form my own saber domain. Chen exclaimed joyfully. He had not expected the effects of the peak grade demon fiend rock to be so good. In reality, there was a reason for this. If it were another Emperor Wu using this demon fiend rock, he would not be able to achieve such an effect as Chen did. Firstly, this was Chen's first time using the peak grade demon fiend rock. Naturally, the effects would be extraordinary. For any natural treasure, the first use would have the greatest effect. After that, the effects would slowly weaken until there was no effect at all. Secondly, it had to do with Chen's mental state. His heart was as calm as still water, completely unaffected by the negative emotions. Killing all the demons without sparing a single one would naturally achieve the best effect. If a large number of demons remained and could not be killed, the impurities in the demon fiend rock would not be removed so cleanly. Perhaps not even half of the 7-colored essence would be left. When one's mental state reached Emperor Wu's level, the higher one went, the more one would discover the effects of one's mental state. After tossing aside his thoughts, Chen took out the second peak grade demon fiend rock and continued to cultivate. The first time, Chen had spent half a day to eliminate all the demons. This time, he only needed 4 hours. However, the improvement he obtained shocked him. 79% comprehension. Chen was still a step away from 80% comprehension. This blow shattered his dreams. Chen frowned and said, "The effects are weakening very quickly. To think that I can use 10 demon fiend rocks to break through to a saber domain. How naive." If Chen could advance his saber soul to a saber domain before the ceremony, he would be more confident when facing Emperor Wu's mockery. Even without the cycle banner, he could hold his own against a second Heaven Emperor Wu. Chen sighed somewhat helplessly. Then, he continued to absorb the third peak grade demon fiend rock. After he finished, his saber soul reached 80% comprehension. However, Chen did not feel much joy. With his third demon fiend rock, his saber soul had only reached 80% comprehension, not even 81%. If this continued, not to mention 100% comprehension saber soul, even 90% comprehension would be an unattainable goal. An 80% comprehension saber soul cannot create an absolute suppression. Compared to a 70% comprehension saber soul, there is no qualitative difference. Chen frowned heavily. Then he took out the remaining 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks and entered deep thought. What should I do? Within 1 month, I will announce to the world that I am re-establishing the Dragon's Gate and send out invitations. I already exposed the Sharp Spirit Finger as a trump card. If I do not have another trump card, how am I going to suppress those insignificant people? Feeling anxious, Chen could not think of any solution. The effects of the demon fiend rocks gradually decreased. As Chen absorbed them over and over again, the effects became weaker. Why do I have to absorb them over and over again? Why not gather them together and absorb all 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time? Chen's eyes lit up. Inspiration flashed in his mind as he came up with such an idea. What are you thinking of doing? Don't mess around. Inside the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chan line up the 7 demon fiend rocks, as if he wanted to refine them at the same time. This startled her. I plan to refine all 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time and risk it all. Idiot. To think that you're really planning to do that. Demon fiend rocks are evil items in the first place, not anything good. Refining just one is already fatal. You want to absorb them all at the same time? Are you tired of living? Ao Jiao scolded. Don't think that you're the only smart one who thought of this. Some madmen have tried it before. Refining demon fiend rocks at the same time can multiply the effects. However, one can only refine 3 peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time. That is the limit. If one exceeds this limit, they will either go crazy, their souls will scatter, or they will become crippled. None of them will have a good ending. Even if one can refine 3 at the same time, that would be a deity race cultivator with extraordinary mental energy. Few people of the other races can do that. Xiao Qin's originally hesitant expression became more resolute when he heard this. Xiao Qin had transmigrated and reincarnated. His mental energy was more than twice that of a regular human's in the first place. Furthermore, he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, making his mental energy even stronger, already condensing it into magic energy. In terms of mental energy, even the deity race's Emperor Wu did not have many people stronger than Xiao Chun. Of course, in terms of usage of mental energy, Xiao Chun was definitely not as good as the deity race cultivators. Back then, when Emperor Forsaken made a move, he returned without any results. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun felt more confident. Ao Jiao, I never do things rashly. However, this time, I have to take a gamble. The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate is very important. I do not have the corresponding strength. Just the Hao Ian Prime alone will not be able to suppress that group of small fries. Pu Ci. Before Ao Jiao could reply, Xiao Qin's 80% comprehended saber soul came out of his forehead with a flash. The instant the 80% comprehended saber soul appeared, all the bladesmen on Heavenly Star Island felt a formless force that made the sabers in their hands tremble. The saber intent that radiated out buzzed endlessly. Fortunately, this moment ended as quickly as it came. When the saber soul came in contact with the 7 peak grade demon fiend rocks, the scattered saber intent immediately vanished. Black fog shrouded the summit, and a sinister wind blew. A horrifying demon moved unpredictably in the black fog. Such a mysterious phenomenon attracted the attention of all the cultivators around the mountain range. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying demonic chi on the peak where Xiaoqin cultivates? That demon is very horrifying. With just one look, the dark side of my heart surged, unable to suppress my murderous intent. Chapter 1263. Oh no! Could Big Brother Xiao Chun have entered a state of berserking qi deviation? Yu Chenxi, Xinyuan Zhantian, Gong Yangyu, and the others all gathered at the foot of the mountain, all of them speaking anxiously and worriedly. Some people could not resist rushing up the mountain to take a look. Stop right there. No one is to move. The Life Reaper Azura Lan Chaofeng appeared silently. When he saw the dark clouds covering the mountain and the ever-changing demons, his expression suddenly changed. I heard that Lan Chaofeng asked Imo Chun to collect peak grade demon fiend rocks. Could this little fellow have taken that path? Senior Lan, what's going on? Did Big Brother Xiao Chun enter a state of berserking qi deviation? Lan Chaofeng did not say anything. He formed hand seals and quickly formed hand seals. The primordial energy in his body surged, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Then, Lan Chaofeng pointed to the sky, and a vast barrier directly sealed off this place, including the mountain where Xiao Chun cultivated. Even Lan Chaofeng found it somewhat taxing to seal off such a large place. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said calmly, "Keep today's matter secret. Xiao Chun cannot be disturbed by anyone right now. If anything goes wrong, this little fellow will be completely destroyed. The few of you scatter to the periphery. If you discover anyone suspicious and do not heed the first warning, you can directly make a move. I will personally guard this mountain. Yes. Lan Xiaofeng had never seen Lan Xiaofeng so anxious before. After hearing his orders, Yu Qinxi and the others did not say anything else. They scattered to guard the periphery. As for Lan Xiaofeng himself, he personally remained at the foot of the mountain to guard Xiaochun. As Lan Xiaofeng looked at the terrifying black demonic qi on the mountain, he said with lingering fear, "This little fellow. That is a taboo that even I do not dare to touch." Just how many peak grade demon fiend rocks did he absorb? 3. Or did he surpass the taboo and refine 4? If Lan Xiaofeng knew that Xiaochun refined 7 in one go, he would disregard everything to stop Xiaochun. In the chaotic sea of consciousness, demons and monsters danced wildly, and a boundless baleful aura surged continuously. The moment the phenomenon first appeared, the surging murderous aura instantly caused Xiaochun's heart to waver. Slaughter, hatred, pain, jealousy, and various other negative emotions assaulted him, causing him to be unable to endure it and almost collapse. So painful, so painful. Amid the chaos, Xiaochun could not even form a saber soul. He held his head with both hands and knelt on the ground. The expression on his face changed unpredictably, showing pain and conflict. In his eyes, the world was completely distorted. Those demons that were born from negative emotions. In his heart, it was distorted and exaggerated beyond recognition. The entire world was a blur, and he couldn't see anything clearly at all. Refining 7 top-grade devil fiend rocks at the same time would multiply the effects, but the danger would also multiply. As soon as he appeared, he gave Xiaochun a show of strength. If he didn't wake up, his entire soul would be occupied by negative emotions, and he would become a devil who would kill without blinking an eye. Throughout history, there have been many outstanding talents and ambitious overlords who fell to demon fiend rocks. This was not strange at all. Shortcuts were not that easy to take. The torture continued, and the pain intensified. Xiaochun's mind turned chaotic as he howled in pain. Piercing auditory hallucinations appeared in Xiaochun's ears. Horrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared before him, and despair filled his heart. Gaga Gaga, you're just an arrogant maniac. Do you think that you are very incredible? If not for the Thunder Sovereign standing behind you, who knows how many times you would have been killed already? You're just a bastard. Serves you right to be chased out of your clan. Your blood is cold, and your heart is ice. Serves you right to be rejected by others. Serves you right to die before advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years. Piercing auditory hallucinations rang out in Xiaochun's ears. Even when he covered his ears, he could not block out this sound. Endless illusions appeared before Xiaochun. The most horrifying one was when he underwent his great tribulation of wind and fire, burning to death on the Emperor's road, dying while he was just 1 step away from the Emperor's door. When Xiaochun saw it with his own eyes, it was like experiencing it for himself. It felt incredibly real. Everyone in the world started mocking Xiaochun. Indeed, he was a short-lived person. Meteor, oh meteor. Whoever laughs last is the true hero. These people included the Zodiac Hall's young master, Diwuk, the Ghost Monarch's personal disciple, and the Xingtian's followers. There were also the people that Xiaochun once trampled on, all of them laughing wantonly. The laughter was piercing, overlapping with the auditory hallucinations. It was so painful that one wished for death on the verge of collapse. A voice of despair rang out in Xiaochun's heart. Just give up. Living is too tiring. Who is as bitter as you, becoming Emperor Wu and getting attacked by half of the primes in the world? Who is like you, driven by the responsibility in your heart, wanting to restore the sect of your ancestors? However, you have to hide and sneak around? You live in fear, fearing that if you take a wrong step, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. You even implicate your friends and family. Who is as lonely as you? You clearly have someone you love, but you do not dare to bring her to your side, fearing that someone will harm you and make an irreparable mistake? Who can understand your helplessness? You are clearly just walking your own path, yet you suffer from all sorts of people, clowns, insulting and mocking you endlessly, whether openly or in the dark. Blue Dragon King, looking at the world, who is as bitter as you? Who is as lonely as you? Who is as bitter as you? Who is as lonely as you? Give up. Give up. You have to hate. You have to hate that bastard Qing Emperor for leaving behind a huge mess for an innocent person like you to bear. You have to hate. You have to hate that hypocrite Thunder King. You are clearly being hunted down, yet he watches from the back and does not make a move. You have to hate. You have to hate those insignificant people. Who gave them the authority to wantonly insult? No matter whether you're right or wrong, they will curse you and curse you to hell, waiting for you to be consigned to eternal damnation, watching you make a joke of yourself. Xiao Qian's eyes turned hazy, appearing somewhat crazed and somewhat cold. He muttered, "Right, I have to hate. I have to hate. I have to hate that heaven is unfair to me. The Qing Emperor caused my emperor's path to be filled with suffering. The Thunder King is putting on an act for my own good. There are so many insignificant people gossiping about me." At the foot of the mountain, Lan Xiaofeng's expression suddenly turned wild. His barrier shook continuously, and a surging demonic flame and baleful aura soared into the sky. What's going on? How many peak-grade demon fiend rocks did he refine at the same time? Lan Xiaofeng stood up with a grave expression. A horrified expression flashed in his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chun, who was on the verge of falling into depravity, felt significantly less pain. If you want to kill and cannot find the Qing Emperor, then kill all the descendants of the Qing Emperor. Those Xiao clan members in the Sky Dome realm all have the bloodline of the Qing Emperor. They all deserve to die. If you want to kill the Thunder King, that hypocrite. That old fellow is immortal for 10,000 years and should have died long ago. If you want to kill all the dancing clowns and insignificant people. Do not leave a single one alive. The voice in Xiao Qian's heart rang out again. His eyes turned scarlet, and a strong killing intent surged from his entire body. That's right. I want to kill. I want to kill. I want to kill. Kill. The voice in Lan Xiaofeng's sea of consciousness shouted. In reality, Xiao Qian suddenly opened his eyes. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Kill!" Rumble. Immediately, the originally shaky barrier crumbled. Boundless demonic qi formed a black pillar of light from the summit and soared into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Lan Xiaofeng took a step back and muttered, "It's over. I can't hide even if I wanted to now." "What's going on?" Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai rushed over and asked with horror on their faces, not understanding what happened. Lan Xiaofeng waved his hand and said with a grave expression, "Don't ask anything. Spread out and don't let anyone near. You will not be able to block people on the level of Emperor Wu. Let them in. I'll guard them." Right now, Xiao Chun is at the most crucial moment. He cannot allow anyone to disturb him. He already has half a foot in the deep abyss, entering the demonic Tao. Stepping into the deep abyss, entering the demonic Tao. These words frightened Mo Chun and Lan Xiao by an paling, and they could not help crying out. "How can it be like this? How can it be like this?" Mo Chun muttered, somewhat at a loss. Lan Xiaofeng sighed. This fellow probably pushed himself too hard, wanted to have another trump card on the day of the ceremony. Never mind, this is not the time to speak nonsense. Quickly organize the people. Don't let ordinary people pass through. If he really kills someone, he will never be able to turn back. Mo Chun and Lan Xiaobai could hear the urgency in Lan Xiaofeng's words. They did not dare to linger, immediately leaving to carry out the order. As Xiao Qian's conferred land, Heaven Dragon City had risen very quickly recently. It would be impossible to say that there were no experts of hostile factions hiding in the city. This was an extremely normal thing. The various large factions were very intertwined with each other. They all infiltrated each other. The Holy Lands are no exception. Normally, Mo Chun and the others would not care. After all, the other party did not do anything. They could not possibly chase him out just because he was strong. However, at this crucial moment, this was what they feared the most. As long as the other party caused trouble and entered the demonic Tao, it would be over. At the same time, a voice rang out in Xiao Qian's heart again, where the demonic flame gathered. You want to become a demon? Only by becoming a demon can you be free. Only by becoming a demon can you be omnipotent, fearless, able to kill whoever you want. Fall into the darkness and become a demon. The voice in Xiao Qin's heart gave off a boundless temptation. I want to hate. I want to kill. I want to become a demon. The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the world and making it bright. Heavenly Star Island was as calm as usual. However, it was accompanied by the heart-wrenching word kill. At the peak that belonged to Xiao Qin to the northwest of Heaven Dragon City, an overwhelming demonic light soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky darkened, as if it was night, pitch black. Only that black demonic light was piercingly bright and eye-catching. Immediately, the entire city turned flustered, not knowing what to do. The dark clouds made everyone flustered and tremble. What's going on? Is a great demon about to appear? What a horrifying demonic flame. I have only seen such a scene in the Black Sea. A greater heavenly emperor Wu fell into the demonic Tao and killed half the people of the sea region. Finally, the 13 great bandits had to work together to kill that person. However, isn't that the peak of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin? How can there be such a horrifying demonic flame? Could it be that the Blue Dragon King entered berserking chi deviation? Chapter 1264. The city was in an uproar. This news was explosive enough. It was hard for people not to be shocked. That's probably true. The Blue Dragon King's power is growing too fast. It's not surprising that he would go berserk. Let's go take a look. Those who were not afraid of death could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and rushed towards the mountain peak. In an instant, figures flickered in the sky. Tens of thousands of people soared into the air, all flying towards the same direction. The scene was incomparably spectacular. At the same time, in a few inconspicuous shops in Heaven Dragon City, several ordinary-looking old men walked out and looked coldly at the soaring demonic light. Among them, there were people from the immortal holy lands like Zodiac Hall, Five Poison Sect, Myriad Fiend Island, Inyang Paradise, and Moon Palace. There were also people from ancient families and forces like the Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas. Without exception, they were all emperors. A few of them even had the strength of Emperor Wu at the second sky. In just 1 year, the Heaven Dragon City became the center of the Western Sea. The speed of its rise was unprecedented. The various major factions of the Heavenly Starry Ocean all saw this and did not lower their guard. Even if they didn't want to be enemies with Heaven Dragon City, they had to show that they valued this city. They had sent their emperor-level experts to guard the city. It could appear instantly in unexpected situations, such as when the Heaven Dragon City's West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed. The hidden Emperor Wu would jump out and stop the West Ocean Dragon Palace from taking all the territories. For example, Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin had suddenly gone berserk. Now that there was an emperor-level powerhouse present, they could make a good decision. After a while, many martial monarchs sneered and made up their minds. They silently walked towards the mountain peak. There were also a few Emperor Wu who chose to remain neutral after remaining silent for a long time. For example, the experts of the Myriad Fiend Island, the Lunar Palace, and the Inyang Paradise did not act rashly. At the peak where Xiao Qin was, Immortal and the others saw batches of cultivators rushing over. After failing to persuade them for a long time, they chose to kill. I repeat, this is the forbidden area of the Heaven Dragon City. Anyone who dares to come near will be killed. Immortal said coldly, killing a small perfection blue-robed emperor who tried to barge in with a palm strike. There were at least 1 or 2 corpses of cultivators who had tried to barge in, but had been killed. Such a cold and frightening scene finally shocked the people who came to watch the show. After all, no matter how heavy their curiosity was, it was needless to say which was more important compared to their lives. Step down, all of you. You won't be able to interfere in today's matter. There's nothing interesting to see inside. Lan Xiaobai's words were calm, but there was an undeniable tone in his tone. Although it was a request, it was also an order. With some corpses as a foil, his words were filled with deterrence. Despite their reluctance, some of them still retreated obediently. After retreating for 10,000 meters, they stopped and continued to watch from afar. Jean Lin could not help cursing. This group of people is really not afraid of death. Asking them to retreat is for their own good. Even now, they are not willing to leave. Lan Xiaobai rubbed his temples and said, "Never mind. We have already retreated far enough. It's up to them." And Mo Chan said worriedly, "Earlier, there were at least 5 Emperor Wus who passed through our blockade." Lan Xiaobai turned his head and said, "I know. I'll leave this to Master. We can no longer block existences on the level of Emperor Wu." And Mo Chan hesitated for a while before turning her head back and asking, "Do you think that big brother Xiao Chan can return?" Lan Xiaobai was not in a rush to answer. After a while, he said, "I believe him. Although he looks cold on the outside, his heart is warm. I don't believe that he will fall into the demonic Tao." At the foot of the mountain, Lan Xiaofeng looked coldly at the 4 people in front. He said, "The Heavenly Province Academy, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the 5 Poison Sect, and the ancient noble clans Old Jiang. I really did not know that this insignificant Heaven Dragon City hid so many Emperor Wus." When the 4 saw Lan Xiaofeng, they were slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Lan Xiaofeng, who was known as the life-reaping Azura, would appear at this moment. After thinking for a while, the elegant old man from the Heavenly Province Academy said, "Senior Lan, you have seen the situation for yourself. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun, has already taken half a step into the demonic Tao. This is the best time to kill him. If he really becomes a demon, he will bring a calamity to the entire heavenly starry ocean." That's right. You're also aware of his talent. Once such a demon matures, I dare say that he will endanger the entire Kunlun realm. Senior Lan, you should not stop us. You should charge up with us and kill this demon while he is still in the cradle." Lan Xiaofeng retorted indifferently, "What are you arguing about? Isn't he still half a step into the demonic Tao? Don't label him as a demon so early. At the very least, he has not killed a single person yet and has not formally entered the demonic Tao yet. If we really wait for him to become a demon, it will be too late. Senior Lan, you'd better not be blind and become a sinner for all time," the old man from the 5 Poison Sect said in a strange tone, his words extremely vicious. "If you want to protect someone, you have to see when. If we kill him now, the Thunder King will not dare to say anything. We are killing a demon, a powerful demon. He will be remembered in history as a hero." The black-clad old man from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace said righteously, "Senior Lan, it's fine if you don't make a move, but don't stop us. Don't think that we are afraid of you just because you are the life-reaping Azura. Even if we attack together, you might not be a match for us." The ancient noble clan's Old Jiang took a step forward, feeling a sense of danger. Lan Xiaofeng smiled coldly and said, "After not making a move for so many years, do you really think that I, the life-reaping Azura, am an old man?" A horrifying killing chi suddenly erupted from Lan Xiaofeng's body. The 4's eyes turned dazed as they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind Lan Xiaofeng. There were even the corpses of famous Emperor Wu bobbing up and down in the sea of blood, shrieking miserably. The 4 immediately panicked. Just how many Emperor Wu did this fellow kill to generate such a horrifying killing chi? Miserable shrieks rang out. Before the ancient noble clan's Old Jiang could understand what was going on, his 2 arms flew up at the same time, and blood spurted out from his arms. However, to the others, Lan Xiaofeng did not move at all. However, a dagger flickering with cold light had appeared in his hand at some point in time. The dagger danced between Lan Xiaofeng's fingers as he said indifferently, "Breaking your arms is a lesson for you. You are just a group of First Heaven Emperor Wu. Killing you is no different from killing dogs. Scram." However, just at this moment, a flash of starlight flashed, taking advantage of the moment when Lan Xiaofeng attacked. Lan Xiaofeng's heart sank. "Oh no, I'll let the people from Zodiac Hall sneak in." Furthermore, based on the aura, it is a second Heaven Emperor Wu. However, if Lan Xiaofeng gave chase at this moment, the 4 before him would definitely not just obediently retreat. Lan Xiaofeng immediately fell into a dilemma. He could only let that astral palace Emperor Wu fly to the summit. Up at the summit, the voice in Xiao Chen's heart continued to shout enticingly, "I want to become a demon. I want to become a demon. I want to become a demon. I want to make Xiao Chen say this personally." Boundless hatred filled him with murderous intent, and the murderous intent pushed him 1 foot into the abyss of becoming a demon. Many outstanding talents in history ended up entering berserking chi deviation because their mental states failed to keep up as their strength increased. As a result, they lost themselves in the face of desire. Xiao Chen's mental state was several times higher than that of his peers. Even many of the older generation could not compare to him. Unexpectedly, refining 7-peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time triggered a heart demon that was too strong. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen fell for it, not giving him any buffer time at all. The small hatred in Xiao Chen's heart magnified infinitely, turning into a surging, killing intent. Right now, as long as Xiao Chen took another step forward, he could no longer turn back. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was already completely suppressed. Although he still had a weak trace of rationality, he put up a final resistance. He didn't say that he wanted to become a demon. However, if he encountered external pressure, he would be able to resist it. However, if he ran into any external pressure, he would turn into duckweed, swept away by a wave. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, felt very anxious. However, she could not think of any good ideas. At this moment, no one else could help Xiao Chen. He could only rely on his own willpower. However, Xiao Chen's willpower, which had always been successful, was put to a severe test this time. He could fall at any moment. What should I do? What should I do? No matter how much Ao Jiao thought about it, she could not think of any good ideas. Refining 7-peak grade demon fiend rocks at the same time. Since ancient times, no one had ever been so bold. Even those madmen would not dare to do such a thing. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen's peak will of thunder suddenly gave off a loud roar. The strong might of thunder exploded in his sea of consciousness. The will of thunder, which was only 1 step away from becoming an innate thunder crystal, let out its own furious roar at this moment. The bewitching voice in Xiao Chen's heart paused momentarily before this explosion of thunder. The roaring thunder could rupture eardrums and make one's heart tremble. However, to Xiao Chen at this moment, it sounded as pleasant as celestial music. His heart, which had been suppressed by chaos, finally obtained temporary peace. Several heartwarming scenes appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen learned the saber Dao under Lu Ruyue's tutelage on Qingyan Peak. The many disciples of the Xiao clan in Mo City knelt down and pleaded for Xiao Chen. During the king conferral ceremony, the Thunder King stepped forward and personally saved Xiao Chen from Emperor Forsaken. On Heavenly Star Island, the gazes of his companions filled with respect and hope. Along the way, I have never been alone. Amid the mysterious phenomenon, the murderous intent in Xiao Chen's eyes receded like the receding tide, his hatred vanishing. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. When he thought of what happened earlier, he felt a lingering fear. How dangerous! It did not give me any buffer time at all. If not for the will of thunder, shocking the baleful aura for a moment at the crucial moment, the consequences would have been dire. Originally, Xiao Chen's mental state was not weak. However, the heart demon was too strong, not giving him any buffer time from the start. As long as Xiao Chen had a chance to catch his breath, given his mental state and strong mental energy, he would be able to recover his mental state in an instant. When the countless demons in front saw that Xiao Chen had woken up, they continuously created all sorts of illusions and terrifying illusory sounds, trying to pull Xiao Chen back into a state of massacre. Chapter 1265. However, it was clearly impossible for the same move to work on Xiao Chen twice. Gurgle, gurgle. When a move failed, all the demons started moving at the same time. Then, they gathered together and turned into a mountain-sized demon. It looked as disgusting as one could imagine. However, what shocked Xiao Chen even more was yet to come. The mountain-sized demon transformed continuously. Finally, it turned into a black-clad man who looked exactly the same. This person's face was filled with evil intent, and he held a black saber in his hand. He gave Xiao Chen a familiar yet strange feeling. "Who are you?" The black-clad man smiled and said, "I am you, and you are me. However, your heart is usually very stable, never giving me a chance to appear." Xiao Chun suddenly startled awake. He understood that this was the other him formed by the desires and the various negative emotions in his heart. Everyone had good and evil sides. No one could avoid them. Naturally, Xiao Chun was no exception. This was somewhat problematic. With the support of the 7-peak Grey Demon Fiend rocks, Xiao Chun did not know how strong his evil thoughts would be. If he died here, he would be completely erased. "Thank you for your arrogance, giving me a chance to appear. Go in peace. I will carry your desires and live on." The black-clad man's lips curled up in a sinister smile. Then, his figure flashed as he charged at Xiao Chun. The saber technique that the black-clad man attacked was Xiao Chen's specialty, Flawless Bright Moon. However, this moon was a black, evil moon. It gathered evil thoughts and inspired fear. How fast? In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun attacked at lightning speed. He also used Flawless Bright Moon to clash. The two moons competed with each other. Two saber chi, one black and one white, clashed at the same time. In the end, Xiao Chen's saber chi instantly scattered. The black saber chi contained a berserk killing intent, knocking Xiao Chen back and causing him to vomit blood. "How can it be like this?" Xiao Chen asked, feeling doubtful. The black-clad man walked over step by step. He smiled and said, "I know everything you know. I have this endless massacre and evil thoughts to use. However, you can only defend your heart. How can you compare to me?" Whoosh! With a flash, the man in black did not give Xiao Chun a chance to overtake him. He began to suppress Xiao Chun. The various killing moves that Xiao Chun usually used were displayed in an even more brutal manner in the hands of the black-clothed man, and each move was much more powerful than the original. "Too weak. You can't use this move like that. With just this bit of skill, you still want to walk down the road of Emperor? How naive." In just 10 moves, Xiao Chun was already covered in cuts and bruises. On the other hand, the black-clothed man was orderly and skillful. Every time he lost, Xiao Chun would ruthlessly taunt him. Xiao Chun calmed down and thought of another move, Momentary Glory. Yes, it was Momentary Glory. He had personally comprehended this move, and he needed to experience it himself to be able to use it. As an evil will, the other party would never have thought of this. Saber lights flickered, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena coalesced into a scene of Xiao Chun standing proudly on the peak of a mountain and all the outstanding talents falling. The black-clothed man smiled and said, "This is what you understand as glory. However, in my heart, true glory is like this." After saying that, the black-clothed man also chopped down with Momentary Glory. The outline of the scene did not change. However, behind the black-clothed Xiao Chun in the scene was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. White bones piled up everywhere. The two scenes clashed intensely. The two stretched out their hands at the same time and said softly, "Break!" Whoosh! Space shattered, and all the scenes intertwined, forming an intense clash. The two were evenly matched. It was the black-clothed man's turn to be startled. "What's going on?" "My glory used the corpses of the outstanding talents to form a sea of blood. How can his glory compare to mine?" A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His heart became even more resolute. He smiled and said, "Indeed, it is as I expected. You do not understand me at all. You do not understand my glory. You do not understand my hot-bloodedness. Similarly, you do not understand my sorrow." When Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, saw the killing chi in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly vanish, she revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. Although the demonic chi had not disappeared, Xiao Chun had already woken up. He withdrew the foot that was halfway into the deep abyss in the end. Suddenly, a beam of starlight rushed up from the foot of the mountain. Its speed was faster than a human eye could react to. In one moment, it was still at the foot of the mountain. In the next moment, it appeared before Xiao Chun. The afterimage behind Xiao Chun had yet to fade away. It gave the illusion of a bright beam of starlight stretching over, never stopping. The starlight gathered, and an old man with a goatee appeared before Ao Jiao. He wore clothes embroidered with stars. The goatee looked at Xiao Chun with shock in his eyes. He muttered, "What a powerful blue dragon king. Even when one foot is halfway into the deep abyss, he can still pull himself back. I did not waste a 9-star divine movement talisman in vain, just so I can stimulate the killing intent in your heart and push you into the deep abyss." After saying that, the goatee started storing up power, preparing to attack Xiao Chen's main body and stimulate Xiao Chen's instinctive killing intent. Scram! Just at this moment, a beam of golden light flew out from Xiao Chen's finger. Ao Jiao stood on Little Yellow Feather, bathed in a golden flame, charging out like a goddess. The goatee old man was slightly stunned. When he saw that Ao Jiao was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, he immediately revealed a cold smile. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even the great perfection blue-robed emperor dares to tell me to scram? Scatter! The goatee old man flipped his palm, and a purple star banner appeared. Then, he casually waved it at Little Yellow Feather like he was chasing away a fly. The surging starlight gathered and kicked up a small starlight hurricane. The starlight seemed to condense into a solid wind that howled. Everywhere it passed, space cracked. Ao Jiao did not panic. Her gaze turned grave, and Little Yellow Feather's body burned with light. Its aura suddenly soared, and it spat out a clump of flame. This clump of golden flame was extraordinary. One could vaguely see the vague shape of a sun in it, like a newborn solar star. Strictly speaking, the sun was also a star. In the Zodiac Hall, the Solar Astral Palace ranked first was also the Solar Astral Palace. The flame that Little Yellow Feather spat out was a secret technique of the Golden Crow race, the Solar Astral Flame. It was said that a peak adult golden crow could spit out a miniature sun when it opened its mouth, capable of destroying a continent. Although this clump of solar astral flame was far from the legendary scene, there were already some hints of it. The starlight from the purple star slowly melted under the heat of this solar astral flame, eventually assimilating into it. When the goatee old man saw this scene, he was stunned. The Golden Crow Holy Beast. The Golden Crow Holy Beast was born in the sun. From the moment it was born, it carried the might of the sun. It was known as the Lord of the Stars. Any starlight would pale in comparison to it. The Golden Crow was a holy beast that all those who cultivated astral energy dreamed of obtaining. It was also the bane of all those who cultivated astral energy. Wild joy appeared in the goatee old man's eyes. A young golden crow. The heavens are helping me. I used the heavenly astral divine movement talisman at the right time. Otherwise, this golden crow would not be mine. Break. The goatee old man spun the astral banner. This time, he paid 120% of his attention, no longer as casual as before. In one strike, he used 80% of his primordial energy to drive the astral banner in his hand. With a loud bang, the solar astral flame shattered. When the flame shattered, a flaming meteor rain fell from the sky above the mountain, flickering in the sky. Little Yellow Feather, I'll leave it to you. A determined look flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. Then, she pushed off Little Yellow Feather's back and soared into the air. Little Yellow Feather cried out twice, as if telling Ao Jiao not to worry. Its figure shook, and its body suddenly split into countless flaming golden feathers. Thousands upon thousands of flaming feathers gathered on Ao Jiao's body, looking like a suit of battle armor made of golden thread, burning with a divine fiery light. Life sacrifice, the Golden Crow race's forbidden technique. What exactly is this little golden crow's background? The goatee old man's eyes turned doubtful. The golden crow could obtain the inheritance of its ancestors in its bloodline. It could learn by itself and comprehend all sorts of secret techniques. However, This life sacrifice art was a forbidden technique that only the Golden Crow race's king could execute. After obtaining the golden thread battle armor made of little yellow feathers life sacrifice, Ao Jiao's aura became incredibly strong. Xiao Chan hovered in the sky. From a distance, she looked dazzling with golden light and misty flames. She looked holy and dignified, like the Valkyrie of ancient legends. Ao Jiao's eyes narrowed as she held her two sabers. Then, she sent out a beam of golden flaming light, taking the initiative to charge at the goatee old man. The might of a great sun surged out. The goatee old man discovered that the astral energy he used was completely suppressed. This was undoubtedly a fatal threat to him. He came from the Zodiac Hall. All his martial techniques and cultivation techniques were related to astral energy. Suppressing astral energy was equivalent to crippling half of his strength. Xiao Chun stabilized the situation for now. The life sacrifice had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would be able to deal with this insignificant, great perfection blue-robed emperor in one move. Whoosh! Whoosh! Golden light flickered continuously in the air. Ao Jiao's exquisite figure created beams of light in the air as she surrounded the goatee old man and attacked him relentlessly. This was a dazzling battle that dazzled everyone's eyes and overwhelmed them. Time ticked by, but Ao Jiao's might did not diminish. The goatee old man calmly brandished the purple star banner in his hand, forming an impenetrable defense. I'll let you be arrogant for now. Let's see how long you can last. Although the goatee old man was in a sorry state, he did not panic at all. This was because he knew that once the time limit of the life sacrifice was up, Ao Jiao would immediately return to her original form. At that time, he could draw out the astral energy and kill this girl in one move. However, just at this moment, an intense killing chi surrounded the goatee. Before the goatee could react, he saw saber lights flickering with electricity appear around him. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, boundless saber lights flickering with electricity formed a world of sabers. Saber domain. What's going on? For the first time, horror appeared in the goatee old man's eyes. Emperor Wu, who could comprehend a saber domain, had the ability to kill someone of a higher cultivation. This was extremely horrifying. Lan Xiaofeng. It must be Lan Xiaofeng coming over. Back then, the Life Reaper Azura was able to